Good morning, Chatty House. We have decided to just go live now, not on the radio, but here. Um, yeah, let's see. Let's see what happens today. Things are getting crazy.
So we've got Valanciunas gone,
Yep.
Dario Saric in what I have to imagine is a purely financial move.
Yeah. It gives them enough wiggle room. Yeah. This is like everything is moving very quickly, and we'll try to keep you up to date as much as we can. It does appear that the Jonas Valanciunas for Dario Saric move is straight up. Just a straight swap, which I'm not quite sure, like, all of the mechanics of it, but we'll learn as the day goes on how that kind of happened. But
It's not a sign and trade. So it doesn't appear that Malik Monk is going out the door to acquire Dennis Schroder.
yeah. Well, on top of that, this sign and trade would hard cap the Kings.
Right.
And
The first apron?
Yeah, it's just the first apron, which is like 198 million. The Kings aren't going up at 198 million, I don't think. But like this is like super complicated. I'm gonna have to see like the final results on what exactly Schroeder's deal is. I'm not like I would not be surprised if the last year is not a team option on Schroeder.
I just hope they didn't clear money in the Valanciunas trade to open up some dollars to give Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, it's like, more complicated than that, though. Like
okay.
I tried to explain yesterday why it was that they couldn't give Keon Ellis money.
Sure.
Right, but by moving off of Valanciunas, they basically saved close to $5 million, and that dropped them down to like 165 million in dedicated salary. If Denver had an MLE, that makes perfect sense, because what the Kings likely did in this scenario is they traded Valanciunas into the MLE with Denver, and then they took back Saric using the Chris Duarte trade exception. But I'm gonna have to see if Saric actually fits into that. Let me make sure. The
Fascinating.
King, yeah, yeah, because this is why the salary cap is so crazy and wild. I love this part of it. Oh yeah, Saric fits into the Chris Duarte. It's 5.4 million. And I don't know if they're going to keep Saric or not. But they did that deal to try to, to be as close as possible. Yeah, we don't know about the option year or not for Schroeder. I think it's interesting that we're seeing it play out this way, because everything I had heard was a 228. Yeah.
I keep looking. This is where the aggregating thing sucks, because you'll see a Dennis Schroeder graphic and you're like, oh, does someone have more details? And it's nope.
No.
Just the same thing.
Yeah.
Also, Darren Waller back in the NFL, everyone. So since I sat my ass in a seat in the kitchen this morning, Dame has been waived. Myles Turner's signed with the Bucks. The Kings have signed Dennis Schroeder, traded Jonas Valanciunas. Pat Connaughton's been traded.
Yep.
To Charlotte for Vasily Micic. The basket blogosphere rejoices.
Jericho Sims signed with the Bucks.
Totally, that's a thing that happened. I feel like there's something else that happened this morning.
Well, Gary Harris just signed with the Bucks. I don't hate that deal either.
Milwaukee loading up on Gary's.
They collect all the Garys.
Hey, is Dennis Schroeder the last person born named Dennis?
My next door neighbor's name is Dennis, and
Is
then
he
a
younger
guy down.
than 32 years
No,
old?
no, he's in his 70s, and then my neighbor at the end of the block, who's in his 80s, his name is also Dennis.
That's it. I think Dennis Schroder is the youngest Dennis. in
Gershon
existence.
Yabusele went to
The Knicks.
to the Knicks. Yeah, there's a lot. Oh, and Shea got his pay. It got paid.
Oh yeah, SGA got a $75 million a year extension.
Jesus,
That's so insane.
that's a lot of money.
The Kings are Dennis Schroder. This is from my guy Justin Russo, who covers the Clippers. The Kings are Dennis Schroder's fourth team in the last 12 months. That's so wild.
Happy Bobby Bonilla Day.
But I can fix her, right? Is that how we're feeling? Here we go. Good morning, Chatty House, by the way.
Joe's back, everybody. Big round of applause.
I mean, this thing is gotten crazy.
Vasily Micic heading back to Europe.
Oh, that's their way to save money.
I don't know. I guess I should probably wait until the radio program begins, but I just don't.
Yeah. Dennis Smith Jr. has joined the chat. Good call, Colby.
Oh, that's really good.
Yep.
Oh my God. Dennis Smith Jr. is only 27.
Yeah. Oh.
He is the youngest Dennis.
Yeah,
he has to be the youngest Dennis in the world.
The negative vibes coming out of the draft for him were just wild. Like everything I heard was just negative. Like he walked into at NC State, he walked into the locker room like on day one. It was like, hey, just gonna get this out of the way now. I'm not here to be friends with any of you. I might not even know your names by the end of the season. I'm going to be here for a couple of months. I'm going to go to and then I'm going to leave and go to the NBA, and I'm not here to make friends. So, you guys take care.
What a guy.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't believe that someone went to school with someone named Dennis who's 24.
I don't believe that for 1 second.
I have never met someone my age named Dennis.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on here.
Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to keep up and make sure we've got ducks in a row here.
Yeah.
Sure. No, I'm good.
I would take one.
James wants one. Dennis Schroeder.
I'm not sure about a 3-year deal. 2 years are guaranteed, with the third year being partially guaranteed, according to Chris Haynes.
There we go.
There it is. All is right in the world.
2 and 30 with a partial guarantee in year 3. Sick. I don't know, man.
It's 229. Because if they're signing him using the mid-level exception,
is that what they're doing?
Well, yeah. I mean, this is the only way that they could do it, is to sign him to the mid-level.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, unless they were trading him for Monk, and then if they traded him for Monk, they would have the mid-level exception still. That would have been a sign and trade move. Yeah.
So now it makes you wonder why.
Oh, thanks, dude.
So what?
Things have gotten crazy.
So what was the Valanciunas trade for?
The Valanciunas trade was to dump $5 million and to free up that spot. Because, look, I love Jonas. I think he's one of the nicest NBA players I've ever met. But they've got to find a way to use that $5 million. But they were super close to. I told you, basically, if they signed Schroder to the MLE, that put them within $5 million of the luxury tax, which now it does. But you just knocked it down to $10 million from the luxury tax. So they've got room to move around.
Cool.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who are angry. They're angry last night about the potential for Malik Monk getting traded, and now they're angry again.
I get it.
Yeah. All right. Eventually, we've got a radio show to do.
Yeah, we're just kind of in a holding pattern. We figured we'd hang out with you guys while we tried to figure this out. So Dennis Schroder, Devin Carter, Malik Monk. I'm missing one. Keon Ellis. For now.
Yep.
Zach LaVine.
Small. Okay. So first of all, Ty Jerome isn't a point guard at all.
Yeah, he's a point guard in the way Malik Monk is a point guard.
Yeah, actually, he's not even a point guard as much as Malik is a point guard.
Yeah, he can just I don't know.
Yeah. The final year is partially guaranteed. I'm gonna guess it's like a $3 million or $5 million guarantee. And hey, if Schroder is still a strong player at that point, why not?
Okay, we have 20 seconds. And then the radio portion of this program begins, and we're gonna start saying the F word.
Fun. Team friendly contract.
Fabulous. First round pick.
Yeah.
Joe hit the. All right, good morning, everybody. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil in the cut. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. All right, the Kings are finally doing stuff, and we're going to try and make sense of it today because the NBA hit the crazy button this morning. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, or watching on YouTube, please hit the thumbs up. We would appreciate you immensely for doing that. And subscribe to the channel if you don't. We're on here every single day, Monday through Friday. James and I, 10 a.m. to noon. D'Lo and KC, noon to 4. We don't change stream. It's just all the same thing. So come hang out with us each and every day as we talk sports, Kings, Niners, Giants, Raiders, A's, whatever's going on. We got you. If you're listening on 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2, good morning. We appreciate you. If you're listening on the free Odyssey app, thank you. Hello. If you don't have the free Odyssey app, download that. Search ESPN 1320, and you can listen to our station live anywhere around the world. Take us with you. Anyways.
There you go.
So I don't even know where to start. Matt, friend of the program, Matt Moore, HP Basketball on Twitter, Hardwood Paroxysm.
Yep.
Said, I don't even know where to begin writing. And that's exactly how I kind of feel about this Kings stuff, because they've now agreed to sign Dennis Schroder to a 3-year, $45 million deal with the third year partially guaranteed.
Yep.
Jonas Valanciunas has been traded to the Denver Nuggets for Dario Saric and a salary dump.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're sitting here with Dennis Schroder still being the most substantial thing the Kings have done. And I think where, I saw Kenny talking about this last night on Twitter, how people need to relax. And, you're saying today, God, people are so angry. I think it's just the uncertainty of what is this?
Yeah.
What is this? Are they trying this year? Are they in a quote unquote gap year? They're not tearing it down. They're clearly not going to tank. I think the frustration is, and where my frustration lies, is there's no path here. There's no clear direction here. This is get a point guard. All right, you got him.
Yeah, I mean, like, look,
Help me.
The salary cap is $155 million, and the luxury tax is 188 million. First apron is like 198 million. But you just signed a point guard, and I know people want to freak out because this is Dennis Schroder's 10th team in his 13th NBA season.
Fourth team in 12 months.
He's not young, but he does do a lot of the things that the Kings want to do. He does play defense. He does push the tempo. He does shoot the three ball. He's not a perfect, he's not perfect at any of these things, but he is the best free agent point guard on the market. And people can bring up Ty Jerome, or they can bring up Tyus Jones or Trey Jones. The fact is, like, Dennis Schroeder's a better player than all of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also a more natural point guard than Ty Jerome. He's a better scorer than either of the Jones brothers. He's a better point guard. So I think where we kind of get caught up in this thing is, what exactly are the Kings doing with the Malik Monk situation? I know Jake Fisher had a lot of stuff on a potential sign-in trade for Schroeder and Monk last night. At this point, it does not appear that is what's happening. And basically, like, I can make sense of a swap, Dennis Schroeder for Malik Monk swap. And I can even tell people, like, look, when you hear that the Kings traded Jonas Valanciunas for Dario Saric and saved $5 million, they're not saving $5 million to put it in Vivek Ranadive's pocket.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
What they're doing is trying to lower their salary right now so they can do other moves. Because if not, they're right up against the luxury tax. You signed Dennis Schroeder to a deal that starts at $14.1 million. That's the mid-level exception. They just gave up their mid-level exception.
Okay.
Right? That would have put them at roughly $183 million, and the luxury tax is $188. You have no room to move.
You have $5 million to work with.
Yeah, and at that point, if you would have signed Jake LaRavia, who the Kings lost yesterday, if you would have signed Jake LaRavia, you're at or over the luxury tax, and you're done, right? So by trading Valanciunas, now you drop all the way down to like $178 million. Now you got about $10 million to play under the luxury tax. And look, they're not done. At least I don't think they're done. They still have the ability to go out and sign more. Like, we've heard the Russell Westbrook rumors. We've heard, like, Malcolm Brogdon. They're going to talk to Malcolm Brogdon. But
they Zoom with Malcolm Brogdon.
Yeah, they're going to Zoom. They had all these Zooms set up yesterday. So, like, at some point, you're still going to have to address the lack of depth at the forwards spots. You still have DeMar DeRozan and Neek as your only small forwards. You have Keegan Murray as your only true power forward. You can put Dario Saric in that, but let's be honest, Dario Saric is looking more and more like he's washed.
I will hear a lot of things today. Like I said, I'm not in the place where it's like fire everybody, what a disaster, everything is awful. I'm not there.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's just the general. I expect there to be a very clear direction of like, oh, this is what they're doing. This is how this affects immediate. This is how this affects 2 and 3 years down the line. And it's looking more and more like this is this quote unquote gap year we keep talking about.
Yeah, totally.
This is, hey, we got some rough contracts to move. They'll be easier to move down the line. So we're just going to kind of do that. And that's fine. You're just not going to sell that to me.
No.
I'm not going to be okay with like, hey, the Kings are going to be like a 9 or 10 seed again this year. It's fine. Everything's cool. Like that's yucky. I don't want I'm not doing that. But what I won't be talked into is Dario Saric.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. I will. You can have the purplest glasses in the greater Sacramento region, and you're not going to be able to talk me into Dario Saric.
No, that's fine.
As a like option.
Yeah, like 3 years ago, I would have loved to have had Dario Saric 4 years ago. But yeah, Dario Saric's career path has gone pretty much
Not the right direction.
No, it's gone away. And like, look, they could buy out Dario Saric tomorrow and spread his $5 million contract, $5.4 million over 3 years. And so cost you $1.5 million. That's another $3 million they can free up in money to get closer, to just add more depth to this roster. I don't think at this point that the Kings are even close to done. And I can even explain people that were out there freaking out last night because of the Malik Monk thing.
Yes.
Like, look, if there was an opportunity for you to trade Malik Monk for Dennis Schroder, on paper, that doesn't sound great, right? Because
it sounds bad.
I said this last week, without any question, I believe that Malik Monk is a better basketball player than Dennis Schroder.
You'd be trading a younger, better player for an older, worse player.
Yeah.
That's a really hard sell for me, man.
I get it, but I would also say, like, Dennis Schroder is a true point guard where Malik Monk isn't. He is. I mean, that he plays the position. He has played the position. I'm perfectly fine with them going into the season with Schroder and Monk. I think that that's actually a really dynamic point guard pairing. It's not De'Aaron Fox. It's not going out and getting Ja Morant. But what it is you're going out and you're filling up the 48 minutes at that position with two guys that can really cook. And I'm okay with that. But the reason why you would have traded Malik Monk in a deal for Dennis Schroder is very specific. It would have been a sign and trade, which would have hard capped the team at $198 million, which they're not getting to anyways, right? But on top of that, it would have kept the mid-level exception. So the Kings would still have that $14.1 million that they can either trade, or they can trade for a player to come into that money, or they can go out and sign a player for that money. They would have had that as well as Dennis Schroder. So while you're losing Monk, you would have had the ability to go out and still continue to make moves. And it would have dropped their payroll all the way to like $163 million, which would have given them $25 million underneath the luxury tax and $35 million under the first apron. And where they would be hard capped.
Right.
As of right now, they're not hard capped. If this is a straight sign of Dennis Schroder to the mid-level exception, then they are not hard capped and they can continue to do business accordingly. But that doesn't mean that they have a bunch of money to go do stuff. What they do have is they still have the Kevin Huerter $16.8 million trade exception. They've got a couple other trade exceptions. I'm pretty sure that in this deal to move Dario Saric for Jonas Valanciunas, that they probably use a Chris Duarte like a TPE, the traded player exception. But that thing was going to expire in like 3 days anyways, 5 days.
Sure.
Yeah. So like, look, they're tightrope walking right now. They're trying to piece together a team, trying to be competitive, which I know you can disagree with, but that's why Scott Perry was brought in here, not to tear it down, but to build something different in his image, while remaining competitive. Whether they remain competitive or not, that's a whole other story.
Sure.
Like, we don't know if they're going to remain competitive, but as of right now, if they just gave up their mid-level, they still have their biannual exception, a little over $5 million. They still have these trade exceptions, so they can go trade for somebody. They still have minimum contracts that they can sign for people. I just think that this might, as of right now, if again, Malik Monk is staying in Sacramento for right now, that does kind of extinguish any like chase of Russell Westbrook.
It's uninspiring.
No, I agree.
All the names you're saying are so uninspiring. This idea that you can go make a trade for with this trade exception. Like, all right, man. Like, I guess it sounds like you're just throwing. We're gonna use the phrase band-aids again. Just hey, here's some stuff. Look, we made moves, and I don't know, man. It just doesn't. We wanted a direction, right? We talked about, you need that point guard. You need a point guard to build around. Tyrese Halliburton, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Look what the freaking Hawks are doing around Trae Young this offseason.
Yeah.
Like, man, it is so much easier if you have that point guard to build around. You got to go find that guy. And then it's like, hey, here's Dennis Schroder. And call us in a couple of years. Just wait till we can get off these contracts. That's not a plan, dude.
No, I get you.
And I understand they inherited a mess. Like I said, I'm not fully in the what are they doing? Everything's terrible. But at the same time, I'm not going to be talked into, wow, hey, sunshine and rainbows, man. Look, they got a point guard.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at least they can finally now move on with their offseason, because apparently this was priority number one. Like, there's a Keon extension to do. You got a Keegan extension to do.
Yeah.
You gotta figure all that out still.
Well, I'd also tell you this. It does look like Scott Perry's looking at the next 2 years as like, how do I get through the next 2 years? How do I get through the final 97 million or whatever it is it's owed Zach LaVine? How do I get through the DeMar DeRozan 2 years remaining, whether it's 1 or 2 years, right? And if this is what I'm going to work with right now, I'm going to add Dennis Schroder to just get us through this 2-year window. And that doesn't mean that it's a full 2-year window. It could mean that at the trade deadline, somebody comes knocking and says, hey, we'll take DeMar DeRozan, and you make a move. Or, hey, we got a year and a half left of Zach LaVine. Somebody want to take on the contract. You make some move at the deadline. So what we're looking at is placeholders until they can figure out, the path forward. And the path forward, like here, it's not going to be easy. Like one of the worst things that ever happened was that you allowed, and this isn't even a knock on Zach LaVine, but when you take a starting point guard that you build a team around, you talk about the Trae Youngs, you talk about, Ja Morant, that Memphis is out there building around Ja Morant. All of these point guards that they build around, you had your point guard to build around, and you traded him for an overpriced shooting guard with a long history of not only not playing defense, but a long history of injury. Like,
you traded for a bad contract.
Yeah. Well, not only a bad contract, but a player at a position that realistically isn't that difficult to fill, that you already had multiples of. So when you did that, you unbalance the roster so greatly that there's no way to really
Totally.
Everybody right now is on the other side of the boat trying to keep the thing from capsizing.
Totally.
Because you brought in a contract that doesn't make any sense. And that's just really, really difficult to recover from. And that's the job that Scott Perry accepted.
No, and that's understood. I think where the other frustration comes in, because nothing you said is wrong. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you. But I think where the frustration comes in is they take this huge swing to acquire Domantas Sabonis, right? Like, you trade Tyrese Halliburton, who is a rising star, but you get Domantas Sabonis, and hey, this thing works. And then that was like the last major move they made. That was the last huge swing they took, and that was what, 3 years ago now? 4 years ago now?
Yeah,
4 years ago. So I think when you're the Kings and you're like, man, it would take a huge swing to kind of get out of this. What's the big move that's coming? And you see Milwaukee waiving Damian Lillard and just eating $22 million a year for 5 years and saying, hey, we're going to do this, and then we're going to sign Myles Turner. And you see Denver able to get off Michael Porter Jr.'s contract for Cam Johnson and then sign Bruce Brown to the minimum. And what else did they do? And then acquire Jonas Valanciunas.
Yeah.
Like, you see all these teams do it. You see Atlanta doing all this stuff. You see Phoenix moving mountains to try and change their situation. And then the Kings are like, how about Dennis Schroder? Like, trust us. We're doing, like, it seems like every other team is able to function and maneuver and make this big swing. And for years with Monty McNair, we heard financial flexibility, patience, and we're going to wait and bide our time, and then we're going to strike. And it just never happened. And now it kind of feels like, hey, financial flexibility, we're going to wait and bide our time. It's, dog, that's a really hard sell given how the last 3 years.
Yep, I agree.
We got to step aside on the radio. We're going to play some commercials, and then we'll keep talking about this. We've got a ton of King stuff coming up. We got to get into the Milwaukee Bucks' insane moves. Denver looks awesome.
Yep.
Atlanta continues to win the offseason, which is kind of crazy.
Houston
winning the offseason. There is so much going on in the NBA, and we're going to cover all of it. And there's going to be news breaking throughout the day, so do not go anywhere. On ESPN 1320, this is The Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Joe's over there. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're rocking with you until noon on Sacramento Sports Center. Thanks, Joe.
Hey, if you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up for us. Subscribe to the channel. I think you have to subscribe if you're in the chat. So, yeah, we certainly aren't homers. Like, like when I dive deep into the contract stuff, it's so people understand the money, the financial side of it, and like there is actually financial issues here at play, but I'm not going to sugarcoat this whole situation. And like, look, we've got to let Scott Perry do his work, and if he figures out a way to get out of this mess faster, that'd be great. No, Bruce Brown can't come to the Kings. I don't know why this question. Bruce Brown already signed with the Denver Nuggets
on a league minimum.
Well, he's going back.
The Nuggets got rid of Michael Porter Jr. and opened up their mid-level in the same move.
Yeah.
Like, man, and got Cam Johnson.
Yeah, which I think what they did there is they opened up their mid-level and then made the move to get Jonas with that money.
Yeah.
Yeah, like really impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Salute for the $9.99. Thank you so much. That makes our station look great. To the corporate overlords. This looks like a tank to me. Okay.
We don't get that money though.
No, we do not, but it represents our performance at the station. So salute to you guys. Yeah, this is just I think this is kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like it's a tank, but more a
you can't tank when you have Demonis Sabonis.
You have too many good players to be bad enough to tank.
And Zach LaVine.
But their contracts aren't set.
Yeah.
So they're in that like there's the players who are expensive, but any team would take them immediately. Right? Yep. Giannis. If Giannis becomes available, teams are going to clear their books to get Giannis. Then you've got the Bradley Beals who are on bad contracts and don't really help you win. And they're hurt a lot. And then you've got what the Kings have, which are players who are like on not great contracts, but they're not bad players.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're just.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Oof. This is tough, man.
One of those days.
It is. No, it is. It's not, like I said, I don't want to come across as though I believe the world is the sky is falling. Right? Like because I don't think it's that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a general frustration with, okay, man, Scott Perry's opening presser. He's taught, man, he just knows what to say. He emphasized the need for a point guard. Okay, yeah, they know they need a point guard. Who can they go get? Who can they trade for? Who can they really, really shake up this roster? And then it just turns out those avenues aren't there.
I don't think we ever even got to Dennis Schroder. Like on the list of point guards, like we had this list of point guards that you like would have to trade for, that you'd have to give a whole bunch for, right? And then we had this other list of potential free agents.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Schroder was on. It was
like
that.
Schroder, Tyus Jones, Trey Jones. Those were like the big three.
Okay.
Top of the list, and then Westbrook had his option. I think Malcolm Brogdon was on the list.
Yeah.
I wrote down basically everyone who had played minutes.
No, that's true. It just felt like we skipped over the possibility of Schroder. And like, look, this is he's a reasonable player. He's a guy who's been a starter in the league for years, and
totally.
Yeah.
We didn't, and this is, and again, this is where there's nuance to this.
Mm-hmm.
In a vacuum, Dennis Schroder is not bad. I don't think Dennis Schroder is a bad player.
Mm-hmm.
But we went from not really even mentioning him. When we did Kings point guard options, we said, here's the free agents. Wow, these are all super uninspiring. Every name we say, like, yeah, maybe Trey Jones, he's 25. Maybe he's got something, another level to hit. Maybe. But it was like Tyus Jones, meh. Dennis Schroder, meh. You need to find that point guard to build around, that dude to build around.
Yep.
And then you wind up here. And again, it's not that this is bad. It's not that, honestly, the Kings are better today than they were yesterday, I think.
No, they are. They got better today.
Right. So that's where I'm struggling with this, because I do not think that Dennis Schroder is bad. He's a pesky defender. He can handle the basketball. Good first step. Like every once in a while, you'll see him. He gets into the lane, can draw fouls. He distributes. just kind of does the things, but he's just a guy.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't do anything particularly special. And so, yes, it's a point guard, but when the expectation was Scott Perry's going to really shake things up, he's going to flip this roster on its head. People aren't going to know what hit him. And the move is trade Valanciunas and a salary dump for Dario Saric, who's washed, and then add Dennis Schroder. Okay, here you go. Like, man, all right, I guess. So it just pushes. I was under the expectation there would be some kind of seismic move coming from the Kings, and maybe there still is, and we're just not hearing about it.
Yeah,
there might still be, and I will be happy to change my tune, be thrilled, but we're going into the second day of free agency here, and we've seen all these massive moves happen. It's just, like I said, it's just a hard sell to be like, hey, just wait 2 years.
Yeah, and
I don't wanna.
Yeah, no, I get you. And also, like, when the Kings went out and traded for Jonas Valanciunas, I thought, man, what a move, right? But that was to get you through the last half of last season and try to make some sort of impact, right? You don't need a $10 million backup center when your starter is an all NBA player that makes $45 million a year. You don't. And so I get that move. Now, I'm not saying, hey, it's okay that the Kings have, again, like the rookie is going to play, that Maxime Reynaud is going to step in and be this massive player for the Kings. I don't believe that to be the case. Like, I still think the Kings need something different. But I'll also tell you that for as much as I really like Jonas Valanciunas as a player, the Kings have to have like some of the basic things that other teams have.
Mm-hmm.
Like, number one, length and athleticism at the wing. We've been banging the table for that for like, what is happening? Why can't you go find a guy?
Since
right?
day one of this radio program.
Yeah, it's just like, why can't you do that?
Mm-hmm.
Right? But let's not forget the fact that the Kings need a true rim runner, a guy who blocks shots at the 4, the 5.
Mm-hmm.
They have to have that guy, a lob threat for a guy like Malik Monk or, heaven forbid, Dennis Schroder to actually lob the ball to. Like, they haven't had that guy for like 3 years. The last time they had the guy was JaVale McGee. And JaVale McGee was like, at that point, was what, 35, 36, and hasn't played in the league since. Like, so you can't just keep loading up on positions with the wrong type of player.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, like trading Jonas Valanciunas to me, like, again, I think Jonas Valanciunas is one of the nicest NBA players I've ever met. Every time he walked in the locker room, he fist bumped everybody, walked around the room, greeted everybody. He walked by you, put his hand on your shoulder. Hey, what's going on? How are you today?
Mm-hmm.
Like, good dude, but that doesn't mean that he was the right fit. And I'm not saying like going out and getting a guy like Kai Jones is going to change the landscape in Sacramento.
Sure.
But it might give the Kings a different look that they don't have today.
Mm-hmm.
And something like that makes more sense than spending $10 million a year on Jonas Valanciunas.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree, like, hey, he's a great backup center, but like, this team isn't to a point where they need to prioritize a backup center that can be a starter. They need a different look type center.
So this is, and Michael Jones says this in the chat, and I think it's a valid observation. He said, we went from, we need a backup center to, Jonas Valanciunas is too expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that Jonas Valanciunas is too expensive. It's that Jonas Valanciunas is the type of backup center you want when you're a team that fancies itself a playoff team that wants to make a playoff run.
Yeah.
I think what you're seeing right now, and again, this is where I get a little bit stuck in my brain that wants to move logically. I'm frustrated with how slow this is going. But also, moving on from Jonas Valanciunas is something the Kings were going to have to do here in this roster revamp or rebuild or retool or whatever. I don't even know what we're calling it.
Mm-hmm.
But moving on from Jonas Valanciunas is going to happen. And if that means that, hey, as part of a quote-unquote their version of a tank or whatever this is, it means that you're going to play your second-round center a lot and see what he's got in the NBA, and you're going to take a couple of losses if it means that he can earn his lumps in the NBA and figure it out. I don't hate that. Now, I hate it. Again, we don't We don't know what moves are coming down the line for the Kings, but where we sit right now, I would hate it if that was a pure salary dump.
Yeah.
If that winds up being, hey, what Michael Jones said, he was too expensive. We're not going to be competitive, so we just want his 10. We can take Dario Saric. He's just over here. We can save about $5 million. 2 thumbs up. That sucks. But I'm not there because we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, and I think that people need to understand that there's a difference between a salary dump to like line the pockets of an owner,
right?
To
save money.
To save money, right? Versus a salary dump that opens up more space so you can actually go do more things. And again, it's complicated. Even the Schroder play, they could still do like a sign and trade for Schroder with Detroit. And, somebody brings up a really good point. They could actually use Yossi Goslin, what is this? What does he do? He's an NBA salary cap analyst for the Third Apron, right? Third Apron podcast.
Maybe a PhD to be a cap analyst these days.
Yeah, exactly. The Kings could actually use the Kevin Huerter trade exception in a sign and trade to acquire Schroder. And that would retain their mid-level exception at $14.1 million. The reason why you would do this, like the two exceptions, one's bigger than the other, clearly. But the reason why you would do that is very specific. If you're able to manipulate the cap, a trade exception isn't that valuable because it can only be used to acquire a player via trade. The mid-level is extremely valuable because, number one, you can break it up into multiple pieces. All the way up to the 14.1 million. You can also use it for up to a 4-year deal. And so there are all these little things about like that type of that exception itself that makes a lot of sense. But the problem is, again, the Kings would be a tax team if they used a full mid-level after they did this deal. So we're going to keep spinning around in circles. At some point, we're going to see what the plan is.
That's it.
Yep.
I do again, while I'm not like, hey, this is awesome. Everything is so good right now. I also wouldn't be shocked if we find out sometime during our show, sometime during D'Lo and Casey, noon to 4 right here on ESPN 1320, that there is the Kings are maybe part of some significant trade.
Yeah.
That does shake up the roster in some meaningful way. But I think for now, while the expectation was they would be working on that and doing that early and really be big players in free agency and the trade market, they just haven't been.
Yeah.
And I do not, because I feel this, and I do not blame any Kings fan who's sitting there going, I don't have the patience for this anymore. I'm done being patient. I'm done raising banners for financial flexibility. Use it. Do something with it. Like I think that's what Joe was saying this morning before the show. Like, I just don't have, I don't want to wait anymore.
No,
I don't trust them to do. Is that, you just,
yeah.
You don't trust that move that we're saying, hey, this could be there. You don't trust that it's there.
Yeah. Pretty much what I said was that they haven't given me any reason to give them any more patience.
Sure.
And that's kind of exactly it. I mean, if I had something to lean on, something from the past where I was like, okay, yeah, well, let's have a little bit of patience, work this out, maybe, but I have nothing to work with at the moment. So yeah, no, I'm not feeling very patient.
Yeah. You got to prove it.
Yeah.
That's just it. And maybe I like I said, I'm crossing my fingers, my toes, whatever, that there's a different, another significant move coming. Because if the moves are, hey, they have, what'd you say, 10 million under the luxury tax right now?
Yeah, roughly.
Is filling that $10 million with a couple of players and that's it?
Yeah.
That's tough.
No, I get it. But, we went from last night where if you watch social media last night, the outpouring from Kings fans who just freaked out because it was possible that they were going to trade Malik Monk for Dennis Schroder in this trade. In this transaction.
Are bad.
The optics of it are bad, but look, when you bring in a new GM, we warned you of this. We told you the entire time, this is going to get painful. Do not go buy a Kings jersey right now. Wait until the jersey drops 50% off for a player who's not there anymore.
Sure.
Because that's probably going to happen. And we're not done yet. We're not done at all. I think For me, one of the biggest frustrating parts, I'll say this,
Mhm.
is that you had 2 young players that are in play this offseason, right?
Mhm.
One of them was Jake LaRavia, and you lost him for
To the
nothing.
Lakers.
You lost him for absolutely, and there's nothing you could do about that deal. To be honest with you, good riddance. If Jake LaRavia wants to leave and try somewhere new for $700,000 more over 2
Mhm.
years, when you easily could have made the second year non-guaranteed money, and he could have made more money. Like you could have given him a player option, and he could have had full Larry Bird rights next season.
Mhm.
Like this could very much hurt Jake LaRavia's long-term money,
Mhm.
because now in order for him to establish Larry Bird rights, he has to play his 2 years with the Lakers to get early bird rights, and then has to play another year to get full bird rights
Jeez.
on the cheap.
Yeah.
So, like,
Mhm.
he could very well never ever get to a point where he gets his bird rights back
Yikes.
in the NBA. And so, like, for him to take that deal, okay, I think I like Jake LaRavia, but I wasn't sold that Jake LaRavia is like the end all be all. He had one really really good game early, his first game when he showed up, and was like this 90 seconds of brilliance where he scored 8 points.
Mhm.
And I think we all got like all excited, hey, Jake LaRavia, but like I'm gonna put him in the Ike Diagu category. Like, yeah, Ike Diagu finished the season averaging 30 points a game over the final 2 games. And then I don't think he ever played again in the NBA.
Mhm.
Like that's just like sometimes players have moments. I'm not going to pin everything to like that, but you had 2 young players in Jake LaRavia and Keon Ellis. One of them is gone, and the other one very well could be gone because you didn't have any room to do something to like keep him long term.
Mhm.
And that's again, if they would have been able to do this deal, if they would have been able to do the Jonas Valanciunas deal like 4 days ago, if they
Mhm.
would have known for sure that they had that deal done,
Mhm.
then you should have not picked up the option year on Keon Ellis, and you
Mhm.
should have just paid him. But like still, like
I think
they're 10 million under the luxury tax right now. Like, and you add in the 2 million that Keon's going to make, would he have accepted 12 million?
sure, maybe not.
Maybe, maybe not. He might have said, no, I want the full 14 or whatever it is that I'm going to get on the open market.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's complicated, but like, look, at the end of the day, I think we have to wait and see how all of these moves play out. And I'm not saying don't get angry. I'm saying like wait and see and then get angry.
Yeah, I don't, and that's the thing is, I don't think anybody's burning their Kings jerseys. I don't think
Yeah.
people are getting rid of their season tickets for this. I don't think they might, but I don't think that's what's happening. I think you're seeing a fan base that has been told over and over and over again that got to the playoffs and then missed the playoffs the next 2 years in service of financial flexibility and just wait. And now to tell that same fan base, well, hang on, financial flexibility, just wait. You can't do that and expect people to be like, oh, got it. Yeah, like nobody's not going to watch the Kings this year. You're fired up when it's game one and we'll start the regular season. But for now, I think it's been underwhelming. And I think the other thing is you start talking through that is you kind of lay out how this is all gone. I think that's the part that's sticking for me. And that's the part where the frustration sets in is this doesn't feel like a plan. This all feels very reactionary. This all feels like, okay, we'll wait on Jake LaRavia. Oh, shoot. Oh, he's gone. Okay, that's fine. Or before that, we'll wait on the Keon thing. We'll get that worked out. Oh, hey, the deadline's here. We don't have any money to pay him, so we'll just pick up his option and kick that can down the road. And like, oh, this Jonas Valanciunas trade just opened. Yeah, sure. Here, you take him. We'll take. That's what all of this feels like. This does not feel like this well-calculated plan where Scott Perry's going, okay, we're going to move this, and then we're going to move this around, and we're going to do this. And now we're set up to knock down these dominoes that we've been setting up. It feels like a scramble and just trying to get their arms around the offseason as every other team is making all these moves.
I get that. I would also I think my rebuttal would be, I think it's possible that like people like us who sit here and talk about fake trades and things that we, like we had our
favorite thing,
our fake trades of the day.
I was on Fanspo this morning, brother.
Yeah, but when we create an element that like maybe you can do this, maybe you can do this, maybe you can build this team quickly, I just don't think they're able to do it. I think they went out on the market with they set up their table at the local market, and they put all the cards out on the table that they were willing to trade,
Mhm.
and people just kept walking by their table and glanced over and like, hey, no, I'm not interested.
Will you take $4 for that Malik Monk?
You know the guy at Costco that keeps asking you what cell phone plan you have, and you just keep walking. No, thank you, I'm good. That's what exactly just happened to the Kings. Like a bunch of people just walked by their table and said, "Yeah, I'm not interested in what you have."
Sure.
And that's the
Do
reality.
you want Dennis?
Well, now you got another guy that it's very possible that people don't want, that you won't be able to move off of, and then a Schroder, because like a bunch of teams have moved off him in the past.
Sure.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I still think he's a top 6, 7 of a rotation player in the NBA for almost every team. But whether he, like, for the money that you gave him and the money that you had to give him, because you're always going to pay a tax for being the Sacramento Kings and being a small market and being a team that's known for dysfunction. Like, look, I just hope what you didn't do here is sign a guy, and 2 weeks from now he turns into George Hill and stops playing basketball, or he turns into a Luis Severino and just wants to complain the whole time. That's what I hope you didn't get.
Yeah.
Because that's where it'd be like, okay, not only is this disappointing as far as like what you could have got and what people wanted you to go get, but if he's not happy and he wants to be that guy, then that makes it even worse.
That makes it 10 times worse, because I think the ideal is, okay, you're bringing in a stopgap, but you know what? He's going to play hard. He's going to be scrappy. He's going to be this culture setting veteran.
Yep.
And if he does the opposite of that, that's a freaking disaster, man.
Yep.
We'll keep talking Kings offseason. Any news that breaks, we'll have it for you. So don't go anywhere. You're on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We are the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe. We're going to put a pin in the Kings briefly to talk about some of the other insane stuff that's going on around the NBA today. We'll break all that down for you and have any breaking NBA news for you on the Insiders. He's James, Joe, Kyle. I've said all this. Voice guy, get me out of here. Voice guy, get me out of here only plays on the radio side where people hear the voice guy on the stream here. I can't even, it's just our voice guy who says all the stuff that I say on the way out.
You know, I'm sure we could play voice guy over the stream, or we could just keep it ambiguous. It's up to you.
No, just keep it ambiguous.
Oh, the Spurs lost Sandro Mamukelashvili.
Sure.
I liked him. He's a big, like, burly, tattooed dude.
Yeah. He's the Jonas Valanciunas of Jakob Poeltls.
Soren, I had to stop, like, the baby giraffe dude. Like, when I got Kings players in the locker room saying, "Who the hell is this baby giraffe dude?" Yeah, I couldn't follow him. I had to block him on Twitter. I just couldn't deal with, like, seeing his stuff. There was something else. Yeah, hey, I totally, I will continue to say this, but just because you want a top 20 point guard, a top 15 point guard is what I kept saying, it doesn't mean that someone's going to let you have a top 15 point guard. So, and a lot of the players that we've been talking about, teams decided to build around those guys. Like, straight up, they decided to build around, the Hawks decided to build around Trae Young. The Grizzlies have decided to build around Ja Morant. The Kings don't have the guy to build around. And realistically, I'm not putting that on. Monty and Wes allowed it to happen on the way out the door, but I know enough that is not what they wanted to do, and they said no to that type of transaction for a very long time before they didn't have the power to say no anymore. I don't think this has anything to do. I mean, De'Aaron Fox is a guy who shoots, like, I don't know, 7 times more a game, 8 times more a game than Dennis Schroder. I don't think they're done making moves. But, like, whether they can make a move that makes sense or not, I don't think we know the answer to that yet. Yeah, Chris, I'd say it's this offseason or it's the following offseason. The following offseason, the Kings should be so flush with cash, it's crazy.
It's okay, everyone. The following offseason. That's what what's his ass in LA said.
Oh.
They have to maintain flexibility in 2027.
Mm.
All right.
Can the Herder be TPE be used in a deal for Kuminga? Yes, but no. Yes, theoretically, you could use the TPE to acquire Kuminga, but Kuminga wants more than 16.8 million, and that's all you can offer up is 16.8 million. So yes and no. Kuminga wants more money than that. And to be honest with you, if he were to sign for 16.8 million, the Warriors would just keep him.
Yep.
So yes and no. It can be used to acquire him, but again, you can't aggregate a TPE. It can't go like you can't add that and another TPE, or you can't take a traded player exception and add it to Malik Monk's contract, and all of a sudden you've got $35 million to play with. That's not the way it works.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is there. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. I want to talk about hard roster moves. The Bucks waived Damian Lillard today.
It is crazy.
So we talked about this a little bit yesterday, how Bradley Beal couldn't just be waived because of his contract.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason Dame can be waived, even though he has a super expensive contract, is there's some Keith Smith of Spot Track broke this down on Twitter. Go find his Twitter for the full readout. But basically, the Suns already have $3.8 million stretched. So Beal's contract would take them over like a 15% of the cap or something.
Oh, got it.
And Dame's does not by like $600,000. So that's why they were able to do it and the Suns can't. At least this year. So
yeah, okay. So
go ahead.
I also like Damian Lillard, from what I've read, has really struggled being away from his family.
Yeah.
And he's a guy who has always been on the West Coast. He's a big Oakland guy, but also, his family, they established roots there in Portland, and it's just been very difficult. And he's going to be sitting here, like rehabbing for a year.
Yeah.
I don't think he's playing at all this year.
I would be very surprised if he plays this year.
Yeah.
If you're the Kings, do you just call? Go, hey, now you're a Bay Area guy. Come out to Sacramento. You're an hour and a half up the road. You can rehab here with great medical staff. Rehab here and finish out your career. Would you sign him to like a 3-year deal for that?
I mean, if it's for pennies, because he's making $22 million for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
because I hear what you're saying about the reports about he didn't like being away from his family in Milwaukee, but then you see a report that like Miami is interested in Dame, which obviously, but that's even further away than Milwaukee.
Yeah. So
if I'm the Kings, I'm calling, dude. I'd say like, hey, we can't pay you a ton, but we're going to guarantee you 3 years, including 25, 26.
I wouldn't doubt that he does that either with Portland or he does that with the Warriors. Like, those are two places where he has established roots. It's possible, like with the Kings, he'd say, okay, I'll consider it.
Yeah, we got a starting job for you next year.
Yeah. Someone in the chat asked, why was Severino catching strays from James? Severino took a whole bunch of money from the A's and then got to Sacramento and just wants to complain every single day that he's in Sacramento His
Complaints specifically about the ballpark.
yeah, about the ballpark, exactly. And I get it.
They did not pull the rug out. He knew exactly what he was getting into.
Yeah, but
So
he's made it an issue.
He's catching a stray because he's unloading the clip every chance he gets.
Every single chance he gets. And he's got to the point where the A's are done with him and ready to move him. And to be honest with you, I think Mark Kotsay is done with him, because when I watch him go out there and start giving up a couple of runs, and then Kotsay just lets it ride and leaves him out there and say, all right, go ahead. You'll take the 7 earned. That's fine with me. Or the 6 earned that you took the other day.
Yeah.
The reverse is just, we're not going to sidetrack this completely. I also get Severino being frustrated because the A's are a little league defensive team. I have never seen anything so incredible. Not only defensively, but on the base paths. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, you're down 3-0 and you run into 2 outs in the 7th inning or the 8th inning.
So bad.
Like, every single game, like, again, you put a guy who's never played third base at third base. And
we're going to talk Kings in a second, everybody.
Yeah,
go ahead.
A guy who's never played left field and left field, and then a ball drops between them like once every 3 games. And it's just really, really horrible to watch. If I'm Severino, I'm more upset about the fact that my team can't field routine plays again and again and again, and I keep giving up runs because they don't catch a pop-up. That's where I'd be frustrated. Sorry.
No, you're good. This is the Insiders. We're talking a lot of Kings today, but you needed to get that off your chest with the A's. I understand. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Joe Brazil's here. That's James. I'm Kyle. I have a question about Malik Monk. I know we were just talking about Dame. I'll save the Malik Monk thing. When we take a pin out of the Kings, it'll be about Malik Monk. We were talking about the Bucks. So they waived Damian Lillard and stretch provision him, so they'll pay him $22 million a year. He'll cost them $22 million a year for the next 5. And then they turn around and they sign Myles Turner to a 4-year, $107 million deal. And then we get a report from Chris Haynes that Giannis is upset that Dame has been waived. But then we get a report from Shams that Giannis actively recruited Myles Turner.
There's no way that they didn't lay out the cards and show him
1,000 freaking %.
Like, dude, this is how we get Myles Turner. Dame's got to go.
Absolutely.
And Dame can come back and sign there well, I think he can. Yeah. Oh, maybe he can't no, it's just the length of the deal. Yeah. Oh, no. He can't sign back in Milwaukee for 2 years.
Yeah. So the Bucks, I think, got substantially better. But the drama of Myles Turner from the Pacers joining the Milwaukee Bucks, who have beef with the Pacers after the Pacers eliminated them in 2 consecutive postseasons. And then you had the whole deal with Oscar Tshiebwe. Scored his first point and took the basketball, and after Giannis had set the record for points in a game for the Milwaukee Bucks. And then there was that whole confusion over that. There's beef there.
Yeah.
And Myles Turner leaves the Pacers after their run to the finals. They went to Game 7 of the finals. They were 12 minutes away from hoisting the Larry O'Brien trophy, and he leaves to go to their sworn enemies. I cannot wait.
Yeah.
Pacers Bucks is going to be excellent for the next couple of years.
I love what the Bucks have done, though, like, to recover. Like, they got themselves in a really tough situation where they've got to try to make Giannis happy. And I think, when you go out there and you get a Myles Turner, when you go out there and, you retain Bobby Portis and Kevin Porter Jr., and then you get Gary Trent signed like the cheapest contract ever. Talk about a guy going from making $21 million to a guy making like $2 million and like being okay with it.
Yeah.
But like, look, they're trying their best to create something for Giannis to keep their star happy. And that's not easy to do, but yeah.
I'm a winner.
Yeah,
he is a winner.
Giannis. Yeah. What you just said there, and I don't want to harp on this too much, but it's just really difficult not to. You talk about how the Bucks got themselves in a really difficult situation, or the Bucks got into a really difficult situation when Dame tore his Achilles.
Yep.
And they figured out a way out of it. They figured out a way to, on the fly, because the writing on the wall, we called this the summer of Giannis. The writing on the wall was, the Bucks supporting cast is terrible. They are a playoff team because of their conference. They are not a threat once they get to the postseason. They have no money to work with. They have no way to work this out. Giannis is going to ask out, oh my God, the Bucks are hosed. And all of a sudden they're waiving Dame and they're adding Myles Turner, and we feel good about the Bucks again. It took a month.
Yeah.
2 months to just, the Bucks are back. Cool. That's another reason it's really difficult to sit here in Sacramento and go, they're just in a tough spot.
Well, so
are other teams.
It's not just the Bucks too. I mean, you talk about the Denver Nuggets. They go out, they trade Michael Porter Jr. for Cam Johnson, the guy the Kings have been trying to get for 5 years, it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
So they go out and they do that deal. Then that frees up enough money where they're able to re-sign Bruce Brown that they had lost, who signed a 2-year, $40-something million deal and left and for a couple of years, and now he's back on a league minimum deal.
On a league minimum.
Then they're able to go turn around and go get Jonas Valanciunas from the Kings. And they went from having like a team that was fading to they're right back in it. Hey, look at that. You got a better fit player in Cam Johnson. You got Bruce Brown back to play defense and to be that guy. And now you have a legitimate backup center.
Mm-hmm.
Like that team got better. You look at what the Rockets have done. They go out somehow. I don't know where they're like printing money, but they had signed Steven Adams to an extension. They brought back Jeff Green. They brought back one of the Holiday brothers.
Aaron.
Yeah, so they're building this team. They go out, they trade for Kevin Durant, and then they sign Clint Capella, and then they go out and they sign Dorian Finney-Smith. And you're like, okay, first of all, that's one of the great. That team is going to be good defensively.
They are loaded.
They are loaded. I mean,
I would so much rather have Dorian Finney-Smith in the Dillon Brooks role than Dillon Brooks.
Oh yeah,
they got better. Just so that Brooks might be a little better defender, but I trust Dorian Finney-Smith offensively way more than I trust Dillon Brooks.
Yeah. Well,
like
he knows his role.
Are going to be a problem, dude. That's the other. That's I think the other part with this is you're watching the Rockets, who were already ascending. Like don't. This is not. Oh wow, the Rockets out of nowhere. The Rockets solidified themselves in the West. The Rockets are now past it's a lot of young guys. It's still some young players, but they have some legit veterans there now. Like legit star with Kevin Durant.
The Rockets just lined themselves up to be in full competition with Oklahoma City Thunder for a title.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah.
You're watching Denver, who took Oklahoma City to 7 games.
Yeah.
By the way, they reloaded.
Yep.
And look awesome. Like the West, we already knew the West was going to be really tough. But you're seeing these teams that, man, if the Rockets take one false step, they could careen back down to earth.
Yep.
Yeah. Memphis kind of rebuilding on the fly. Memphis could be a problem next year.
Memphis done incredible stuff. I mean, Memphis, they signed Triple J to the massive extension.
Mm-hmm.
They retained Santi Aldama. They got Ty Jerome. They lost Luke Kennard, but okay.
Yeah,
like they've done a nice reload as well after dealing Desmond Bane.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, right back in it.
That's the other, I think, part of this is seeing all this stuff going on. Teams in the West retooling. You got the Bucks overcoming their biggest contractual hurdle just on the fly, and then adding the best center on the market in the process. Man, and it's not even done. We're in not even 24 hours into free agency.
Yeah,
I would expect more fireworks, and my expectation is the Kings will be involved in those in some way, ideally. So if they are, we'll let you know. I want to talk about winners and losers from free agency so far. You have some winners. We'll recap kind of what an insane morning it's been so far, and any breaking Kings news, we will have it for you right here on The Insiders. It's ESPN 1320. We're hanging out with you till noon. Got to step aside for just a moment, so don't go anywhere. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Was a problem child, cause I got too wild. Now that's how I'm getting paid. What's up?
Stretching.
Is everyone doing okay? Like, how's everyone? Like, let's forget the Kings. How's the vibe, everybody? Non-Kings edition.
Vibe check.
I want to not talk about basketball here for a second. How's everyone doing life-wise? Love that for you, Tom. Hell yeah. It's my guy. Oh, sorry, Drew. Hate that for you. Ooh, locations where? Oh yeah, Zabo. Salute. Good. Mrs. Mack getting that workout done early. Hell yeah.
What's everyone doing for the 4th?
You doing great? Awesome. Anybody
I
plans on the 4th?
am lucky enough to where my buddies have spent all the money on fireworks, and I don't have to spend any money, and I get to enjoy it and just watch and have fun. So I'm excited for the 4th. How about you guys? You guys excited?
Sorry, Rustog. We started early. Did you get the belt? Congratulations. I think Rustog got the belt. Yeah, I don't. Sure.
I love the 4th.
I know.
Same, dude. You know what? Any excuse to party with the boys, get outside. Come on.
The lake is all about the 4th of July. It is like the holiday for Lake of the Pines. Really strange. We do like a pontoon boat parade like the night before. Everyone puts lights on their boats and goes out and tools around the lake. And then they have a golf cart parade the next day and like a bunch of old cars. There's a bunch of people with like classic cars in the lake.
That's dope.
So we have that. And then they shoot fireworks out over the lake, which is spectacular. So you just land there on a boat or in the water and fireworks all over the place. Ooh, see burgers and we do I'll do ribs. Yes, pontoon boat people are different than regular boat people. Yeah, it's like people who say they're camping and one guy has a tent and another guy has a fifth wheel. That's not. One of those is camping, one of them is not. It's just, you have a speedboat, that's boating. Yeah. Jack, I have not got to play. I've had back problems for the last like 35 years, but they've gotten worse over the last couple of years. And so I have not been able to golf in probably close to 5 years. I once broke a player signing from the lake. I was on a pontoon boat. I built a bar for my pontoon boat. It's hella tight.
Hour number 2. Lord.
Good
My God,
Lord.
John Poles. That's James Sam. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil with us on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and they will continue to try and make sense of the Kings offseason so far. They wind up not trading Malik Monk, and that's kind of where I want to start right now. Is the Malik Monk's name has come up in multiple kind of trade rumors leading up to the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes me wonder if the Kings are shopping him or if teams just want him. Maybe Detroit said, yeah, hey, this is a guy we need and we think he fits with Cade Cunningham, Jaden Ivey, and all that. Or are the Kings going, hey, we have a glut of players at this position. We're looking for hard-nosed defenders who are gonna do the little stuff on the margins. And Malik is too inconsistent offensively. He doesn't play enough defense, and we're just Like I think that's one of the other things that sticks out to me here is, okay, so Malik Monk has been involved in all these trade rumors.
Mm-hmm.
His place, where I believed Malik Monk was he's a perfect six man. He is the emotional fulcrum of the Kings. He is what their roster, what on their roster passes for this vocal leader. He is their most important player. That's the train I've been on.
Mm-hmm.
But it at least appears that that's not the case anymore, because I can't believe if that was the case, they'd be willing to trade him for Dennis Schroder, which again, that didn't wind up happening. It doesn't sound like, but that was very much like what was bandied about last night. It was going to be the sign and trade, and it was going to be Malik Monk for Dennis Schroder. And if that's the case, I don't know how you move forward with him on your roster.
Okay, so you said something there that really stuck out. He's the emotional fulcrum.
Mm-hmm.
And I think sometimes when when you switch management and they bring in a whole new group of people,
mm-hmm.
you want to change the emotional fulcrum of a team. Like, I think that's possible, that's where we're at with this. Like, Scott Perry walked in the building, and from what I know, he interviewed like every single person in the building. Like, no stone unturned. He wanted to get a feel for what was happening in Sacramento from top to bottom. We're talking about ball boys. We're talking about locker room attendants and
mm-hmm.
Trainers. And he sat down with everybody and got a lay of the land. Sometimes the lay of the land, things come out that maybe make you uncomfortable as a GM, or maybe things come out that, like, look, it's not like, I think when you look at Malik Monk, he is a lightning rod for energy and everything else, but that doesn't mean that it's always positive. Like, there are certainly times where, Mike Brown and Malik Monk went toe to toe because Malik Monk thought practices were too long.
Mm-hmm.
There are times where, Mike Brown lost his job, and there are players within the walls of that franchise that had gone to management and asked for Mike to not be there anymore
mm-hmm.
during the summer before.
Mm-hmm.
It's very possible Malik Monk was one of those guys. Like, there are enough things that happen here where, Malik has been pushing and pushing and pushing to be the starter,
mm-hmm.
then was the starter, and it didn't go well.
Mm-hmm.
And the team struggled, and the team fell apart. And then you look and like, okay, well, how do you go back? We kept saying, well, you can't really go back once you press that button.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they have to go back. Like, if this team is going to survive,
shout out to Lost.
He's got to be somebody who goes back to a position that he was at before,
mm-hmm.
that realistically isn't what he wanted to do. So, yeah, I get it. He loves Sacramento. I get it. He's been embraced by the fan base, but like, there are certain points where you got to wonder, like, how much blood is on people's hands behind the scenes, and which players have some of that blood on their hands. And sometimes it's just that. It's just like, hey, we need to switch things up. You talk about, again, an emotional fulcrum.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Scott Perry doesn't want an emotional fulcrum tied up into either one person or this specific person.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the interview didn't go well when he sat down with Malik Monk,
sure.
and he walked away from that going, okay, maybe I need to make a different move. And so, like, look, I think that as from the outside, everybody sees the player, everybody sees what they want to see in a player.
Mm-hmm.
They see the excitement, they see all this stuff, but they ignore the 32% from three. They ignore the bad turnovers. They ignore the blown defensive assignments, because that's not who they want to see.
Mm-hmm.
They want to see this guy that they love, that they adore as like this electric guy who, is just like super funny and all of these things. But sometimes that's not what a new management group wants. They look at a player and they go, okay, I get it, but I don't want that. And so I'm not saying that's 100% the case here with Malik, but there's enough smoke here that if the Kings are going to get better, that he might be the piece that they use to get better.
And I guess that's everything you just laid out is the basis of my concern here. What if they can't trade him? And now you have this guy who has been, we'll continue using the phrase emotional fulcrum, who has been that, who's now in the locker room, and it was clear there's some kind of, I don't even know what to call it. I don't want to say friction, but it's clear that whatever Malik Monk does on the court or off the court, I have no idea, but there's something there where the Kings said, we're going to move on from this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're not, you have him in your locker room still, and I don't know how you navigate that. Because he's not just going to go sit in the corner and go about his day and do his thing. He's just not wired that way. So I think they've now presented another issue here where I saw last night, I saw the same thing you did on social media. Like, oh my God, how do you trade Malik? It's like, now I think you have to. I don't think you can recover from this where you go, okay, hey, Malik, I know we tried to trade you, but hey, you're going to come back in here and you're going to do this thing and you're going to be like, if you've decided he's not part of your program, I don't think you can go into this year with him in your program.
I think you can, but I think this is where coaching comes in. This is where Doug Christie and his group have to like embrace, if Malik is still on the roster when we get to the, start of the season. And like, look, I'm just going to throw this out there.
Mm-hmm.
This has a feeling to me a little bit of, actually the Kings did this so many times. It's so stupid. They had Isaiah Thomas,
Yes.
and then they brought in Darren Collison, and instead of letting them compete, they gave away Isaiah Thomas for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They should have just let them compete. Best man wins,
Mm-hmm.
right? Then they have Darren Collison, but they bring in Rondo, and instead of letting them compete, they give the job to Rondo, and then eventually Darren Collison's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just kept doing this where, like, hey, if you open up training camp and Dennis Schroder and Malik Monk are your 2 point guards,
Mm-hmm.
let them compete. Let them compete for the starting job. Because to be honest with you, they are like the Spider-Man meme. They're just like 4 years, 5 years apart. Right? They are. They're very similar players. They bring very similar energy and everything else. Either one of them can start or come off the bench. Go ahead and like let them fight it out for who's going to be the starting point guard. I don't think that will happen.
Mm-hmm.
But like, why not? Because you can't. I mean, again, if they're both on the roster, I know it sounds really strange. Malik Monk will make more money this year than Dennis Schroder.
Right.
Like, let the best man win. If that's what you're going to do. So I'm okay with it. I'm also like, I understand full well that Malik Monk could be attached to a different trade, especially if the Kings have been chasing Russell Westbrook and wanted both. Like, there's a possibility that there was another trade out there because this Detroit thing kind of materialized late. It sounded like
that was weird. Yeah.
It was weird, but also the Malik Beasley thing happened on Sunday, right before the start of free agency, where he all of a sudden is being federally investigated for potentially fixing games.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that situation happening, and then all of a sudden, so the bottom falls out for them. They were able to sign Karis LeVert, which might take up some of that, but also I wouldn't. Detroit liked Malik Monk before, and that's why all of a sudden I think everyone thought that this might be a sign and trade. Because it kind of made sense for the Kings to clear out a guy who maybe didn't make sense for them anymore and bring in a guy like this. Either way, like, look, the Kings have a lot of work to do. Scott Perry's got a lot of work to do, and it's not just in adding players and all that stuff. Like, there's a cultural shift that they're trying to accomplish right now. And as of right now, they don't have that cultural shift. Most of the players on the roster are the same exact players that were here the year before. Dennis Schroeder's here at this point, but I'm not gonna, like, Markelle Fultz and Jay Crowder and Doug McDermott. Those aren't like foundational pieces that are all gone.
Right.
Maybe the closest thing you did have to a foundational piece out of all of those guys is Trey Lyles, and we don't know what's gonna happen with him. But at the same time, like, look, there is a shift that's happening. And to be honest, it had to happen. You went from 48 wins to 46 to 40.
Mm-hmm.
And we can start pointing and placing blame on why that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it really is easy to do that. But also, like, a lot of these players were the same players and they didn't perform at the same level.
Yeah, no doubt.
And they let the fans down as much as anyone else does. Like, there's no excuse for being a sub 500 team at home or being right around 500 on the season at home.
Yeah.
Not when you have a fan base like this, not when
Mhm.
every single player talks about how amazing the fan base is and how, they've played in other cities and there's nowhere near as many fans and they're not nearly as rowdy and all that stuff. Okay, well then play better. Play better at home.
Sure.
Represent better.
Mhm.
Stop embarrassing your own fan base.
Mhm.
I remember Ty Halliburton. They asked him very specifically, like somebody asked him if this was like the most disappointing game in his career, because I think the Kings had just lost to Atlanta like by 30 or something.
Mhm.
He goes, no, last year we lost by like 45 or something at home. He's like, that was the lowest of the low.
Mhm.
You shouldn't have to have a list of games at home where you were embarrassed so bad that you can actually start to put them in a 1 through
Yeah, you
10
didn't have a
category.
ranking.
Yeah, you shouldn't have a ranking of the worst games. So, yeah, tough stuff.
You mentioned in there Russell Westbrook, whose name was out there a lot connected to the Kings
Mhm.
last night. There was Malcolm Brogdon, who was initially reported by, I think it was Jake Fisher and Mark Stein on Mark Stein's Substack, that the Kings were interested in him. I guess if you're going to bring in one of those guys, the money for me matters less right now than the roster construction. So you're bringing in 2 point guards at that point. If you still have Malik Monk, is he just your 6th man and playing off the ball all the time? Is he still playing on the ball a little bit? You still have Devin Carter. You still have Zach LaVine, who's going to have the ball in his hands a lot. I struggle to, outside of like the vibes of Russell Westbrook, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or Malcolm Brogdon can shoot it a little bit. He hasn't been able to stay super healthy in his career, but I don't see the logic. Like you said, the direction is changing, and I don't see it. I see them spinning their tires.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, for me, like, look, I still think, I see people putting up the current backcourt, like the logjam. Like, Malik Monk is fine playing point guard off the bench. Like, it's what he's done. It's what he's been extremely successful. He's the main ball handler. And let's be honest, the Kings got to a point where they didn't have enough playmaking. And,
Yeah,
especially
sure.
when Malik and Kevin Huerter got hurt right before the playoffs, right before the play-in a year ago, like they just had this huge issue with no playmaking. Like, you added another playmaker. The Kings had to at least add one playmaker. If you add a second, then somebody's got to go. Like, you can't bring in, at this point, you can't bring in a Westbrook or a Brogdon unless you are moving off of Malik Monk. That's the only thing that makes sense.
That's what I'm kind of getting at.
Yeah, that's
If
the
you're
only
still
way.
interested in those guys, it has to be because you have something lined up for Monk.
Yeah,
that has to be the case.
Yep.
Or else none of it. The Kings roster would not make sense, just in a different way now.
Mm-hmm.
While still not making sense in the same way it did, but now we're adding a new element.
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, man.
Making my head hurt, bro.
Like, switching your entire, like what you're trying to build, like in one off season, isn't simple.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see.
What else is out there? What else can they do? We'll get to that next. We're going to try and end this thing on a high note. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports.
What's going on, everybody? Is the chatty house holding up? Are you guys holding up? I know this has been a crazy day. If you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up.
Yeah, salute. Appreciate you guys for hanging out with us.
Hey, I don't know who is doing overtime for Perry here. Like, we're not having a discussion that would, like, Scott Perry has a lot of work to do. and so far hasn't. I mean, he had a nice draft. First day of free agency, clearly they targeted Dennis Schroder and went after him. It's not something I would have done, but I don't know.
I'll be right back.
Uh-oh. I mean, maybe, but like Schroeder's played for, this is his 10th team. He knows that like things change. I don't think they're trading Keon. Although, like, trading Keon might be in their best interest at some point. If they don't feel like they're going to be able to sign him. Yeah, it's funny. He's probably still in the lobby of the Zoom call. Yeah, I'm going to guess that that's not why. Yeah, lots of interesting things going on in here. No, I think the deal is pretty much over, it sounds like, for Schroeder, and it's not a sign and trade. Yeah, I don't even know if Dario Saric will be on the roster. We'll see. I don't think Dario Saric has really been a functional NBA player for a couple of years. And again, the Kings could stretch provision him and open up another $3 million. Like, how old is Dario Saric? 31.
That's it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd have put the over under at like 34 and a half. Okay.
There was a time where he was good.
Yeah.
That time is past.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe's over there. Okay, so I think a thing we're going to hear a lot today.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings fans are overreacting. Have patience. Everybody's so mad all the time. Why are you mad? Stop watching. Whatever. So, help me. What you said, they made the Jonas Valanciunas trade, so they gave themselves $10 million under the luxury tax to work with. So what am I waiting on to be excited about?
Well, see, I mean, like, look, when we look at the way that the last, like, 48 hours has happened, and even the last 2 weeks in the NBA, how many of these trades did you see coming? How many trades did you go, hey, yeah, we kind of had heard about that. I just remember, like, being floored when Desmond Bane got traded. Like being floored when DeAndre Ayton was waived. Like, there are a bunch of things that have happened here. Like, we don't know what's next. And I know that doesn't help, where people are like, hey, like,
No,
I want to know. It's like, well, sometimes it does take, like, I'm not going to sit here and preach patience, but you do have to let the process play out a little bit.
Understood. 100%. But what are some moves that could theoretically be out there? Maybe it's something we're not talking about, but theoretically, what are some things out there? Like a Jonathan Kuminga trade, for example.
Yeah.
Is a thing that's been out there. I'm not going to take anything necessarily off the table.
Well, that
But
even
let's forget our individual thoughts on Jonathan Kuminga as a player for a second.
Mhm.
Just the financial rules of that deal, because of the base year compensation rule, the Kings can only take back, or the Kings are going to get the full amount. They're taking on the full amount of the contract.
Yep.
Whatever it winds up being, let's say $25 million.
Yep.
The Kings are taking on $25 million, but the Warriors can only take on like $15 million or $14 million in that instance. So it's going to be financially tricky, not just with the Kings, but for any team to swing that deal. But what else is out there? Like, we've heard the Kuminga thing. We've both given our thoughts on it.
Well, I mean, again, the problem with the Kuminga deal is I don't think you've cleared enough space where you could have the offset, like without going into luxury tax,
right.
And it would be a sign and trade, so you're getting hard capped at 198 million at the first apron.
Yeah, it's just like that's a complicated one. There's got to be easier stuff out there. Free agents. We've talked about Cam Whitmore, who is very much like even more on the block now than he was, I think.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't even think he's on the block. I think he's, when you're chopping stuff and stuff falls off, that's where he's at.
He's falling
like
over yonder.
Yeah, like the carrot rolled off and it like hit the floor.
Sure.
Like he's over there.
He's a floor carrot now.
I mean, like if I'm the Kings, I'm certainly making that call.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are ways to potentially get better. And like, look, there are a bunch of players that we don't know that are available right now that are. And
on the trade market, you mean?
Yeah. And there are also teams that are looking at their roster the same way the Kings should be looking at theirs right now and saying, okay, like we got a point guard, but now we're up to like 17 guards.
Mm-hmm.
And how are these guys going to play? And the fact is, as of right now, Schroder and Monk and Levine and Keon Ellis are playing in the backcourt. And even that, at least two of those players are going to play 30 plus minutes a night. That only leaves 18 minutes at the most. Like there's not enough minutes in the backcourt for the players that you have. And that's not even bringing up a guy like Devin Carter. Like there's going to be more movement. There has to be more movement, or they can walk into the season with a completely unbalanced roster again, which would not be great.
I would just, man.
Well, if we feel that way, but just think what poor Keegan Murray feels like. Like he's looking around like, are you serious? Like I might be the only guy on this roster at 6'8" that's not a center. Like what exactly is happening here? Because that's where they are right now.
Okay, can they replace Jake LaRavia? Let me put it that way, because I know what you said about Jake LaRavia earlier, I think was right. Like, it wasn't like they lost some 15-point-a-night guy.
No.
But they lost a style of player that they just desperately need. It's the style of player I think Nick Clifford is going to be. And maybe that's what they think. Like, hey, Nick Clifford is talented enough to, at the very least, be Jake LaRavia. Like, we think even if we have higher hopes for him, but we think that no matter what, his floor is Jake LaRavia. So maybe that's a replacement. But they have these exceptions.
Yeah.
Is there a replacement on the wing they could go find?
Yeah, one of the Martin twins was waived. Again, he's 6'5".
Cody.
Yeah, I think it was Cody, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, that's a player that would make sense for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
A guy, again, any move that you're going to make isn't going to be earth shattering.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be on the peripheral, on the fringe, to get better. And again, like maybe that means bringing back Trey Lyles. Yeah, it's just like there are a lot of different options here, but like we're too far away. Like we need to see how it all plays out. And like even right now, they just don't have that much money to go out and do a whole bunch of stuff. Like signing league minimum players still costs like over $2 million. We don't know if Terrence Davis is going to be on this roster or not. He's currently on the roster, but like whether he's actually be on the roster once we get to training camp, stuff like that. Isaac Jones, same exact thing. That's a guy I guess we do kind of skip over. They do have Isaac Jones, who's 6'9" and who plays hard and might be able to play in the rotation at this point. But as of today, Isaac Jones has to play minutes.
And honestly, like I'm fine with that, man. If you're not competing for a title,
yep,
which they're not. If you're not going to be competing for a title, let Isaac Jones play.
Yeah.
And give him 25 games. And if he just really stinks and it's like, man, this is just not an NBA player, all right, you pull the plug. Same deal with Maxime Reynaud. Yeah, let him cook. Isaiah
Dario
Crawford.
Saric and Maxime Reynaud might be a good player comp, to be honest with you.
Like prime Dario Saric, though.
Yeah, but like when Dario Saric was like, yeah, when he was good.
Suns and Sixers, Dario Saric.
Yeah, when he came in Philadelphia, averaged 14.6 and 6.7 and shot 39.3 from three.
Yeah, you take that. Oh my God.
Yeah. So maybe that's part of the plan. Maybe it's to bring him along. And people bring up Cardwell. And Cardwell averaged 5 points and 5 rebounds a game as a 23-year-old in college. Like,
let him get in the G League. If he's cooking in the G League, then we can talk.
Yeah. And that's not to say he's a horrible player, but like, let's be honest, he's a guy who averaged 5 points and 5 rebounds as like a 5th or 6th year senior.
Yeah. He's got to prove it in training camp first.
Yeah.
And then probably go to Stockton and play really well there for a while before. But like I said, like Isaiah Crawford, yeah, give him some burn.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be competitive. I get it. But also, it's not the end of the world if you win 37 games this year in service of finding out what you have in Isaac Jones, finding out what you have in Maxime Reynaud. Give Nick Clifford some real run. Give Isaiah Crawford some real run.
Yeah, give like even Devin Carter, and
another
Keelan
one.
Ellis.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
go, if that's what this is going to be, and I know and again, now you run into the roster politics of, well, Zach LaVine's not losing minutes to those guys, and DeMar DeRozan's not losing minutes to those guys. Domantas Sabonis not losing minutes to those guys.
Yeah.
So I understand you've got kind of finite resources in that regard, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing if you're losing a few more games this year, but you're getting minutes for the young players you do have on your roster, the pieces who might be on the team if you're contending in 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, the problem is I mean, we keep saying this, but this team, as it's currently constructed, is not going to be bad enough to be bad, like to get a great draft pick. Like, you're not going to be able to reload with this team.
Understood.
And so that's always going to be the problem. So you're sitting in this really bad spot where you're probably, as of today, a 9, 10, 11, 12 seed in the Western Conference. Like, and if you finished out of even the play-in, that wouldn't be a shock at all. And that's not about coaching. It's not about it's just the roster is weird.
I would rather miss the play-in and let some of the and again, I also understand, I'm not naive to the fact that Domas isn't losing minutes, DeRozan isn't losing minutes, LaVine's not losing minutes, Keegan's not losing minutes. I got it. Like I'm there. But I would so much rather see Isaiah Crawford in the rotation, Isaac Jones in the rotation, and Nick Clifford having a very prominent rotation role, Maxime Reynaud. I would so much rather finish 12th and those guys got real burn and you got a good idea of what they are than finishing 10th or 9th and losing in the first play-in game. And those guys didn't play.
Yeah.
But I don't think the Kings are there. I don't think that's what the Kings want. I don't think that's what you're going to get this year.
Yeah.
But that's the way I would kind of approach this, because I mean, you look, Chris Boucher is out there, but you don't need another big. Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
If you need a point guard, you're going to do the Ben Simmons thing.
But I see Ben Simmons, at least you'd be like, okay, for league minimum deal, I just think that there are going to be better landing spots for a league minimum deal for him. Yeah.
It's just that I think that's it. We just kind of explored it.
Yeah.
What else is out there? And the response is, well, we don't know exactly. There might be a player available. We don't know yet. Okay.
Yeah. Man, it's tough. Like, look, this is a job that when Scott Perry took it over, it came with a list of problems. You know, I think one of the things the Kings aren't doing this offseason, we've heard, is they are not negotiating a new extension for Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really looking at this team 2 years from now, or a year and a half from now, a year from now, and what does it look like then? And can they make the moves they need to make between now and then? Can you get to the deadline and someone says, okay, I'll take on that last like $49 million plus from LaVine, or I'll take on DeMar DeRozan's contract for this year, knowing I can buy him out for $10 million next year.
Mm-hmm.
Like those are things that you might be able to make moves at the deadline. Even Monk, like I know a lot of people are like super upset over the possibility of him being traded, but like look, you still owe Malik Monk 3 years. And when you're not a good team, having a $18 to $20 million 6-man isn't good business. It's just not.
No, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those positions where like when you're a good team, paying a player that does something specific is one thing, but when you reach into the bottom of the Western Conference standings, all of a sudden having players that are basically bonus pieces that make a lot of money, that's just not good business in the NBA.
Real quick, before we get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, SATC there. We'll get to him shortly. Shams Charania reporting the Toronto Raptors and center Jakob Poeltl have agreed to a 4-year, $104 million contract extension. Poeltl is also picking up the 26-27 player option and $19.5 million, and then adds 3 additional years to that deal.
Yeah.
So shout out to the Raptors. Locked in their center. And let's lock in with TC on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. What's going on, TC? Talk me off the ledge, bro.
Hey, man, listen. Hey, I'm just tapping in with the homies. Hammer, Kyle, what's up?
Chilling, bro.
What's going on, man?
Hey, so how I see this, hey, I'm going to stick to that, man. BJ and Perry are silent assassins, bro, and they putting this team together silently, right? It's not on how fast we want to move and how slow we want to move as fans and media. They putting this team together. How I look at that move with Monk was, hey, okay, Detroit, you guys, you want them? We could do a sign and trade, but I'm going to need a first-round pick. Or I'm going to need some type of draft asset. Oh, you don't want to give that to me? Okay, we're going to pull a deal off, and I'm just going to sign him anyway like I was going to do. So I'm fine with that. Now we got a guard, right? We got a point guard for the next couple of years to see where this is going down the line. And where it's going down the line is it's right in front of us, guys. We're staying relevant until all this money can fall off the books because we can't trade these guys. And we're not going to be like, hey, we're going to give you Zach LaVine for 2035 second-round pick. We're not going to do that, bro. So he's like, hey, I'll keep these guys, get me a guard in here, and we'll just keep pushing. We either try to make top 6 until this money falls off the book, and then we'll have a legit team. Perry and BJ are putting this team together, Kyle.
Thanks, TC. Not buying it.
That's nice. That's nice, TC. No.
No, like he might not. This is the thing. This is all opinion.
Yeah.
This is my opinion. I don't know. I'm wrong a lot. Maybe Scott Perry has some move up his sleeve that's going to change the Kings' fortunes. They're a top 6 seed this year, and we're having a great time with it.
Yep.
I could be. TC's opinion is that that's what's going to happen. He might. I don't. That's not my opinion, but he may not be wrong.
Yeah.
But I just. I hear this idea, and I've used this phrase too, of just maintain relevance until you can get the money off the books, until you can trade some of those big deals and trade some of those expiring contracts. Like, what is relevance? TC just said top 6. I'm sorry, you're short of that.
Oh yeah, I don't see that at all.
If you're making a move that gets you into the top 6, you're doing something that's beyond just staying relevant. And is staying relevant battling for the 10 seed? That's not relevance to me. That's playing for an extra game or two. I don't see that as it's just not being the Jazz. And that's just, I don't know, man. I guess I'd rather be fighting for the 10 seed than being the 14, I guess. But I'll go back to what I was just talking about. I'd also rather give a bunch of young dudes burn and see what you've got. So when you do start unloading those contracts, maybe Isaiah Crawford is a legitimate 3-and-D rotation player that can give you 25 minutes a night. Maybe Isaac Jones is a stretch 4 or stretch 5 that can play real minutes for you. But you're not going to know if they don't play, and I don't think they're going to play a lot because the Kings are too busy focused on being relevant.
Yep.
So no. What's the expectation? What's the expectation here?
Well, I can tell you, in all honesty, 40 and 42 is not relevant. You're completely irrelevant. You're completely irrelevant.
That's it.
And so, I mean, that's the problem that they have. And like, look, what they did to add Dennis Schroder, that does not change the fact that they have a bunch of players on this roster that are square pegs and round holes. It doesn't change it. Like I don't care how far down the road we get. Like I don't care if like we're hearing that, Scott Perry like really likes DeMar DeRozan. That transaction in itself does not function on this team.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you get 20 points. Okay, he might win a couple of games. But like the functionality of the team is what's broke.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. It's not, like player X or player Y or the direction or the coach or like they don't fit. And you have done nothing to address the fact that you have a roster that does not fit yet at all.
Mm-hmm.
You have not done anything to address the fact that there are no 6'8", 6'9" players on this team that can bounce back and forth between the 3 and the 4.
Yep.
Like I like Nick Clifford. I think he projects well. He's the 24th pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
You know who else is a 24th pick in the draft? Max and Prosper, Omax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Olivier Maxence Prosper.
Yeah, who the Dallas Mavericks are looking to dump his salary. Like the 24th pick in the draft, like can be a ball player, and it can also not be a ball player.
Mm-hmm.
We have no, and for that matter, the 16th or the 8th pick or the 12th pick, same exact thing. But that's why you don't pin all your hopes to a young player like that. Like the team needs a major remake, and whether they're able to pull that off in one season or by the deadline or by next summer, like I don't know.
Man, I wish I had an answer.
I do too.
But it really sounds like, barring another move, which could very much be in the works, barring another move, it feels very much like this is going to turn into all year talking about the next couple of years.
Yeah.
That's rough. All right, we got to step aside. The handoff. Kenny Caraway's here for the handoff. If anyone is going to inject some positivity into a conversation about the Sacramento Kings, it's Kenny Caraway. He's going to join us next ahead of D'Lo and Casey. Excited to chat with him. I love talking to Kenny. Stick around. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Yeah, we are. I'll be more right back than I was last time.
I never got to my oatmeal.
Oh, dude.
It happens.
Your oatmeal back since Prosper?
Did you see that the Bucks are rescinding their qualifying offer to Ryan Rollins?
Yeah, Glow.
What's going on?
Oh, you know. The sky's falling, Kenny.
Yeah. No, it's like I don't think we're trying to have a negative show. I think we're just having a realistic conversation about where the Kings are one day into free agency and how much work is ahead of them. But it does sound negative. Yeah.
It's me. I'm a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'd even like, you don't have to love Schroder, but you do have to. I mean, he does fit a need that the team had. I'll continue to say I think Malik Monk is a better player, and he's younger. Yeah, But to see the fan reaction last night, just like, oh my gosh. Yeah, Brett Huff makes a good point on Twitter. I'm not going to get worked up over Schroeder's contract, but I am alarmed that Perry's first contract is similar to the overpays he helped hand out to George Hill, Zach Randolph, Vince Carter.
1 minute. I'm going to turn the mic on.
I'm just chilling, Scott Perry do his thing. I said about a week ago, I was like, damn, I wish he was more aggressive, getting stuff, but I'm gonna just let him cook. But at the same time, this is what y'all wanted.
If you're letting,
so y'all need to shut the hell up.
If you're letting him cook, food's raw.
This what y'all wanted. Y'all wanted.
Save this for the air. Save this. Hang on. I just feel like I'm going to really wholeheartedly disagree with you, and I want to make sure we do it on the radio. Please hit the thumbs up if you're in here hanging out with us.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Joe Brazil's over there in a Giants hat. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Kenny Caraway's here in a Twins hat.
Yeah, man. Because the damn Giants can't get no way. I'm going to wear my Giants stuff in a couple days, though, because, they come into town, so I'm going to be ready. I'm going to stick beside them. But these bums can't get anything done right now. Come on, fellas.
These bums can't get anything done right now. Are you talking about the Giants or the Kings front office? Am I right?
Hey-o.
It's been, I don't even want to say it's been negative in here today. It's just the reality of where the Kings are at has been underwhelming, disappointing. It's hard to preach patience.
So I'll ask you a question. What did you want today? What did you want? What would make you happy today?
Today?
Yeah.
Today, I don't know, because they're not. I was under the expectation that when Scott Perry said, "Hey man, there's gonna be we need to find a point guard," that they were gonna go get, because we were talking Trae Young, we were talking John Morant, and then we get told, "Hey, here's Dennis Schroder," and then we get told, "Hey, Dennis Schroder might also cost Malik Monk." And then we find out that's not the case. He gets a 3-year $45. Okay, they trade Jonas Valanciunas. They free up some cap space. And here we are.
So
it feels very much like we're going to go into this year just kind of waiting around until some of these big contracts become more valuable so they can get them off their books. And that's just tough.
I would say this, and I understand that feeling and that sentiment. Remember, I told you about a week ago before the draft, I was like, man, I'm antsy. Like, I want things to happen. That's my mentality. But I would ask you and everybody else that. You're feeling how you feeling. Whose fault is that?
James Ham's.
Okay.
No.
My fault.
No.
But because Scott never told you we were going to get Garland.
No, I understand that.
Young,
no,
that. He just said,
I understand that.
He just said we need a point guard. He didn't say we were going to fix this in 6 months. Nothing. He just laid out.
But here's
how we're going to go about.
He did go on a bunch of podcasts before he took the job and said how much he liked specific point guards and how much he did not like
Zach LaVine.
So
as a player.
But
here's I think what's frustrating is you're taking the patience route and you're going, I'm just going to sit back. I'm going to see what happens. We heard patience and financial flexibility for 3 years while the Kings went backwards. And now in Scott Perry's first year, hey, here comes Scott Perry. He knows everybody. He's going to make these calls and he's going to wheel and deal. And hey, maybe Zach LaVine's contract isn't that bad. People are going to want Domas. Like all this, we hear, DeMar DeRozan's definitely out the door and they're going to get something for him. And all of a sudden, all those guys are coming back and the moves they've made have amounted to patience and financial flexibility, everyone. That's a very, very hard sell for me. And like you said, maybe the moves haven't been there and that's fine. But I'm watching. We said, man, Dame tore his Achilles. Milwaukee's in a bad way. Giannis is going to ask out. And now all of a sudden, Milwaukee has figured out a way to not only get rid of Dame's contract, but they're also signing Myles Turner. I almost said Myers Leonard. That would have been crazy. Myles Turner. You've got Denver, who look like, man, they're kind of on the ropes. They're cooked. They're heading the wrong direction. Can Jokic just kind of drag them along? And all of a sudden, they're trading Michael Porter Jr. and they're getting Cam Johnson back and opening up their mid-level. They're getting Bruce Brown. It's like, oh my God, how is every other team figuring this out? And with the Kings, it's patience. Look at the financial flexibility. It's just like,
to me,
I just don't want to hear that anymore, man. Do something.
To me personally, those two teams, those are moves just to make moves. Like Cam Johnson's cool, but
you get off of Michael Porter Jr.'s contract, which is terrible.
Now, I understand. I understand that. Is Cam Johnson that much better than Michael Porter Jr.?
No, I think he's a little better, and they open up their full mid-level exception with that deal.
Okay,
and we're able to trade for.
And Bruce Brown is cool. Bruce Brown is not Caruso.
Got him at a league minimum deal,
but they got better.
They got substantially better.
Substantially better.
Yes.
They are nowhere,
Yes.
to me personally, and I was wrong on Denver all playoffs.
Mhm.
So take that for what it's worth when I say this.
Sure.
They are nowhere. They are not Houston or OKC. They're not.
They won't be on paper, but the fact they took OKC to 7 with whatever their roster was last year,
that was impressive.
that's super impressive.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I don't think they were that far off.
To be honest with you, I don't know how but I was wrong on Denver the whole time. Like I didn't believe in them the whole time. And you're right. They gave them a hell of a series. But I'm just going to have to see it again because I don't think they're on the level of OKC and Houston. They got better maybe from where they were at, but it's still not championship level.
The other thing, and again, you say whose fault is this? This is on me. I said I would like them to pick a direction. I don't care if it's tanking. I don't care if it's, hey, we're going to go full bore to build around Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis. Those are going to be the two guys, Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis. Like this is going to be the start of this core, and we're going to just really go for it. They've done neither, and it feels like they're just treading water in mediocrity.
Isn't that not treading water in mediocrity, but isn't a direction to be like we're not going to do nothing crazy right now.
No,
like that's not
standing
a direction,
pat.
But that's we're not going to do anything to jeopardize our future. Whether it's financially or with picks. I mean, everybody got a future. Like, regardless of like what you think, everybody got a future. So their future, they got 9 first round picks?
Something like that.
In the first round. So we're not going to jeopardize maybe we're not going to do that just for anything.
Sure.
Like we want to, okay, that's what we got right now. Hopefully we can add. We need to get some second rounders. Hopefully we can do that. But we're not going to put ourselves in a financial situation where we're handcuffed in that respect and not have any assets. And we're going to move along slowly, to your point, but we're going to move along slowly and wait for our right time to make whatever move we see fit, whether it's, hey, let's go get the superstar, or now we can get off these contracts with no type of repercussions.
Like I said, no, I'm sorry, James, I'll let you go here. I understand. Like, I get it. I'm not dense in this particular regard. Like I get the what you're laying out. I also reserve the right to be extremely frustrated by that idea.
Absolutely.
And extremely annoyed that it's another year of, hey, just everybody just hang on. Just everybody wait. It's down the line, but everyone just hanging. Like I said, nobody who's complaining is going to not watch the Kings this year. Nobody's going to not go to games. Nobody's going to burn their Kings jerseys over this. Nobody's asking for Scott Perry to be fired. But I think there's a certain level of frustration that comes with watching a team that preached patience the entire time. They went from 48 to 46 to 40 wins. And now it's hang on, more patience, more of that, please. Like,
so all
right, man.
Real quick, I'm asking you, but I want James to be able to
please.
talk too. Because that's what the previous group did, should Scott Perry do something crazy just so he's not like them?
No, absolutely not.
You know so
I don't think.
I don't think. In patience,
but
then that's what he should do.
I'm just gonna like. You want to establish an identity, right? That's what we're talking about. You want to replace the head of the snake, which was De'Aaron Fox. you just picked up a guy who's on his 10th team in 13 years. He is neither an identity piece or a head of the snake. He's a player. And I'm not saying that Dennis Schroeder's a bad player, but he is not a cultural changing identity piece, because if he was, he wouldn't be on his 10th team in 13 years. So if that's the idea, is to like forget the names, forget all the pieces, it's to create an identity and to find players that will push that identity forward. It's really difficult to see how Dennis Schroeder fits into that, and how moving on from potentially moving on from Malik Monk does that, and how not moving on from other players that don't fit your system or what you're trying to do furthers this idea of building an identity. Because to me, I understand building an identity, but one thing you can't do is wait 2 or 3 years to build the identity. The identity has to start now. That's what has to start now. The players can change, the pieces can change, but the identity pieces have to be bold and strong enough to be what you build your franchise around. And as of right now, I don't know who that is, because like Domantas Sabonis can be an identity piece. Keegan Murray has never taken that step as a personality to be an identity piece, but I get it. Keon Ellis, you probably burned a bridge, and when you decided not to give him to opt out and give him a contract. So like, who is your identity and what is your identity pieces? And what it can't be is like, hey, the 24th pick in the draft is one of our identity pieces. Like, okay, that's if he makes it. If he makes it 2 seasons in.
Yeah.
And so I get the idea, but you have to show me what the identity is, because as of right now, that is where I'm getting lost. It's like, okay, who are you moving forward? Because what you really look like is a bunch of people who are looked at as expiring contracts in a year. That's what you're looking at.
Yeah.
So what if that person isn't available? What do? Do you just go do something crazy? Like just because people want you to do something different. If the person that you're looking, let's just for example, if I'm just throwing out a name, if they think Jalen Brunson is the type of person that you would build around and be your identity piece, if that person isn't available this summer, what do you do? What do you do?
Well, we're about to see it, but that just happened.
We're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out, because that just happened.
It's less. I saw somebody say Kyle has to remember that it wasn't Scott Perry who did this. I get it. Like he picked up a terrible hand, but at the same time, I get frustrated by the traffic at the 5 to 80 junction on the way home.
That's worse than Scott Perry. No, that is damn ridiculous.
It's a good point. But like, I get frustrated by that, but I know it's there. Like, that doesn't mean I'm not going to be annoyed while I'm sitting there behind a big rig doing 4 miles an hour. Like, that's kind of what this is. Like, it's frustrating. It's annoying. I understand, like, wait a couple of years. Okay, cool. But we had so much hope that, okay, Scott Perry's going to change. It's going to be aggressive. It's going to be so different. And, whether the moves are there or not, whether the moves are available or not, this feels super disappointing.
Yeah, I get it. I wanted
to this point, there could be huge moves coming. I don't know.
I'm dying on the hill. I could be completely wrong. I wanted him to make the deal for Trae Young. Like, apparently that was available. He decided he didn't want to do that. That's the move I would have done.
Absolutely.
But
all right, we gotta go. Joe's yelling at me. That's James. I'm Kyle. D'Lo and KC coming up next. Trysta Tuesday. Jason Jones today. Yep. Should be a ton of fun. Noon to 4. They'll have every little bit of news that breaks. They'll be breaking it all down for you right here on ESPN 1320. D'Lo and Casey next. For Joe Brazil and James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Until tomorrow at 10. Drink water. Be nice, people. Chatty House, really great show today. Really appreciate you guys. D'Lo and Casey is going to be a lot of fun. Thank you, Joe.
Of course.
Good to have you back.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Enjoy D'Lo and Casey, you guys.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Y'all want to do today, huh?
We talking today, baby.
What's good?
We talking today.
What's good? We here on the first day of July.
Yeah, man.
Steelo and KC. I'm Demi Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of
A lot of people asking.
What are you doing with him?
Well,
That's a fair question.
yeah, a lot of people asking. We're going to have some difficult conversations today. Some difficult conversations. Because I accidentally left Kenny unblocked on Twitter for like 2 weeks now.
Keep it there. Keep it there.
Yeah, I might do it. Especially.
It's always weird when you come back to Twitter too, by the way.
It's
It's like, oh, there's Damian.
have to check to make sure it's not a fake account.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, he's you download the app today.
I'll tweet a couple of times a year. Free agency, trade deadline, and maybe one other miscellaneous time. But last night, I thought let's also be clear. Jake Fisher is our man.
Mm-hmm.
That is our guy. He was on the show with us last week. Jake Fisher is our dude. Matt George has been all over this sign and trade. He had the Locked On Kings podcast posted before Jake Fisher posted his tweet about signing trades and so on and so forth. And Matt had been working on this all day long. So I knew when the podcast went up, I was like, I'm gonna have like Matt's back. I'm trying to help him inquire, maybe close some loopholes. Maybe if he can break this story, like great. I have been unable to help him. We've been able to find out a variety of different things, but not what we were looking for. So I started tweeting about Malik. If you've been listening to this show for the last few weeks, you know that Kenny and I are of the belief that Malik Monk is probably gone. There's probably I believe there are a variety of different reasons for why Malik might not be with the Sacramento Kings when this year starts. We also said that's going to upset a lot of people. We know, just as he is in this room, Malik Monk is extremely popular. Mm-hmm. He is the guy. When I tweeted my thoughts on Malik and where he might be with the organization, the amount of heart and soul comments I got, the amount of this guy cares. It's great to have a guy that cares. It's great to have a guy that has heart and soul. That led you to 40 wins last year. Now, you can bitch and complain about the construction of this roster and how that hindered Malik, and there's probably a lot of validity to what you're saying. Maybe his role changed with DeMar DeRozan here. It changed with Zach LaVine here. It certainly changed with De'Aaron Fox not here. That's the hand he was dealt. If this organization, meaning this front office, just went through a change, felt like he could contribute to this team, there'd be no discussion about Malik Monk potentially being on the trade market. There would be no discussion about signing trades. There would be no wondering about his future. Also, for the record, because I've been challenged on this, one team made a serious offer to Malik Monk last year. One. It was the Detroit Pistons. That does not mean it was the only team that made him an offer, but an offer that was of the caliber of what Sacramento was offering. There was one, and it was Detroit. It was not Golden State. It was not Dallas, and it sure as hell wasn't Orlando. One team. It was the Detroit Pistons. Money dried up, dog. That is a direct quote from Malik Monk. So we can do this pizza guy thing. We can do this. He took less. We could do all of that stuff. But the reality is, 1 year ago when he was a free agent, the market was not there for Malik Monk. It was here in Sacramento. It was nowhere else except for Detroit. This year, there appears to be no market for Malik Monk. And there's mounting evidence that now includes Detroit. I don't know if there was a sign and trade in place. I don't know if the Sacramento Kings are going to work the next 5 days to get a sign and trade in place. But there is a reason Fred Katz knew that Dennis Schroder was signing with the Sacramento Kings, and there was a reason that news wasn't reported for an entire day later. The Sacramento Kings are still attempting to work on something. We believe it involves Detroit. Whether it happens or not, I can't help you. I do not know. If I did, I'd freaking tell you. But I do not think Malik Monk is going to be a Sacramento King next season.
Man, look, I don't know. I should take this back. There are new listeners, right?
Salute.
We don't have the same listeners that we had, we got more listeners than we had 3 years ago or whatever. I got to re-explain myself or reintroduce myself.
Welcome to all of you. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is
Casey. A lot of people that maybe saw what I was tweeting last night, and I was just having conversations with people. That's all.
That's it.
Heard some of the things I had to say or whatever. Maybe you're not familiar. Maybe you are familiar and you forgot. But who was the one 3 years ago that was saying, get Malik Monk here to Sacramento, please?
Yeah.
Who was the one, and I don't get everything right, but I got this right. They signed him to the 2-year deal. I said, I'm going to lay out what's going to happen.
Yep.
After that second year, we are going to be scared to death that we're going to lose this man because he's about to come here and ball the hell out.
Yeah.
You will not find a more long-time, bigger Malik Monk fan than myself. I love his game. I've loved watching him play basketball since the first time I seen him in Kentucky. I think it might have been their Midnight Madness. Big-time believer in his game. We're telling you, not off of speculation, off of intel, that the market isn't what you guys think it is for him. And I said last night, I disagree with the market. I disagree with the rest of the NBA. I think Malik Monk can be this top flight guard or something like that. I think he's got all the talent in the world. But guess what? What I think doesn't matter. I think my home should be worth $4 million. Does that matter?
Why so little? We know that this guy.
Will you stop it?
Worth more than that.
Does that matter if nobody's going to pay $4 million for my home? And they're like, nah, you can get this amount for your home. That's all that matters.
That's the old James Ham analogy.
We are just telling you what we're hearing, multiple different sources, multiple levels of intel.
That's not a matter of what we want either. It's a matter of what we're facing. And the fact that this position group, the backcourt, is just flooded with players right now. The fact that they might not be done adding players to the backcourt is like, yo, you've said it before the Kings acquired anyone, they're going to have to move someone. The number one name, look, it started to feel like a couple of weeks ago, we posed the question live on this show with, I'll speak for myself. No one called us. There was no source. There was no intel. There was no nothing. I want to be honest with you. You want to pull back the curtain? We were killing some goddamn time is what we were doing. When we asked the question, are we sure DeMar DeRozan had, are we sure? Let's walk through this a little bit. And we walked through.
We've said that a lot, to be honest with you, for a while.
Yeah, no, for sure.
We've brought that up randomly.
But it came up, but when we really dove into it 2 weeks ago, where it was like, it was almost like we were live in an impromptu conversation, talking ourselves out of it. Then calls start coming. And it's like, oh, there's validity to that random thought we had. Okay. So if DeMar's not out, and you're probably not moving Zach LaVine. You start doing a process of elimination as to who the Sacramento. I believe they want Keon Ellis to be a part of this team moving forward.
Mhm.
I know everyone is on edge about the option and all that. I believe they want Keon here long term. But it's, it's Devin Carter or it's Malik Monk. And we were like, it's Devin Carter.
Mhm.
Easy. Guess what? That was the sound of the phone ringing for Devin Carter. Did y'all hear that? Y'all heard it, right?
One more time.
Okay. This is the sound of the phone ringing for Devin Carter.
Got it.
Yeah. You can clip that. It's now you have potentially two guys who you're trying to move and can't. And I have go ahead, Jesse.
So are you just trying to, if they have him on the market, we just accept you're just dumping Malik Monk at this point then?
It's a great question. Are you dumping Malik Monk or do you just go? Because I'm absolutely not of the belief you have to trade Malik. I don't know how you're going to navigate this backcourt.
Yeah.
I don't hate trading Malik. If that's what you have to do, fine. I hate trading him for a player that you could already have in Dennis Schroder. I didn't get that at all yesterday. If you had to trade Malik, that's fine. Great. But
so there's a financial reason for it. There was a financial reason for the sign and trade to involve Malik Monk. It's that if you were doing the sign and trade with Malik and Dennis Schroder was a part of that 3 years, 45 comes back as part of a trade, you still have the mid-level exception, which means you have $15 million to go spend on someone, or as James points out all the time, someone's.
They were still able to do that to the Valanciunas trade, though, right?
One more time?
They were able to do that through the Valanciunas trade, though? That cleared up more money?
So that did clear up. That did clear up money,
And
$10 million, I think.
And it's unclear whether or not they're using the mid-levels. They have the $14 million one. They've got the Kevin Huerter $16 million one.
They have the trade exception.
Yeah, the trade exception, excuse me. And it's I haven't heard any other reports about whether they're using one of those or just outright cap space.
Look, man, we're here to talk. We're here to get uncomfortable. We're not here to say the things that you want to hear. This team is in a tough spot. Any Kings fan that is pissed off or frustrated, I understand. We're going to talk through this as best we can for the next 4 hours. The phone lines are open. You could tell us both to go to hell if you want to. That's perfectly fine. We might. We got a double button. We might tell you worse. 916-909-1320 is Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, where the Sacramento Kings are gambling right now on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh man. Eric B. Maybe I misspoke, but I'm thinking the first apron. So I think they're over the luxury tag, but I think they were after with the Keon extension option. They were like 18 million under. I think the first apron is what I said. And that was before Valanciunas. So with that, saving $5 million there.
Small Ball Podcast. I'm going to give you some shine here on our platform, man. Salute. If that's a real podcast, man, keep up the great work. You got the logo in there. Tell me more about tanking.
Come on, man. That's so lazy. If you
tell me more. No, let him live.
That's so lazy.
No. I'm giving him a chance. Tell me more. Tell me more about how you can build a sustainable winner by tanking. And more importantly, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. or Mrs. Small Ball Podcast, tell me who it's worked for. And please, for the love of God, don't say the Oklahoma City Thunder because I don't want to talk down to you. So tell me who it's worked for. And tell me how this works for Sacramento. Tell me how this works for Sacramento. Should have brought that on the air. God damn it. We're good. We'll bring it back.
Yeah, bring it back. Like I said, we'll talk about
David, that's possible. I just don't know how coveted Malik is by contenders. But you're right. Someone gets injured. Yeah, you need a score. Maybe that's what you do. Cam, I don't know, man. Is it as many as you need, bro? As many as you need.
The other thing with that is also, like I said, they trying to win basketball games.
Not to break kayfabe. Yes, it was a joke.
What, did something new happen?
Carmichael Dave is not responsible for Keegan Murray not getting an extension. Someone tagged, like all of us, you're on it, in a bunch of tweets about why Keegan Murray hasn't gotten an extension. And someone's like, how comes no one's talking about this? I was like, we talked about it for 40 minutes yesterday. And Dave was like, well, Damian talked about it for 40 minutes. I'm going to need 40 more. So I replied to Dave, why don't you tell everyone it's your fault? And he wrote, that was between us, dude. And it was a joke.
Real chill. You say Houston and San Antonio. Houston tanked to get who? Jabari and
there's a huge
Jalen Green that they just traded.
Yeah,
and they won what?
We'll address that, Tyler. Where'd my man?
No,
thank you, Cole.
It gets even crazier when you really dive into that thing, man.
So that's a fam. Hey.
Hey. No. We've already gone to another play. No.
What is this?
Hell no. We've already gone to another play.
I was in the process of just getting us back from break. What did he say?
I got you. I'm the umpire.
You don't have anything.
Then repeat what you said.
What did you say? No, hold on. We're freezing the show right now. The show is frozen. We're talking Kings of nothing. What did you say?
We're 3 plays later.
No, we're not.
It wasn't 3 plays.
No, I can say it because we're 3 plays later.
Yep.
You can't charge me on that one.
Go ahead. Come on with it.
I said it gets even crazier when you dive into that thing. No, there is no flag.
We went back and reviewed it. His foot was on the line. It was a 3 or it was a 2, not a 3. It's a flag. You can do it in the NBA. We can do that here in my league. It's a flag.
It's literally our league.
Flag,
we can do what we want.
That is trash, bro. Oh, this is whack, man.
All right, show's on frozen.
All right, we're here. Let's just go to what we were talking about during the commercial break. Where is my man? Here, I told him I wanted to show him. They haven't responded yet, but there's someone called Small Ball Podcast listening to the show. He said, why can't Perry just realize the path to building a sustainable winner in SAC is by tanking? So before I don't want it to feel like we're picking on Small Ball Podcast, because I'll tell you this straight up. This question came to a group text message, like a friend group text message that Kenny and I are on. And I'll tell you the same thing I told y'all know it was Kamara. I'll tell you the same thing we told Kamara. Tanking does not work. You cannot name a single team that has tanked and has been successful. Not one. If your mission is to get back to exactly where you were before you started tanking, salute to the Philadelphia 76ers. You did it. Mm-hmm. Do not try to convince yourself that the Oklahoma City Thunder tanked. That is not what they did. They managed their assets in the most beautiful way when they had Paul George held like it was a Money in the Bank ladder match over the Los Angeles Clippers. And they were desperate to land Kawhi Leonard. I think there is zero chance Kawhi Leonard was ever signing with the Los Angeles Lakers, but the Clippers didn't know that. They gave up everything to pair Paul George with Kawhi Leonard, and that includes Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. At no point did they tank. At no point did they not attempt to win games. Did they have a great basketball team in totality? No, they didn't. But what did they go on to do? They got Chris Paul. They went on to do a variety of different things to help get to the moment that was last year, which of course led to the moment that they're at right now. That is not tanking. That is managing your roster in the most effective way possible. You want to talk about tanking? Is Utah tanking? Because they suck. They suck. They're directionless, and they tanked on a hope and a prayer for Cooper effing Flag, and it failed. Dallas made the goddamn play-in when we thought they were done. Did they tank? No. What did they get out of the deal? They got Cooper Flag. Tell me more how tanking builds a sustainable winner. Managing your assets builds a sustainable winner. Let's start there. I'm sorry. No, go ahead, because I feel like you might just pick up where I'm leaving off. Go ahead.
You got securing the bag that says they sat SGA for 2 or 3 years. That's because they had SGA, right? So they had a guy that, oh, this is a foundational piece. They already had that. Number 2, the other thing about that is they were able to get a guy that they targeted as a guy that, we want this guy. They probably didn't know he was going to be an MVP. I'm not going to say that. But they were able to target a guy like that because you can make whatever jokes you want about Paul George today and, all this other stuff and playoff P and all this other. That's fine. He was a top 5 MVP candidate in the league when he was traded from OKC. In the league. That's how they were able to get all those picks and SGA because he was a top 5 MVP candidate at that time. Domantas Sabonis isn't that. Zach LaVine is not that. DeMar DeRozan is not that. So thinking that you can do what OKC did and everything be fine, that's a whole nother thing. And here's the other thing. Are you going to stay on OKC? Because I got one more thing to say about OKC.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, go ahead.
You got SGA, who was the 11th pick and got from in a trade. The 11th pick got in a trade for Paul George. What draft pick was Jalen Williams?
Was it 16?
I think it was 16.
16, 17.
What draft pick was Lou Dort?
Out of the lottery.
Undrafted.
Undrafted.
What about Caruso? Did you draft him? Did you tank for Caruso?
No. I don't think so. That'd be
you got Chet at 2.
Strategy. Yeah.
You got Chet at 2. So that was tank, I guess, or whatever the case may be.
Or not being good.
That too. That too. And I'll even give you this. You got Giddey, and that allowed you to get Caruso. Was that a tank situation as well, or was it just not being good?
It's almost as if maybe drafting properly leads to your team functioning well. I just pointed, like, this is what Securing the Bagley does, and we love our brother. He says Utah is going to be better than the Kings. Salute. You can have that one. That is your death take right there. Next to your screen name, that's your death take. But you can keep that one. Let's go to David Lopez. It's our brother right here, the other D-Lo on the show. So why not follow the OKC model and trade your core players for picks and just run a trash lineup? LaVine and DeMar and Sabonis won't win games. So let's dissect what David Lopez is talking about right here. LaVine, DeMar, and Sabonis versus OKC Russell Westbrook and Paul George. Let me try that again. Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Domantas Sabonis versus OKC Russell Westbrook and Paul George. Between LaVine, DeMar, and Domas, all 3 of them together, you can probably land 1 first-round pick, and it would be for Domas. You're not getting one from DeMar. You sure as hell are not getting one for Zach LaVine. And I'm sorry to tell you this uncomfortable reality. As frustrating as it might be with the way that the Sacramento Kings handled the De'Aaron Fox situation, and it is perfectly fine if you're upset with the way that they handled it and they settled on Zach LaVine. If you think the idea should have been wait for the offseason, you're probably right. If the idea should have been you only work with San Antonio and you make them trade for it, great. If you think you were netting a multiple first-round pick trade for De'Aaron Fox, you're sorely, sorely mistaken. This isn't hate. I have no venom to that brother whatsoever. The league watches the league. They see everything you have ever been frustrated about with De'Aaron Fox. They all see it. If you think there would have been this massive, robust market for De'Aaron Fox where there would have been a bidding war, unlike anything we've ever seen in Sacramento, you're dead wrong. Could you have netted a first-round pick? Absolutely. I think they did net a first-round pick. Could you have netted 2? Maybe if there were really 2 teams interested. Between Russell Westbrook and Paul George, you got like 8. And you got Shea. That OKC model isn't realistic unless Victor Wembanyama gets drafted by San Antonio and says, I'm just staying in France unless you go trade for De'Aaron Fox. That's what happened. That's what happened in Oklahoma City. That's the only way De'Aaron Fox would have netted you anything near what Shea Gilgeous-Alexander with that trade, with the Paul George trade, netted for Oklahoma City. Wemby says, I'm staying in France unless you go get De'Aaron Fox. Then you make off like a bandit. Outside of that, you were just going to kind of get what you got.
The year before OKC traded Paul George averaged, this was him on Oklahoma City. So this year, and then they traded him that offseason. Paul George averaged 28 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists. He was 3rd in MVP voting. He was 3rd in Defensive Player of the Year. He was an all-star. He was all-NBA first team. He was all-NBA defense first team. That's why you could ask for what OKC asked for. We'll even go a step further. You talk about Russell Westbrook. The years, I could go more, but let's go 4 years. The 4 years before the Oklahoma City Thunder traded Russell Westbrook, he was 4th in MVP voting, an all-star, all-NBA second team, 4th in MVP voting, an all-star, all-NBA first team, the MVP, an all-star, all-NBA first team, 5th in MVP, an all-star, all-NBA second team, 10th in MVP voting, an all-star, all-NBA third team. That's why you could ask for what you asked for Russell Westbrook. Those are the resumes we're talking about. I got no disrespect for these guys, and obviously I like them a lot more than other people, but we're not talking about Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. We're not even talking about Domantas Sabonis, who was able to muster up in the last 2 years 8th place finish in MVP voting and a 7th place finish. We are talking about when they were traded, 2 of the top 10 players in the game. That's why you can't do the OKC model. You don't have those players to get that type of return. Period.
Let's look at a couple of things here, because this Big John Poles asked, so Desmond Bane had a bigger market than Fox. I don't know that he had a bigger market. I want to go to Cam, too. Cam says that Bane haul trips me out. I don't know that Desmond Bane had a bigger market. Desmond Bane had a team that was desperate to land a player with his skill set, so they gave up the assets that they believed they needed to acquire him. Orlando thinks this is the guy that puts us on a different level. We outlined this with Indiana and Pascal Siakam. They spent that $200-some-odd million on Pascal Siakam because this is the guy to pair with Tyrese Halliburton who's going to take us to a different level. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. This is our duo. This is who we're riding with. Orlando made the decision. This is our guy. This is who we're going with. No team felt that way about De'Aaron, because if they did, no matter how badly Vivek, Monty, anyone in that circle wanted Zach LaVine, and I do believe it was Vivek, they would have stopped and said, wait a minute. This team is offering what we'll just call now, even though it didn't happen, the Desmond Bane return. No one is saying no to that. No one felt that way. Absolutely no one. Now, there's multiple reasons for it. One, no one will call a player's punt card, or not a player, it's not on De'Aaron. No one will call an agent's punt card. They won't. Oh, we're not going to re-sign there, the old Rich Paul line. No, man, he's going to come in. He's going to work his ass off. He's just not going to re-sign with you. Now, people take that as he's not going to re-sign with you ever. Like that's what Rich Paul was saying about Anthony Davis. That's not what he was saying. He's saying he's not going to sign with you before he hits free agency. Look at the Lakers. He didn't re-sign with the Lakers until he hit free agency. That is a financial move. But the financial move changes if you sign with the team that you're on versus moving to a new team. Maybe this is why I can't have a basketball team. Because I'd be like, yeah, go ahead. Walk away from the 50 million or 40 million or whatever it is. Go ahead. Walk away. I'm going to use your talents to help my team try to win a championship this year. Mm-hmm. If you decide after whatever we do, you want to leave, hey, salute. Good riddance. This isn't going to be a sign and trade. I'm not going to help you net what you want. If you don't want to play here, you can leave. But we're doing what OKC did. And we're going to take this risk and we're going to go sign Paul George. And it worked out for them. He re-signed, partied with Russell Westbrook, and then dipped. Out of here. And if he hadn't dipped, the Oklahoma City Thunder would not be the champions. Masai Ujiri, God rest his soul, not dead, just unemployed. He said, no, we've kind of hit our ceiling with DeMar and Kyle Lowry. We're going to make this move for Kawhi Leonard. We're going to do everything we can to re-sign him, but we think we can win a championship with him. We were a 60-win basketball team. We believe Kawhi is better than DeMar. We believe he can put us over the top. I don't care what happened. I don't care if you fire Masai Ujiri 10 years later. That man took that risk and won a title.
Okay. That's a great point because that was something else I was going to get to, right? Because they always talk about how tanking is the only way to a sustainable winner, right? Well, let's look at the winners the last 10 years. And let's find out how many of them tanked to get to that point. 2015, the Warriors, did they tank?
2015, they did not.
2016, Cleveland Cavaliers, did they tank?
No, they were just bad prior to LeBron's arrival.
2017 Warriors, did they tank?
Yes, they tanked to get Kevin Durant.
2018 Warriors, did they tank?
They did not.
Okay. 2019 Raptors, did they tank?
They were a 60-win team the year prior.
2020 Lakers, did they tank?
No, but that one doesn't count.
2021
Alex
Bucks.
Caruso even said so. No.
2021 Bucks.
2021 Bucks went through it. No.
2022 Warriors, did they tank?
Well, no, but
they didn't even use those players.
They didn't. They just fell face first into the Larry O'Brien.
Yeah,
salute.
you can skip that one.
Yeah, congratulations.
2023 Nuggets, did they tank?
Oh, they did not. They stuck with it and won a title.
2024 Celtics, did they tank?
I got this one. No.
2025 Thunder. I'll even be nice because we dispelled that, but I'll be nice and said they tanked. One of the last 10 champions tanked. One. So here's the thing that I always have an issue with Small Ball Podcasts and David Lopez and all this other stuff. If you believe
you say their names in a way that makes it sound like you want to fight them. I try to say their names in a loving way. Like, oh, my man David Lopez, Small Ball Podcast. But you sound like Bing Rames and Baby Boy when you're talking.
Guns and butter.
Mm-hmm.
Guns and butter. Securing the Bagley, I'll talk to you too. If you believe tanking is the way to go, I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong for that thinking. I'm really not. We outlined some stuff and we had a debate class but if that's what you feel, fine.
Mm-hmm.
What you can't tell me, and this is where we go back and forth and we talk about it. What you can't tell me is that is the way to win. Because that's not true. That's false.
I saw someone bring up, I don't think I started, so I didn't. So apologies for not giving the recognition to someone. Someone asked, the Pistons tanked, right? And they're in a good spot. I don't think the Pistons tanked. I think they were bad. They landed Cade. He developed. Now, let's go back to the beginning of last year. They were the surprise of the league. Nobody expected them to do that. People this time last year laughed at them because they had available cap space that they couldn't use on Malik Monk, the lone team that went after Malik Monk. and used it on Tobias Harris. People laughed at that. They weren't laughing at the end of the year when that team was playing the way that they were. JB Bickerstaff, the perpetual interim coach, took that team, a job nobody wanted. Don't act like this was a plan. Nobody saw this happening with Detroit. The question is, and this is where I'm on a wait and see approach. I love what Detroit did last year. I'm also completely unsure how they did it. No shade whatsoever at JB Bickerstaff. He just always, that wasn't a coveted job. It doesn't appear to be a job anyone wanted. And he took it coming off of the run in Cleveland, and he killed it. How are you going to follow that up? Because everyone's talking about Detroit. Oh, the Pistons are going to be this. The Pistons are going to be that. Man, I remember 2 years ago when the Kings lost that 7-game series, what they were saying about the Kings after that. And how did it go? What's Detroit doing right now? What did they do last week? What are they doing right now? And how is that going to sustain them through an Eastern Conference? Hey, Atlanta's working. Whether it works or not remains to be seen. But they're trying. Like, they're trying to put Trey ain't going nowhere. They're trying to put players around Trey. We ain't even got to what is going on in Milwaukee yet. Celtics, with or without Jason Tatum, is a good basketball team. The Knicks, once they hire Mike Brown or whatever they're going to do, they're going to be a good basketball team. Okay. I'm going to take a wait and see approach with Detroit before you tell me that they had this big turnaround that worked crazy.
That's fair.
And Paul makes Paul, my man, Paul. Go ahead. I'll put it on the screen and you say it.
I got him because this is the other problem that I have when I talk.
Yep.
You can't tell me both things.
Yep.
You can't tell me two things. So we have all agreed, Jesse, Kyle, everybody's, that the Kings were on to something with Beam Team 1. They loved Beam Team 1. This was it. We found it. 17 years. We finally got it right. We got the right coach. Everything is good. We have Fox. We have Domas. We have Keegan. We have Herder. We have Monk. We have all these guys, right? Did they tank to get that? Did the Kings tank to get that team?
Oh, no, they were just bad for a decade and a half.
Even the players that they acquired. Did they tank to get those players? No. So when you can't look at that team and be like, we missed out on something, we had something cooking and everything, all this other stuff, and then tell me tanking is the only way to get better.
That's not what I thought you were going to say at all.
I can tell because you didn't put it up there.
It's not even close.
What'd you think he was going to say?
Detroit has a guy.
Well, that's a whole nother thing.
Detroit has a guy. That is a massive difference between Detroit, Sacramento. You talk like we're talking Utah. Who's that? Is it maybe it's Ace? Maybe. Detroit has a guy in Cade Cunningham. Sacramento Kings do not. They do not have a guy. They got guys. They got bros, brodies,
fellas.
They don't have a guy, a dude, the one. They do not have that. And they never did.
No. Now, and then here goes the revisionist history. Now, all of a sudden, we did tank for De'Aaron Fox. I thought we never tanked. I thought the Kings have never tanked. I thought if Vivek would just get out the way and let this team tank, then everything will be all right. But now, when I got you, when I got your argument on life support, oh, now they tank for Fox, who was the top 5 pick. Once again, you said it a number of different times. You guys don't know the difference between tanking and just being naturally bad, just not being good. Did they tank the next year when they got Bagley and had the opportunity to draft Luka and they didn't?
Well,
matter of fact,
you could make the argument they didn't put forth the best effort that year.
Oh, that's dead wrong. Do we
No?
remember what that summer was?
That was the George Hill, Vince Carter summer. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
They
then
were
what?
trying to-
But then what
Well,
happened?
no, I'm talking about that summer.
Yeah.
They weren't to tank. You draft Fox, you sign those guys. If you were tanking, you would draft Fox and not sign anybody and try to be bad the next day. They lucked into the number 2 pick.
They did, but they also pulled the plug on those guys halfway through the season.
They did. But I'm just talking about going.
No,
into
I
that
got you.
season.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking
yeah. They didn't think they were going to be that bad.
That's my point.
They didn't think they were going to be
That's my
bad.
point.
And when they realized they were, that's why I never understand why Kings fans are upset with George Hill. George Hill was
Well, he was a bit of a jerk about it.
He might have been, but it's hey man, no, we're not you're gonna come here and compete. We're trying to win games. Look, we got Vince, we got Zebo coming in. You get it wasn't even 41 games into the season where they pulled those guys Garrett Temple aside, like, hey man, we're gonna change our approach here. And I remember Garrett Temple was not quiet about this. He said this on the radio show I was on at the time. I didn't expect this. None of us did. Then they had a series of injuries take place where guys like George, I think they wound up trading George Hill, but Garrett Temple, some of these guys had to play, I think, a little bit more than they anticipated, but it was dead at that time.
And forgive me if I'm getting my years incorrect, but even when they decided to ship those guys off, weren't they still slated to draft 9 or 10? Or was it even they jumped?
Oh, they jumped. Yeah, they jumped.
By the luck of the ping pong balls.
I can't remember if it was 8 or 10, but they jumped from one of those numbers to get to 2. Yeah. I think it was Chicago they jumped.
Yeah, you guys are making it like let's just be bad and have 25 wins.
No.
That's not how they got to 2.
Yeah.
It's not how they got to 2.
And they got it wrong. That's the other part of all of this. We'll dive into it. Hey, we're family. We're going to get through this. Nothing of note is happening. If it does,
we'll let you know.
We'll pass it along to you. But we've got a lot to talk about as it relates to the Kings and a lot to talk about as it pertains to the rest of the league as well. It's D'Lo and KC. We're brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino.
Paul, to be honest with you, you got to get lucky. I'm not even going to lie to you. You got to get lucky. We did this study a couple years ago, and we can bring it back. We can update it every year just to check on it, see where it's at. But I took the 24 All-Stars, the 24 All-Star players from like 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
They're all over the draft. There is as many second rounders that are All-Stars as there was number 1 overall picks. There are many late teens All-Stars as there are lottery picks. It's not sexy, it's not scientific or nothing like that, but you got to get lucky.
It's tough to tank too when there's no market for the guys they're trying to move off of.
Yeah, that's the other aspect of it.
You got to build assets if you're going to do that. If you can only get 1 first for Domas or just whatever, I don't even know if you could get anything for Zach LaVine at this point.
Let me do. Let me do a quick look. Of the 4, because this is what's in front of me right now, the top 4 MVP votes this year. Only one of them is in the top 5. And that's Jason Tatum.
Shout out.
Giannis was 16, something like that. Obviously, Jokic was second rounder. SGA was 11. I don't think anybody says tank to get to the 11th spot. I'll do a quick look while we're here. And off the top of my head, let's talk about let's broaden it out a little bit and go NBA playoffs. Oh, wow. I'm thinking of the guys. The number one guys, these are the guys that you talk about, top 6 seeds in the Eastern Conference. Only one of them were number 1 picks. That's Cade. Only 2 of them were top 5 picks. That's Cade and Tatum.
Let's open the phone lines. 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. I know people got some feelings. If anything happens, it is quiet.
No,
period.
Once again, I want to reiterate how I'll speak for myself here. Tanking is fine. If that's what you want to do, fine. But don't tell me that that's the only way to win. Because now you're just being lazy. You're just being lazy. If anything, Damian, you've talked about it before. We've broken it. That might be the least effective way. What the hell? We just named out all the NBA champions over the last 10 years. One of them you would consider a team that tanked. 1 out of 10. That's probably the least effective way to get it done. We talked about the final 4 of this year's NBA playoffs. I gave you OKC. The other 3 teams tanked. I can't say Minnesota tanked to get Anthony Edwards because they already had Cat on the team and Andrew Wiggins and all those other guys. They just weren't good. The Knicks didn't tank. The Pacers didn't tank. And that's all I say is don't tell me. This is the only time you get pushback from me. Don't tell me that's the only way to get better. That's lazy.
Mm-hmm.
That is absolutely lazy because there are different ways to get better as an organization and different examples of that all around the NBA. You can't even tell me it's the highest percentage way. Because like I said, we just went through the NBA championships. You got a 10% chance at best of tanking and winning an NBA championship. So that's my whole thing. If that's your philosophy and you want to make a move that way, cool. That's fine. Just don't tell me that's the only way to get it done. Because I disagree.
Yeah. It's not the only way to get it done. In fact, it's not even a proven way to get it done. I see because of I mean, not that fans don't know this term. They certainly do. It's been around. It's been a thing. But the Dame Lillard news today has everyone talking about just wave and stretch.
That is, I'm not. I'm just, that's just crazy.
I don't think you want to do that. I get it. I understand. It's in the news. It is not worth doing that at all. Dame Lillard is not playing all of next season. Zach LaVine's money is gone at the end of next season, and you can all rest peacefully. DeMar DeRozan's contract after this year is that partial guarantee, and it means absolutely nothing. You can all rest easily. The fact is, this team is stuck in this kind of bizarre state of it's like, what was Monty's line was like, maintain and improve. Mm-hmm. Scott Perry for the next couple of years might have to live by survive and figure it out.
Put it on the shirt.
Because like you have, we've said this repeatedly. This team isn't awful. They're not a championship contender, but they're not awful. They are kind of stuck in the middle. You don't lose by 30 at home to Dallas. Maybe this conversation is different, but they did. You finish top 6. It's certainly not a conversation, but it's just they're just stuck in this bizarre state of you tank. They're too good. They're too good to tank as a unit. They don't have good enough parts to break apart and get the assets you need to tank effectively. Which leads us to the next thing. We'll get to the phone lines in 2 seconds. There is no point in tanking if you're going to draft the wrong players. None. Davion was a draft pick. He ain't here no more. You can go all the way back to Luka Doncic if you want to. You can run through the variety of times that the Sacramento Kings have missed on a draft pick. They ain't got nothing to do with Scott Perry. Absolutely nothing. Scott Perry landed Emmanuel quick. Scott Perry, his history shows us he sees talent. I've got questions. If Trae Young was truly on the market and he didn't see it, I got questions. I've heard about what his feelings were for Jalen Brunson in Dallas. I've got questions. Scott Perry seems to like a specific type of player, and it's not a high-usage offensive first guy, which both of those individuals that I just referenced are. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia Talk line here, 916-909-1320. Start with our man, AJ. AJ, what's going on, brother?
Hey, guys. Big fan, first time calling, so shout out to you guys. Casey, I wanted to push back a little bit on the last listing out the 10 champions. Like, I don't know, 2020, the Lakers tanked for so many years to have the assets to acquire an AD. Obviously, it takes a player like LeBron to win the championship, right? Or like the Celtics controlling the entire Nets future through like a boneheaded trade. Like, I don't feel like the tanking is not, like, your point against tanking, it doesn't seem like a genuine point when you factor in some of those championship teams also had tanked to have the assets to get another star players to become contenders. So it feels like we can at least tread in that direction, have some flexibility, acquire a star, but it seems like we're going the opposite route, it seems like.
So
But
AJ,
yeah, big fan of the show, guys.
AJ, if he's still there, is he going?
Go.
Yeah.
No, here.
AJ, you still there, man?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I just want to ask you a question. Do you think the Lakers, when they had Ingram, Randall, Lonzo, all those guys, do you think they were tanking or they were just bad at what they were doing?
Yeah, I mean, they were getting number 2 picks like 3 straight years, right? Like, I don't remember what the lottery odds were for them, but I think they were tanking, right? I got to look back at the rosters, though. I could be wrong, but
I'm not gonna.
I just think they were bad.
Yeah, that's
I just think they were bad post Kobe retirement.
Yeah, I didn't think they were very good at team building. I didn't think the players around those guys were better, and I don't think, who was it, Magic at the time? I don't think Magic was saying, "Hey, we're just going to be bad."
Magic oversaw the LeBron signing, so maybe.
Yeah, I don't think they were actively tanking. Like, I agree with you and with Ko when you say OKC wasn't tanking.
Mm-hmm.
But I will concede that argument to anybody that wants to think OKC was tanking, because there was a moment in time when they would just shut SGA down in like February for like two straight years. That still doesn't explain being able to find a Lou Dort, find a Jalen Williams, being able to go get Hartenstein, Caruso, all those other guys outside of the draft. They made good moves. But if you want to say OKC was a tanking team, I'll concede that. That is different than what the Lakers were doing, in my opinion. The Lakers were just going out there. We're bringing Nick Young back. You know what I mean? Like, he's bringing him home. Swaggy P, he's coming home. Like, that's what they were doing. Oh, we got Lonzo now. Everything's good. We're, first game on TNT. Brandon Ingram, he's next. Like, they weren't managing things well.
Mm-hmm.
And that gave them an opportunity to go get Anthony Davis. True, for sure. But they did that because they were bad, in my opinion. I don't think they were actively trying to be as bad as they could be to get those picks.
Let's stay on the phone lines, man. Let's go to Tanner. Tanner, what's going on, bro? Appreciate the call.
What's up, D-Lo? What's up, KC? How y'all doing?
We good, Tanner. How you doing, man?
Hey, doing good, man. I just wanted to ask y'all just about, like, potential moves. Specifically, I personally think that the best move that would set us up, not just for this timeline, but for future timelines, would be a move for Kuminga. One question is, what would a trade in your mind look like for that? And two, do y'all think that would be a smart move, just seeing the Scott Perry era, how that would all work under Doug Christie in this era?
I appreciate you, bro. Who was the player he said?
Kuminga.
Oh, go trade for Kuminga.
Mhm.
Oh. So is this such a talking point because of Sam's article? Because I feel
so.
like Sam wrote, yeah, that's it. Look, yeah, they've
No,
expressed interest, but I don't think it's a
There
thing.
was more talk over the weekend of, I forgot who it was. Maybe Jesse can find it, but somebody did come out and say, while it looked like they were just in the background before, they've leapfrogged the Heat and some other teams as being like real contenders
Suitors.
for Kuminga. Yeah,
I don't remember who
think
tweeted
happened
that
over
too,
the
but I saw that one as well.
Yeah, that's why I kind of start bubbling up again.
That's fascinating to me because I feel like, I mean, we could try to answer the question. I feel like if you were going to, it would be centered around one of two players. Domantas Sabonis, which signals something different, or Jonas Valanciunas, which isn't possible. So, because they need a center, right? And I feel like I feel like Domas fits what they're doing. I just don't, I don't picture that happening.
Yeah.
How you acquire Kuminga, man? I don't know.
I'm not exactly sure. I've said a number of different times, like Kuminga. Yeah, I got to see more from him as far as his true impact on the game. I think he's super talented. I also leave room for him to grow a little bit. I don't even know if he's 22 yet. You know, it might be 22, 23, something like that. So, maybe it's something that, right now he's just focused on getting buckets. And as he understands the game a little bit more, he understands how to pick and choose his spots and still get 25 a night or be impactful elsewhere. And for somebody that's that young, I still kind of give grace for that, man. Like he's still learning the game and trying to figure some things out. So if the Kings were able to get him, I'd be open-minded and excited about a player that young and that talented being here in Sacramento. I look forward to it, but I don't know how that gets done.
It's a sign and trade situation.
Mm-hmm.
It'd have to be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Huh. Yeah, I don't. If the Valanciunas deal hadn't happened earlier, like, okay, I could see it unless you throw Dario in that. I don't know.
Yeah.
That quote you were talking about too, Casey, was Brett Siegel.
Brett Siegel. Yeah.
Said the Kings have substituted themselves in place of the Nets as a prime Kuminga destination. That was this weekend.
And then really nothing else on that. Like that's all we kind of heard from that.
Yeah, the only because so I didn't even see Siegel's thing. I saw Sam's, which was like, the Kings are interested. It's probably not a thing. Like Kuminga and the Kings probably. I'm paraphrasing. It's not exactly what he said, but he was very dismissive of the idea of Golden State and Sacramento talking about Jonathan Kuminga. So, maybe things have changed since then. But Kuminga's a guy that that'd be interesting. That'd be interesting. I'd expect everybody's energy to be real strong if they make that deal. Because a lot of people have been talking about it. Like it was all over my mentions last night. I just burned my whole goddamn Twitter account. That's why I only go on Twitter 2 or 3 times a year. Just burn the whole thing down in one night.
If
brother tweets one GIF and everyone loses their mind. Everybody's allowed to have fun on free agency, except old D'Lo.
I don't think it happens, but if they were able to find a way to land Kuminga, it'd be exciting. Young, like I said, a young guy who's got a lot of talent. We still got to figure out if he can, figure it all out as a top level basketball player. But I'd be excited for Kuminga. But I just don't really see the pathway to that happening. At least I haven't seen it. I haven't heard of how that gets done.
Let's get Sean in next. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Sean, what's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas? I can't believe Kenny's defending the Lakers yet again, calling out a championship. But anyway, I want to warn you guys of the dangers of mediocrity. I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Please forgive me. I don't like Aaron Rodgers, but
Hey, salute. You go with us.
Mediocrity, and you will never, never have the man. Now, tell me the last time somebody won a chip without having a man on their team. I'm not talking about men. I'm talking about a man. The last time you got to go back to Chauncey and Rasheed Wallace and Ben Wallace and all them boys. When's the last time you seen a team win without the man? We don't get players hopped to our team, and we haven't proven success through the draft. We got to try something, or we're just going to live in this, play-in game, six spot in the Western Conference for the next 10 years. I don't want to do that.
No, I feel you on that, and you're right about not having the man and all this other stuff. My thing is always there's other ways to get them. With the Kings, it's not ever really going to be free agency, so you're not going to be able to get it that way. I would like to be more aggressive in the trade market. I'd like to, and hence what I was talking about a month ago, moving on from Domas, going after a LaMelo Ball, going after a Trae Young. That's where I would take my gambles. I've seen those guys. I know what they are in the NBA, as opposed to like not being good for 2 years and then like hoping that I'm right about this 18-year-old or something like that. I'd much rather be more aggressive in the trade market if I was Sacramento over the years. I'd be trying to any disgruntled guy, any guy that maybe you don't think is in the right situation. I'd be looking to trade for him and trade draft picks and all this other stuff for that. That's where I'd be looking more times than not to go get quote unquote the guy is in that trade market.
916-909-1320. Appreciate you, Sean. Let's talk to our man TC. TC, what's going on, brother?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's good, man? How you doing, big dog?
Hey, you know what? To be honest with you, I'm good, bro. You know what I mean? Like, hey, Kings fans, bro. So look, hold on, D-Lo, Jesse. Hey, so, bro, check it out.
You got it, boss.
What do we want, though? I heard you asking that, D. Like, what do we want? Everybody talking about a point guard, this, that. We got one now, bro. Right? Okay, well, Detroit, y'all want to do a sign-in trade? Okay, well, I'm gonna need something with that. I'm gonna need a first or at least a couple seconds. Oh, y'all don't want to do it? Okay, I'm gonna just sign them. That's what that move told me. As far as the signing, Kuminga signing trade, I'm in for that. The dude's a young buck, athletic dude. If that's the move we doing, I'm all for that. But I'm talking to Kings fans like you, D-Lo. What do you guys want? We have a point guard for the next couple of years until all this money falls off the books. Yes, we're going to be competitive. We're not tanking. We're not selling pieces off and doing all that. We're going to stay relevant while this money falls off the books, bro, and then we're going to go there. But Kings fans, what do we want? We have a point guard now. What do we want, bro? Everybody's like mad at the world. BJ and Perry are two cold individuals, bro, that's putting this team together. Give them time. They know what they're doing. It's not Monty McNair, Vlade Divac. It's not none of that. These are two competent dudes that know what they're doing. Kings fans, what do we want, bro? That's all I got, man. I'm hot.
Just happy 30 seconds ago.
That's all I got. Hey, clip that. That's a drop right there. That's all I got. I'm hot. Shout out TC, man. I agree with a lot of what he said too. I mean, as far as the point guard, Dennis Schroder, and all this other stuff, like I like Dennis. I think he's a good ball player. I don't think he's the future. I don't think he's a franchise point guard, nothing like that. People even push back on whether he's a starting point guard. That's debatable. I mean, he started something like 50 of the 75 games he played last year, so it's debatable. But I don't look at him as some type of savior. But I think he is a good ball player. I think he is a point guard, and I'm okay with trying to always be open to figure out like what you can do to improve this team and trying to get more talent in here. And you got to figure out this log jammer at the guard spot, and maybe you can flip one of those guys and get a player of need somewhere else. But yeah, I didn't have a problem with much of what TC said.
All right. Speculation that TC's not real. Oh, he's real, pal. 916-909-1320. Ross, what's up, baby?
Hey, what up, fellas? Long time no talk, man.
Yeah, man. Now we get a coach's perspective in here. Go ahead, Luke. I mean, Ross.
I've been listening. No, you guys are killing it like usual. You know what? I agree with TC, man. Getting Trey, getting Jaw, that scares me. They don't play defense, and injury issues, whatever you want to call it, but trading away 3-4 first-round picks just to be maybe the 5th, 4th seed, best option scares me. Like you said, the money comes off the books 27, 28, so we might just have to sit tight, and then 26, 27, take salary dumps or whatever you want to call it. But I think we just got to wait it out and give Perry a chance to clear the runway for 27, 28, as much as that's painful to hear.
That's probably, I don't know if clear the runway is the right way of phrasing it, but there's a certain level of just survive and figure it out. This team has had no direction since the end of Game 7. They didn't that offseason. They didn't the next. And I can give them they tried. But if I had told my mom in school, I tried, Mom. Yeah, try harder, bro. You ain't living at home forever. Try harder. Get the job done. Time and time again, they didn't get the job done. They were waiting. Financial flexibility. This, that, and all we wound up with was a team that got progressively worse over 3 years and everybody unemployed since then.
Facts.
Let's see what Stanley talking about here.
Hey.
916-909-1320.
Hall of Famer.
What's up, Stanley?
Well, first off, I want to ask you all, what have you all heard concerning one of my old favorite Kings players, Big G, Gerald Wallace? What have you all heard? I mean, what's he doing these days? But the main thing I call to say is the Kings should have marshaled all of their plans together to get Trey Young. That's what they should have done.
You know what, Stanley? I agree.
That was his point. So he was done after
I
that.
agree with Stanley.
I've said it a number of different times. I would have, if Trey Young was there, and we've heard a number of different things to say. Essentially, we don't know the details of the deal or nothing like that, but essentially, if the Kings wanted Trey Young, Scott Perry wanted Trey Young, he could have got him. If that's true, I absolutely would have gone after Trey Young.
I think a lot of people are going to change their mind about him after the season.
Trey?
Yeah. I mean,
you think Atlanta's better now?
Yeah, I think this will be. I don't know their rosters in front of me and all that. You could argue this would be their best roster he's played with so far.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
Jalen Johnson can come back healthy. You know what I mean? That's going to be a big piece to what they're trying to do. So they definitely got some ball players. But I agree with Stanley. I absolutely would have gone.
You know who doesn't agree with you, Stanley, is Scott Perry.
That's true.
Why do we think
Scott? That wasn't us. That was Scott. No, that was Stanley. No, call him. Yeah. Scott just called again.
Why do we think they didn't want Trey? I've seen stuff about identity, and I saw that kind of get thrown around with Malik and stuff like that, and why maybe they want to move on from him and all that. What are they looking for here?
So for me personally, what I try to do, there are players that I like, and I don't think that people necessarily always do this. They just love their player, and they're to the end of the earth. I like Trey Young. I would have traded for him. I understand why somebody wouldn't want to trade for him. He's a small guard, doesn't play defense. Hasn't really shown the ability, and we've talked about the roster, but still hasn't shown the ability to raise the level of others around him. There's been some personality quirks with him. If you think that maybe his teammates haven't always loved him, that's something that's been out there. Coaches, all this other stuff. So there are reasons why. And then what it would take to get him and keep him here. You're giving up 3 or 4 first rounders, and you're paying him $50 million a year. I can understand somebody not wanting to do that for Trey Young. I disagree, but I can understand that. I can absolutely understand
that. Man.
It's unpopular. It's going to take a couple of years.
That is the most uncomfortable reality of
that's just
this.
what it is. I'm sorry. The Kings are the island of misfit toys right now. Nobody wants LaVine. They're not trading DeMar. I don't think you're
I don't
trading
know if
Domas and all that. Like,
fans wanted a quick fix. Like, I'm not sure what everyone's hope was entering this offseason. But like a quick fix, one signing. I mean, this was a 40-win basketball team that we feel like if you're truly being fair to the story, you will discuss the extenuating circumstances. But in the last couple of days, we're hearing, I don't want Malik gone. Okay. Well, why didn't Keon get his extension? Okay. Well, where's Keegan's extension? All right. So be clear, y'all just want to run it back. No, guys, we don't want to run it back. We want DeMar gone.
And Levine.
Well, and Levine. Oh, okay. So y'all hate DeMar and want him trade. What do you think the rest of the league thinks? Y'all were the same people, and I cannot stress this enough. I don't think this is true. Someone reported that the Chicago Bulls tried to attach like 2 first-round picks or 3 first-round picks to Zach LaVine, and no one would take them. Go to hell. Go straight to the depths of hell.
That is some of the biggest cap I've ever
That
heard in
is
my life.
that is absolutely insane to believe that that's true. But you're here today telling the Sacramento Kings to go trade Zach LaVine. Fine. By your rationale, you want the Kings to attach multiple first-round picks to get him out of here? Guys, what are we doing? What are we doing?
I don't know.
So we're just arguing amongst each other at this point.
People just kind of upset and just want to vent. And I'll be fine. I'll be real with you. Fine. Come through the D-Lo and KC. Come to the chatty house. Call in 916-909-1320. You can vent. You can be upset. All this other stuff. Just know that in some cases, if you vent too much, you're always complaining about everything that's going on and everything's wrong, people will just kind of tune you out. Like, that's how I go about things, right? Like, if you are always complaining, I'm just kind of going to stop listening to you because I've already got it. Nah, he's going to complain about everything. He's just going to complain. He's just a chronic complainer. So you tweet me, you call the show, you get in the chatty house, and it's just everything's wrong. All right, bro, I get it. Everything's wrong. I don't really need to hear the explanation anymore. I know you think everything's wrong.
So let's all get together and problem solve. What's the right move for this organization to make? What are the right moves for this organization to make? We'll discuss that. We see a lot more of you on hold. We're going to get to each and every single one of you. Please be patient. We'll get right back to the calls here with D-Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
And people love doing this. I love when people do this. I love when people do this. When they go to the extreme of what somebody said. Says, you're right. The Kings organization ran very well. I'll stop complaining. I never said you had to do that. I literally said you can do whatever you want. I don't care what you do. I'm telling you, Paul, that for me personally, if you're constantly complaining about something, I will tune you out. That's my superpower. I'll just you can be talking and it'll be like talking to a brick wall. I'll look at Paul like, oh, I know Paul. He got something negative to say. He don't believe in it. Cool. I heard him the first 45 times. Why do I need to hear him the 46th time? I already know what he's going to say. That's what I do. What I do and the reaction you get from me shouldn't stop how you go about your life. So if you want to complain and you're happy with it, that's all that should matter. Not my reaction to your complaining. That sounds crazy.
It was all good a couple years ago.
I always listen to you, Matt George. Always.
Mike Brown looks like to be the next new coach. How happy are you about that?
I don't know. Maybe he can get the Knicks in the finals so they can play the Kings in the finals. Storylines galore. I love that.
What's going to happen when we realize this Cat and Brunson don't play defense?
They're going to bench him.
Jalen Brunson is a situational role player on this team.
Hey, get your boy, man. Get your boy.
Yeah.
No, get your boy, man. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
that's crazy. Steven, go take a lap. That's one of those where he's looking for the flag.
He did like Trae Young not giving the ball back to the ref. I know I'm gonna get teed up for this. Here, tee me up. I don't care. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I don't think no type of way about the way you feel about it.
All right, let's get back to the Elk Grove Kia talk line here. We're going to try to turn this team into a winner somehow. 916-909-1320. We'll start with Sal. Sal, what's going on, man?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm on the road right now.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear, man.
Oh, right on, right on. You know, I appreciate your guys' your insight on things, and I listen to all a bunch of different. I'm a basketball fan first. I'm an old head. First time I saw the Kings was in 1988. Went to lots and lots of games, standing room onlys. The thing is that we are in a holding pattern the next 2 years, it seems like. I'm not a Levine fan. I don't think we should have got him, but what's done is done. It doesn't seem like anybody would want to take his contract, which is understandable. But since that is the case, we need to somehow play towards his tendencies. And we know that he doesn't make very good decisions. He's got a low IQ. If he's dribbled the ball more than 2 times and he's not going towards the rim, there's something wrong. So we're going to have to somehow incorporate these next couple of years, and hopefully he stays on the court and injuries aren't a big deal. It won't be a big deal, but everyone's going to get hurt. Everybody plays hurt. I think the Kings, as an organization, the lack of leadership from the very top is going against all universal law. And when you have people saying, let's tank, let's do this, let's do that, that's just not a winning mindset. That is a scarcity, weak-minded way to approach life. And here in Sacramento, we're blue-collar people. We work hard. Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. Now, if we're going to just go on the floor and just jack up a bunch of threes, then of course we're only going to win about 30-something games. If we have some type of system, and I come from a defensive-minded background. I played a high level of sports. And the first person that punches the other team in the mouth and shows the more aggression generally does better. When the Kings have a mentality, and I like Doug Christie as a person and certainly as a player.
Mm-hmm.
As a coach, it still remains to be seen. But we have to remember this whole situation is so wonky and jacked up. They hired Doug Christie before Mr. Perry, and so they're trying to work together.
I appreciate you. That didn't exactly happen. Like I understand people. Yeah, I hear you, listening to you, but that didn't happen. Doug was the interim head coach. Scott Perry hired Doug Christie. He said, I can only tell you what Scott Perry told us. He came in, he talked to a few people around the league that he knew wanted the job. In the end, he wanted Doug Christie to be the guy, and we're gonna keep it moving. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the call. I think that was Sal. 916-909-1320. Steven, what's good, man?
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
What's up, big dog?
From Alabama. It's good to hear from y'all. I listen to y'all all the time. I figured I would call in.
Appreciate you, Brody.
Man. Shout out to you.
Yeah, I was just calling to vent a little bit, man. I think the biggest issue for me is the whole feeling of, we just going to run it back. You know, Dennis Schroder is a run it back type of move. And
It's like we are an old team, and it's just not a lot of hope or positivity to look forward to. I mean, we got the two guys we just drafted, but one move I would say I would like to do it would be a minor move, but since we don't have a long-term solution at point guard, I say why not bring in a guy like Trey Mann just to see what you got. Because other than that, we've got like one of the oldest rosters in the league, but yet old but not good enough to win anything meaningful. So that's just one minor issue I would like to see. But other than that, that's all I got.
Okay,
I hear
that's
you.
all right. We
I hear
appreciate you.
No doubt, man. No doubt. I'm intrigued by Trey, man. I know James always talks about like his injury history, and that's a concern. And they're like serious like back injuries and stuff like that. So that's a concern. I like his talent though. And for the right price, I mean, not right now because you got so many guards, but like if you had an opening at the backup point guard spot or one of your wing guards, I'd for sure take a look at Trey Mann, but I don't know if they're going to have that kind of space.
Let's get to Manny here. Reminder, Trysta Krick coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour, and she already said she might just stick around.
Let's do it.
916-909-1320. What's up, Manny?
What's up, y'all? Like, I think a lot of the conflicting feelings that a lot of the fans have is I think at the end of the season, right, there was a big sigh, and I think everybody's attention was towards DeMar and Zach, right? And we kind of already had established like it was going to be hard to move Zach no matter what because of his contract and the years left. And I think everybody was so zoned in into DeMar, they weren't really looking at it from the perspective of like, it's more than just DeMar. Like if you're going to reset this, or there's a lot of moving pieces that have to happen. And I think because of the way Monk had professed his love to this city for so long, when that came up 24 to 48 hours ago, that was jarring for a lot of fans. I don't think they were prepared for that. And I think that's where you got a lot of backlash you saw on Twitter and, wanting this and this and that. And I don't think everybody thinks, like the way you said, D'Lo, like, and even KC said, like, look, I don't agree with what these people think his worth is, but that is what it is right now. And you can't dictate the market on what you want it to be. The market is what the market is. And if nobody wants to give you what you want, there's only a limit, right? And a lot of people are saying, well, just keep them anyway. Look, you got to make a decision, and it's beyond just the love for one player or the love for one or two players. If you want to make a change, let Perry do what he's going to do. Don't look in the immediate present of what he's doing. Let him work it out, and let's see where it goes down the line. Because any moves he makes now, people are going to find something wrong with it. But you got to let him play out his vision, and let's just see where it goes. Like, I don't care what he does, whether I agree with the move or not. I'm looking at a year or two down the line as, all right, at that point, where are we at? What did you do to help not only make this team good right now necessarily, but where are we set for going forward and into the future? Because that's way more important than anything.
Manny, I'm not going to tell fans to be patient. This fan base has been patient enough. I'll tell you my approach is I'm willing to see it out. Like, that's all I can do. I'm not big on the idea of Malik Monk being traded, but I get it. Like, I like Malik as much as everybody else does. I get, though, why they're trying to trade him. I don't like Devin Carter. I don't know what to tell you. You saw something in his game at the end of the season I just did not see. You have a significantly better basketball eye than I do. You think there's something there? Great. I don't know how you I don't know how he fits. I don't know how you, unless you really believe long term, you've got something with Devin Carter, and you can see through what is probably DeMar DeRozan's last year, assuming he's still here, and you can see through Zach LaVine's 2 years, and then also you got Neek coming in now. Like, if you can navigate all of this because you think Devin Carter can be a solid player for you moving forward, like, cool. Like, I'm willing to see it through. But I'm just gonna give Scott Perry a chance to put this together. That's all I can do. Like, this isn't the front office of last year. This isn't Mike Brown. We can't blame Mike and Monty and Wes for everything. There's one guy you can blame for everything, whether that has any validity or not. You can blame that guy because he's the one that's always here. But the conversations about, you could say, yeah, man, that last front office put Scott Perry in a tough position. All right, Scott, figure it out. Very literally your job. When you interviewed for this, assuming you interviewed, you knew this was a tough spot. Anyone who took this job was going to be in a difficult position. They were probably going to be operating without a draft pick. They were going to have to find a way to work their way into the draft if that's what they wanted to do. You have the Zach LaVine deal. You're going to have to navigate the DeMar DeRozan situation. You've got the Keon Ellis and Keegan Murray extension. You've got a lot that you got to deal with as the general manager of this basketball team. Monty did this, Mike did this, Wes did this, Vivek did that. Too goddamn bad. Scott, is your job to fix it. That's what you were hired here for. I'm going to give him an opportunity to fix it. And if he doesn't, I'm going to tell you that he doesn't or that he hasn't. But I'm going to at least give him the opportunity to do it.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm much like you in that respect where I'm not going to tell anybody how to feel or what to do because I just live by the simple. I don't want nobody telling me what to do and how I should feel. So how am I going to tell somebody else how to go about these things? You want to be upset, you want to be angry, you want to vent and talk about how bad people are. Sure, go ahead. That's fine. I am going to practice patience because I'm of the belief if you do want things to change, it does take time. And people who don't want to take that time or don't want to go, understandable. But because you don't want to doesn't make things go any faster the way I believe it. Like you can get mad and hate it all you want. You can't skip steps.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't. And I'm a big believer in that in life. You can't skip steps. If you want to reach a goal, attain a goal, it's going to take putting in the work and getting things done. So, if you're not for that or you don't want to follow this team and do all that while they go about that and don't believe in them, that's cool. That's fine. But I didn't come into this offseason thinking that they hired Scott Perry, everything's going to be good by August. Like that's not, and that's even thinking that DeMar DeRozan wasn't going to be here. You know what I'm saying? Like now that he might be here, that's one less trade asset that you have. So,
and that
it's going to take time.
That does make me wonder if the market is truly that bad for Malik, and maybe they're attempting to trade Devin and can't. Maybe the market isn't there for him either. I mean, he's essentially an unproven player. You'd have to be, you'd have to really believe in what you think that young man could be based on mostly his college film, and maybe you can go off some stuff at the end of the season. Do you? Because you and I are of the belief, and a handful of others, Matt George too, that maybe they don't want to trade DeMar DeRozan. Like they would like him to be here. Do you have to pivot back to DeMar if that's still an asset that has value around the league? Do you have to? Man, we really would have loved to keep DeMar, but we're kind of just jammed in this backcourt. We have to do something to balance this roster out a little bit. It's not our first choice, man, but maybe we do have to move DeMar.
It has, like all things, got to be considered, in my opinion. That's not a cop-out answer to what you're saying, but
no, it's a perfectly fine
all things
answer.
have to be considered. I think you even have to consider the way you go about it and saying, all right, we want to keep DeMar around. We want to keep DeMar around, but we're not married to him. We'll listen to offers right now. More importantly, if we go into the season and still have DeMar, we're going to listen to offers in February. And we're going to listen if Cleveland, I just throwing out a team, but if they need a score around the deadline and they're desperate, yeah, DeMar might be available then. Maybe we can get a better return on DeMar in February than we can in July.
if the market is what the market is right now, there's no real value for these guys, then I'm sorry, but at this point, like Scott Perry has no choice but to hang on to him. I feel like I don't
survive and figure it out.
Well, yeah, like I don't like. Hopefully, like it's easier to move on from Levine next season because he's got a year less on his deal, or maybe it's easier to move on from Sabonis and things like that. But it's like right now, it's like you don't want to just sell guys off for nothing. Like that's why I was so against Monk for Schroder, because it's like you can get Schroder just here. You don't need to give Monk away.
And I'm of the belief, and Dame, you can tell me if I'm off, or anybody could tell me if I'm off. A lot of these people are looking at it as the player, and I got a different approach to it and a different outlook on it. I don't know if people don't like Malik Monk as much as they're scared to death of this apron stuff, and they aren't taking any chances with any acquisitions, like anything that's going to bring them closer to that. Not saying that Malik Monk alone is going to bring somebody to a first apron or a second apron or something like that, but everybody's just there's. I mean, hell, people are talking about there's no, and I know it's not apples to apples. There's no trade market for LeBron James. You know what I'm saying? Like there was only 3 teams, quote unquote, that wanted Kevin Durant. Like those things play a factor into how these teams are moving right now, because you want to make sure, you're not first apron. Definitely want to make sure you're not second apron. Oh, the Celtics just parted with 3/5 of their starting lineup or something like that, because we don't want to be in this apron, because not only is it the money, but that affects what moves we can make just in general.
They just signed a guy today for $5 million per. I think that put him back over the second apron. So now they got to make more moves.
Man,
that's what Keith Smith says, at least.
So I think it's not the end all be all, but I think that does play a factor into player X's market. You know what I mean? If you didn't have all this stuff, sure, somebody would take a $30 million chance on Jonathan Kuminga. The guy's 22 years old or something like that. Like, sure, let's take a chance on him. But now when you got all these restrictions because of the aprons and stuff, it has people thinking twice a little bit, I believe.
Let's get Phil in here, 916-909-1320. Appreciate you being patient, Phil. What's going on, man?
What's going on, guys? What's going on?
What's up, man?
Hey, so I think Jonathan Kuminga, low-key, is probably going to go to Indiana when Myles Schroder gone. They're going to need like a power forward or a center type to take a spot. So I think we're going to be out
of the Kuminga stuff. I'm not. Yeah, I mean those guys that you referenced earlier are more connected than I am. I don't know how realistic that was. I can't. And that's the other thing about Kuminga. Kings or not, Kings or the league, I have no clue what that looks like. And it really depends on who they're talking to, doesn't it? Because if this is a sign and trade, Brooklyn, for example, just saying a name, I know they have cap space. Brooklyn, okay, it's fine. Max contract. We'll sign Kuminga to a max contract. So go ahead, sign Kuminga to a max contract. What's the trade look like? Boom, 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 boom. Here, we'll send it back. We've got the space. We're good. Take Brooklyn out. You got 4 other teams that are like, well, we're 4 and 80. Well, we could do 4 and 92. We could do 4 and 1. It's like, so you've got the dollar figure that you have to manage if you're Kuminga in his group. Then you've got the asset return if you're the Golden State Warriors that you got to make work. And there's just so many moving parts when it comes to a sign and trade. There's so many moving parts when it comes to a player who might be coveted by a handful of teams in the league. I don't know that he is. I imagine and have always imagined he would be, but I just don't know what that looks like, period. And I really don't know what that would look like for Sacramento.
Yeah, I have no clue.
Again, I thought Sacramento's best asset, it's either Domantas Sabonis, which I don't think is a thing, or it's Jonas Valanciunas, who is no longer a Sacramento King. So I don't know.
Well, we did say we were going to try and figure out together how to get this done. And
yeah,
I think number one, I think there's multiple ways that you could be successful if you're trying to get the Kings in a good position. And I don't know if there's any one right way. Like I look at the roster. If I'm Scott Perry right now today, I look at this roster and I'm assuming I would still try and make calls, but I'm assuming I can't move Sabonis or Levine for their worth, for a good trade package. DeMar DeRozan, I'd be looking at that trade market for him and seeing if anything is appealing to me. Be doing the same for Malik Monk. But what I'm not going to do, and I told this to the insiders earlier,
good show,
very good show, is if I don't think, I'll put it to like this, if I don't think you can be the best player on my team, I'm not going to mortgage my future right now from Scott Perry.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give up draft capital, and I'm not going to overpay and get into another bad contract if I don't think you can be the best player on my team. So that's going to kind of limit what I might do this offseason. I'm a little bit more resigned to the fact that maybe you do stand pat and go into the season. I still think you got to move on from one Monk, Keegan, or Devin. I don't want to go into opening night with those three on the roster, along with Dennis Schroder. But other than that, I'm more resigned to kind of running back this thing and monitoring as the season goes along, whether they're a good team or whether, you want to move on from a guy like DeRozan or somebody at the trade deadline. But opening night and what I do this offseason is going to be very, very selective if I'm putting this team together.
What do you think Scott Perry's trying to establish in his first season? Like, are you trying to get to playoffs? Are you trying to establish culture here? Like, what is the goal, I guess?
I think the number one thing is to get a situation where everybody in the building is on one accord. And
like, are you looking at this roster too? Like there's a future with some of these guys? Because that's one thing I do struggle with this team is DeMar DeRozan seems like he'll be here this season, but I don't see anything past 2 years with the Kings. Same with Levine, Sabonis. Who knows? It seems like it fluctuates with that guy as far as what people say and all that. But like Monk is on the verge of getting traded. It seems like all the time now. It's just like, what do you see here?
You know what I think about in moments like this is I think what does ESPN think?
Oh, what did they say?
ESPN wrote about the Kings adding point guard Dennis Schroder on the 3-year, $45 million deal. Graded it a C-.
Okay.
Here's what they said. Please listen closely. New Sacramento general manager Scott Perry seemed to signal the Kings' pursuit of a point guard when he called the lack of traditional playmaker an obvious need during his introduction to local media. Although that statement is hard to dispute, I'm not convinced playmaking was actually Sacramento's biggest shortcoming. After the Kings reshuffled their roster by trading De'Aaron Fox to the San Antonio Spurs in a 3-team trade that netted Zach LaVine as a replacement, they essentially filled point guard by committee. Both LaVine and nominal small forward DeMar DeRozan are capable of ball handlers, as are guards Keegan Ellis and Malik Monk.
We've got a new player for the Kings no-name roster.
Again, that's Keegan Ellis and Malik Monk. To some degree, Schroder could help there. He's capable of providing full court pressure on opposing ball handlers. Still, the 6'1" Schroder makes the Kings even smaller on the perimeter, and he's essentially a downgrade defensively as compared to Ellis. I wonder who he's referring to. He's talking about Keegan Murray or Keon Ellis. Offensively, Schroder has always been better cast as a playmaker off the bench than as a starter. His value has fluctuated in large part with his 3-point percentage. Blah, 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 blah. Remember that the next time ESPN has something to say about Sacramento. Both LaVine and DeMar DeRozan are capable ball handlers. Okay. As are guards Keegan Ellis and Malik Monk. Clearly, they didn't see Malik Monk as a point guard with this unit. And clearly they didn't watch a single Kings basketball game last year.
and that's one of the things I was talking about with Malik last night. I was on these airwaves talking about I want to see him as a point guard. I want to see what it looks like. I think he's got the passing ability and the quickness and some components to be a starting point guard. I saw it. I didn't like what I saw. He's too erratic. He's not as stable and grounded all the time as you would want your point guard. And I didn't like him as a point guard. That doesn't mean I don't like him as a player or want him on the team, but just I saw that time and I said, I don't think that's best for him. That's not putting him in the best situation to be your starting point guard. And that's not getting the most out of Malik Monk by having him as your starting point guard. Spot duty, sometimes off the bench, sure, that works. But I came away saying you need to go find a starting point guard. Whether or not Dennis Schroder is looked at as a starting point guard or not, that's a whole nother conversation. But I did agree with Scott Perryman that that's what you needed to do.
Kevin Pelton, sorry.
Keegan Ellis, I don't really have any thoughts about.
Keegan
Ellis.
Shout out.
Based on that cost, I undoubtedly would have preferred offering Tyus Jones a deal similar to the one he signed with in Orlando for 1 year and $7 million. Quick message for Kevin Pelton. Quick question. How do you know they didn't?
Right.
How do you know bro didn't say, salute, I'm going to go play in Orlando, though? I have no idea if they did or didn't, but stating it so factually because Tyus went to Orlando and not Sacramento is bizarre to me. Also, I don't know. Like, I guess I know everyone's a cap expert and an apron expert and all of this. This $15 million isn't that big of a deal. And man, you paid a bench player starter money. Terrific. What's Malik make again?
Thank you.
Because y'all are telling me that Malik is best as the sixth man. Great. Malik makes $18 million a year. So what did you do? Did you pay a bench player starter money? I don't think $15 million is starter money anymore. We'll come back. It's Trysta Krick at the top of the hour. She's ready to cook. She's got a lot of things to say. I'm positive she's going to hate this signing from Sacramento. And if there's anything to report to you along the way, we'll stop everything and do it. But it's awfully quiet out. We're here. We'll get through it. We're in this together. Steelo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I want it on record because of all the heat I've taken the last 3 years on this damn show that I've been cooking my eggs over easy lately for breakfast and I've been throwing pepper on them. So for all those who slander my name.
There's still no salt.
No, if it's scrambled, it's just straight scrambled eggs, nothing on them. But over easy, I got to throw pepper on them and stuff.
How you like it?
Oh, yeah, it's fire. I've done it before. I'm just saying, I'm not this psycho person that you guys make me out to be.
Well.
So happy they signed a often injured player who's past his prime. Sick. It definitely worked with Odell Beckham Jr.
The NFL is doing everything they can to steal the sign.
Miami Dolphins most popular team in the NFL in the league. See, look, I try to be normal or whatever, and D-Mac still throwing 3 question marks. Look, I can't win with you guys.
Tim Hardaway Jr. to the Nuggets. I like Tim
Wow.
Hardaway Jr. That's a good signing from them. I think that'll help them out a lot.
Shout out Passwords too. There's 3 of us now.
I love my Dolphins, they say. Good for you guys.
It's a love-hate. Can't wait to experience my first playoff win. Drew down top tier breakfast right here. Probably goated. Yes, if Minka's still good.
That was mid-bite when Jesse said we're back. I don't know what to tell you.
My bad. I wasn't even paying
No,
attention.
it's all
My
good.
bad, dog.
No, it's all good. These lower bars can be tough, so my bad. My bad. Trysta Krick going to join us at the top of the 2:00 hour. We've got nothing to report as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. We mentioned we started the show. Our man Matt George was working really hard on this sign and trade story with Detroit yesterday. I don't know if and Jake Fisher, had it later in the evening. We talked a little bit about it on social media. Obviously, Kings fans were they had some feelings because Malik Monk is believed to be a part of this. I don't know if those trade talks are still alive. Of course, we have the news that Dennis Schroder is signing a 3-year, $45 million deal with the Sacramento Kings. Of course, everyone is aware that is essentially an agreement to sign a 3-year deal worth $45 million with the Sacramento Kings. They have 5 more days before that contract can be signed, which means they have 5 more days to execute the specific details of this trade. It could involve trade exceptions, like the one that the Sacramento Kings have for Kevin Huerter. It could involve Malik Monk. It could involve a variety of different things. The significance of a sign and trade. This needs to. You've got to understand this. The Kings don't have to do this to acquire Dennis Schroder. I think they want to do this to move on from Malik. That was a constant question last night, is why are the Sacramento Kings trying to do this when they can just sign Dennis Schroder in free agency? Well, there are serious financial ramifications for it. They could do so much more if it's a sign and trade. Plus, they want to. That's the important part we have to understand. They want to. They want to move on from Malik. I don't think they're discarding Malik Monk by any stretch of the imagination. But if they can move him in a way that helps them financially, you acquire Dennis Schroder, you have one big thing you can go do with that mid-level, or you have a variety of other things you could go do with that mid-level. But you can do more. And I think that's what the Sacramento Kings are attempting to execute. Now, they've got 5 days to do it. I know no one wants things to move that slowly. Doesn't mean that they will, but it doesn't mean just because the specifics on the Dennis Schroder deal were announced, it doesn't mean that they won't. Or they specifically, maybe more accurately, doesn't mean that they can't. They still very much can.
Right. And I wonder if they're looking at it the same way that I and a couple other people are looking at it too. It's like we can't go into this next season with Monk, Keon, and Carter. And we've tried to move Devin, and we heard what the phone was sounding like. We heard, what was it sounding like again, Dame, when you're trying to get calls for Devin Carter? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it was like that. So we tried to move Devin, couldn't do that. Keon, I think they want Keon around, like regardless of like what happened the other day and what people feel about it. I was kind of like some business stuff that it's unfortunate for Keon, but I don't think they want to move on from Keon Ellis. I think they want him around. And then you're looking at Malik Monk. I don't know if they necessarily want Malik Monk around like that anymore. The one thing that I don't know that I do wonder is if they were able to move on from Devin Carter, would they keep Malik Monk or would he be out as well?
Mhm.
I'm leaning towards he probably still kind of be out of their plans anyway,
Mhm.
but I wonder if that would change some things.
Jacob asking, perfectly fair question. Is it completely out of the question that Malik is tired of dealing with how the Kings doing things and low-key has to be traded? No. Is it out of the question? Of course, I don't believe that's what happened. There's zero indication that happened. But it's the Kings, man, so who knows?
Who knows?
Again, Trysta Krick coming up at the top of the hour. The big story this morning, and arguably the only actual. We were promised fireworks. We did not get them.
It's a weak-ass sparkler shams.
Yeah, Shams overpromised and underdelivered. The biggest story broke this morning, but it really just depends on who you believe as to what happened. Dame Lillard's time with the Milwaukee Bucks is over. He can sign with Miami. He can sign with Golden State. He can sign wherever he wants to. Doesn't change the fact he's not going to play next year, but he could sign wherever he wants to. They did the stretch provision clause. He's going to get paid for the next handful of years, a pretty decent amount of money, and can go on and sign with another basketball team. The Bucks use that money to go sign Myles Turner away from Indiana, which is stunning. I don't know if this is on the level. It's not Kevin Durant going to the Warriors, but it might be Ray Allen going to the Heat.
That's exactly what I thought this morning. I thought exactly this morning.
Ray Allen going to the Heat. And, man, tough for the Pacers. Great get for the Bucks. Then the Chris Haynes report that Giannis is not happy about how this went down with Dame Lillard. Then the Shams Charania report that Giannis Antetokounmpo helped recruit Myles Turner. Now, Giannis could have helped to recruit Myles Turner, not realizing, like, it's not his job to understand money in the salary cap. He may have done that, not understanding that Dame Lillard would have to be out in order for this to work. But that's the biggest firework that we've gotten so far today.
Yeah, and then there's still this swirling LeBron situation.
Mm-hmm.
Where yesterday when we went off the air, I think it was during the draft show that they did on ESPN, or excuse me, the free agency show they did on ESPN. Brian Windhorst.
That didn't start when free agency started.
Well, that's a whole nother conversation. But I think Brian Windhorst on that show said something to the effect of, this is the beginning of the end.
You said, I'm not trying to be dramatic or controversial.
Right.
This is just the way it is.
This is the beginning of the end for LeBron and the Lakers.
Yeah.
And I feel like that happens this summer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really starting to believe this happens this summer.
I'm with you. There's too much smoke out there. Like come on. We know how this goes.
That would be seismic.
So where? Now for those that don't know, LeBron is in complete control of this. He has a note. Him and Brad Beal. He has a no trade clause, and his agent is Rich Paul. They can literally sit down with the team that they want to go to and navigate the parameters of what the deal would look like. Rob Pelinka has to agree to it, but they'll no. Not Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart. No, not Josh Hart. Karl Anthony Towns, like whatever. We looked at the money yesterday. They could trade Cap for LeBron straight up. You don't have to add anything. You can just straight up make the trade.
Does Darius Garland work? Does that even make sense? Darius Garland and co. for LeBron?
Back to Cleveland?
Yeah. I figure that's.
I don't know what Darius's money is, but I'm sure it's not far away.
Yeah, you'd have to add on top of that, but
I think LeBron wants to go to the Knicks.
I don't.
Meeting up with his old pal Mike Brown.
There's no way. Yeah, I forgot about that. Mike.
That's when
It seems like Mike's getting that job too.
It certainly feels like it. Darius is 39, 42, 44. So yeah, you'd have to.
Well, do you trade Draymond Green for him?
I think Draymond. Well, he'd go
Draymond,
to LA.
Kuminga.
I feel like Draymond would quit.
Probably.
That's my I'm not trying to be. I feel like he'd quit. He'd be
Does
like,
TNT have or
I'm not
does-
playing without Steph Curry.
Do they got studios in LA for Draymond to practice being an on-air host?
Sure.
I don't know where their studios are now.
I'm saying that's his next thing. You go do that in LA for the last couple
TNT
years. of your
doesn't have
career.
anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Does ESPN still have their studios out there?
In
I don't
LA?
think they do.
You said LA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think they do.
That's where I think they're still out there for NBA Today, though.
No, they just jumped the Sports Center or
Yeah.
dumped the Sports Center.
I thought so, man. I could be wrong.
Let's bring in TK.
What's up, y'all?
Trista? Yeah, Trysta couldn't
TK?
wait. She was tweeting. She was ready. She's got the little baby microphone in her hand. She got the accessories on. We ready to cook.
What's
We,
up, y'all? What's good?
Okay.
How you guys
Let's
doing? The Dennis Schroder era.
perfectly fine with it.
It's whatever.
You guys were
Perfectly fine.
tweeting. Speaking of people who are tweeting, y'all were tweeting.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often, but like I just thought there were some things to be discussed. Like I think sometimes in the sports media world, it's not real unless you put it on social media. We've been telling people for weeks, like, I think Malik is gone. And they were so stunned. Man, that's a kick in the balls to your ego, too. Like, y'all ain't listening to us. We've been telling you, like, I think Malik is gone. And understandably, fan base didn't handle that particularly great, especially because at least at the time it was tied to Dennis Schroder. I don't know if it's still tied to Dennis Schroder. I don't know if there's still things being worked out with Detroit, but I certainly thought that was a high probability last night. I like Dennis Schroder. I always have. I don't care. Like 15 million per isn't crazy to me. I just think that the Kings got a lot more work to do, and making this a sign and trade to where you open up that mid-level once again would be extremely helpful.
Yeah, I don't hate it either. I think Dennis Schroeder is actually a really good guard. I like him a lot. He's strong. He can shoot. He's tough. He's competitive. Like, you need somebody that can bring the ball up the floor. He's a champion, right? And probably is worth more, or was worth at one point more than the deal that he's ever had since, right? When he turned down that deal from the Lakers in 2021, when I was like, who the F does Dennis Schroeder think he is, that he's worth more money than this? And he hasn't been. So I like the pickup. I think there's obviously a lot more to do, a lot more to be done. And I think people obviously are very upset at the Scott Perry era that this is the beginning of it. I mean, I would love to see something.
This got to be
splashy.
record time. This has to be record time for which Kings fans have gotten pissed off at the general manager.
It's like moment one.
Stunningly, I'm tempted to cry racism. It happens
They
so
had love
quick.
for Monty early.
Man. And that dude signed Hassan Whiteside.
He did.
And Glenn Robinson.
And the Nick move was pretty good. The Nick move was pretty good.
Oh, yeah. There were some wild quotes going out about how well Scott Perry did last week after the trade. But there were people willing to do all kinds of things. But less than a week later.
Pause.
I was major pause. One of the most crazy pauses of all time. But yeah, I don't know.
TK, we gotta send her that one.
Yeah, we'll send her. We'll send you the clip.
Crazy.
Yeah, we'll send you the clip.
It's crazy. But
you ever wonder why the Kings aren't on ESPN? We're not willing to do that. That's why.
It was a little Monica Lewinsky-in.
Well, not far off. Not far off.
As they say, $1.50 for every team.
Man. I'm glad to hear you like Dennis Schroeder, though. I didn't think you were going to like it.
Oh, I mean, Dennis Schroeder, anybody who's watched Dennis Schroeder play in FIBA loves him, right? He's ridiculous. I like him. I mean, he's not an overpriced player. I don't think he's a player that's like fills the box, fills the stat sheet up just based on like what he does. He's not here's how you know whether it's a player that I like versus like not. Is this a player that's on Kenny's top 10 bucket getters? If he is not on that list, I might like him. If he is on this list, I do not like him.
You don't like offense? You don't like scores?
I love offense, but I like guys who can do both. Pause.
Well, yeah, definitely pause that. But yeah, not
We go
everybody's
both
gonna be
ways.
able to,
Pause.
not everybody gonna be able to do that on a basketball team. I wish you were here
Yeah, and I
last week
don't want
when
those players. I don't want Trista the GM doesn't want small, undersized guards who cannot defend on the team unless it is filled with athletic, defensive-minded 3-and-D type wings. That's it.
Well, see, I wish you were around last week when I built the team, and you would have heard like what you need is you need some scores. So that's why I'm always in that's why I'm always in constant search for those guys.
Scores are easier to find than you would think. That's why Damian Lillard just got waived.
I mean, yeah, but he's Damian Lillard. Like, not everybody can. Everybody thinks they can score 25 a night if they have the opportunity. There's a reason why those guys get paid a premium, because you just can't find those type of guys. So you're looking for those guys. But what I said last week is you only need about 3 or 4 of them max, like throughout the whole roster. Once you've got those 3 or 4 that can get you like 20 to 25 on any given night, then you can start filling it out with the role players, with the 3-and-D guys, or the guy that just comes in like a Mitchell Robinson and rebounds, or the guy that just defends like Nesmith did. And Nesmith was able to shoot the ball a little bit too. But there's a method behind it. Like 7 scores doesn't work, but 7 role players don't work either. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't have 7. Oh, we're just tough and we just go out there and do the dirty work. You're going to score 50 points a night.
But those dirty work players, those are cheap players. You don't have to pay them a lot of money. And those players actually are harder to find than you would think, especially ones that don't have high egos. Guys like Dyson Daniels, guys like Herb Jones, those guys are hard to find. Guys like Nesmith, hard to find. And also not that expensive. And there's so little of them in the league that are big, athletic, can do multiple things. Nesmith can also rebound his ass off. He can also, get other players involved. So you can always find a disgruntled star to slot in, trade for him when he's upset, and pay him money. You need to build the nucleus first. Unless you're going to go the route of Atlanta where they're like, we can't trade Trey. There is no market for him. Let's just support him the best that we can. I don't believe just getting a bucket getter and seeing if you can fill the rest of the roster in is a very easy thing to do.
See, I disagree though, because how many of these Lou Dorts are around? How many of these guys are undrafted? I looked at the exact opposite. If you know what you're doing and you know what you're looking for, you can always find those guys. They go undrafted all the time. Keon Ellis, undrafted. When's the last time you saw an undrafted 25-point per game scorer?
Well, that's what Alex Caruso said. Alex Caruso said everybody can score, and that's why they go to the G League, and they think that their role is to score, but really their role is to be the janitor. Their role is to, defend hard and rebound. Everybody wants to score. That's what they all want to do. Lou Dort couldn't shoot. Now he can shoot. And if he was shooting 40% from 3, he doesn't go undrafted. But also I agree that there's plenty of talent evaluators that do not know what they're doing on the college and like low end. Once they're in the league and known, those players are hard to find and they're valuable.
TK, we've been trying to figure out the approach for the Sacramento Kings team because it feels like they're kind of stuck in no man's land.
Yes, they are.
What would Trysta, the general manager's approach be with this basketball team?
Unfortunately, probably blow it up. Get rid of Sabonis.
Okay, tell me what you think a Sabonis trade looks like.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's there. And you didn't use this word. You said you got to blow it up and start over. But the idea is getting assets back. The idea is putting together a poor basketball team, getting as high draft picks as you can. And I just don't think that works with this team. They have players who are stuck right in the middle. They're good, but they're not great. Great assets collect you draft picks and first rounders. I said DeMar, Domas, and Levine could potentially net you 1 first-round draft pick, and it would probably be from Domas.
Yeah, it would be definitely from Domas. And
I
you'd
don't
probably
think
have
he
to
could get
package.
much more than that.
You'd probably have to package Domas with Levine to get Levine somewhere else, something
That's
like that.
$100 million worth of
So
salary.
much. Well, that there's like 3-4 trades. They reroute them other places, go to
Oh,
Brooklyn.
Blah, blah, blah. Domas and
Man.
It's tough. No, it's a very tough situation, and I think probably I don't know what Keegan's gonna get paid, but I remember sitting in your studio advocating for Keegan to bring you Lauri Markkanen. And I remember getting like, yo, we can't do that. That's insane. And I don't even know if Lauri Markkanen is that good right now because of how bad Utah has been. And I really don't know how to assess or analyze his game on like a competent team or a team that's trying to win. But Keegan's value is definitely different perception wise than it was when we talked about that 2 years ago. I think it's just like you find as much as you can get. And I'm not going to say that Portland's the perfect model for this because they're not. But if you can't get good value, then you hang on, right? Like Jeremy Grant's not yielding anything back. And so as much as they'd like to trade him, they can't. I think going the way of and maybe this is hard because this isn't quite a blow up. This is more of like a retool, rebuild. But if you're trying to get off of players, maybe find at least somebody exciting to come back. Like Portland wanted to get rid of Anthony Simons. A lot of people probably don't like the Drew Holiday move. I do like the Drew Holiday move. He's a winner. And I think once you get a winner in the building, I think that helps a lot, even if they're older, even if they're more expensive. And you try to like have some sort of asset management. Scott Perry's got his work cut out for him. You're right. This is going to be really hard to rebuild, but I don't think you can just duct tape things here and there and find a way back to some sort of relevancy.
Just real quick, the biggest breaking news we might get today is there's a verdict in the Diddy trial.
Is it?
It hasn't been announced yet. They said jurors and family returning to the courtroom. They said the jury has verdicts on count 2, 3, 4, and 5. Count 1 is the RICO charge. They are like a hung jury, I guess, on the RICO charge. I don't know how that works, but they've reached verdicts on 2, 3, 4, and 5, and wasn't a lot of deliberation. So
Wow, no. It's an end of an era. More Karen, less Karen.
Or is
less
it?
Karen, more Karen.
Okay. Well, we may find out.
Less freak offs.
Wait, hold on.
Take the week off.
Hold on. The Los Angeles Clippers are waiving center Drew Eubanks, and Eubanks plans to sign with the Sacramento Kings on a 1-year deal after he clears waivers.
I don't hate it.
I like
10-day God, Drew Eubanks. Drew Eubanks is a pretty good player.
He is a pretty good player. He's a good little backup center.
He's a good backup. Yeah, he is. He's tough. He's okay. He can get you some minutes. Eat up some minutes like a middle reliever. Yeah.
It's okay.
There's not a lot you can do. You're just
okay.
But just here's the thing though.
I got you.
Here's the thing. I think you have to at least know that you got to be really bad. That's number one for at least a little while. Or you have to have a franchise player and build around them. And you saw what Detroit did. They were really bad. And they got Cade. And they stayed bad for a few more years. And now we feel confident in them being able to like build something. Atlanta, they were pretty good. Went to the conference finals. Then they were like really bad. Just playing. And then they got a competent front office, which I think we can all kind of say, wow, what Atlanta's doing is very interesting. They're finding ways on the margins. Like Nickeil Alexander-Walker clearly wanted to go to Atlanta for a reason. But Nickeil Alexander-Walker is a perfect Sacramento King. Not to say that he would want to go there, but like that's a player that's like does a lot of versatile things and is a piece that you can have as a young player who's, we've all been kind of like rooting for Nickeil for a long time. He took a while to hook on. But even if you're rebuilding, he's good. And if you're like a contender, he's good. Now, he probably wants to be on a contender. But I think the moral of that story is if you have a competent front office, even like the Wizards have started to do, you can build things faster than you think. And no man's land isn't forever.
I think a lot of this stuff, especially here in Sacramento, It's not gonna happen in one summer.
No.
Like it's just not. As much as people want it to be that way and want a quick turnaround, it's something that's gonna take, a summer or two, to kind of get the type of guys that Scott Perry wants in here, to wait for some of these contracts to either come off the books or get more digestible, to be traded, and locate some other talent around the league. So I want to see these moves being made, but I'm also not expecting them to do something that'll turn them into a 55-win team next season with just this summer. Like I don't look at what's ahead of Scott Perry in that front office that way. So I guess maybe I'm more resigned to the fact of that, and that's why I'm not as angry as other people are, because it's going to take time one way or another.
Yeah, I think you're right. And not to bring it back to Portland again, but even though this has taken many years more than I think people wanted, it's now been 3 years since we traded Dame. You have at least some guys. Like, think about the Toumani Camara piece. All of a sudden, he just performs over expectations right away as either a late first or an early second. I forget exactly where he was drafted, but he was a diamond in the rough that performed right away. And you just need to continue to build on those little things and feel like you can have confidence in those who are making the decisions. And as much as a lot of Blazer fans don't like Joe Cronin, I believe in what he's doing. And at least, even if I don't agree, which I do agree, but even if I didn't, I know what the plan is. Everything is sort of fitting in this box of like what type of players they want, who they're going after, and what the vision is for the team. As of now, I haven't seen the vision for what the Kings are looking for, and I'm looking forward to seeing that from Scott.
Yeah, that's the other thing. We're judging this on an incomplete picture. And here's the tough part. The picture is not going to be complete today or tomorrow or at the start of the season. Like, we might really start to be able to see this thing unfold by the trade deadline. I doubt it, but as we get into next year and next trade deadline, that's where we'll really start to get a feel for what Scott Perry.
Question for you. If you guys would not have traded De'Aaron Fox at the deadline and waited until right now, how many things would have been so much different? And you can say, well, we thought maybe there was going to be less opportunities for us. I think actually there would have been a lot more opportunities. Is that a 1 year, like, is that on him on an expiring? Does Indiana give you some assets because they still want to contend? Does the Milwaukee Bucks, coming off of a Damian Lillard Achilles injury,
hiring De'Aaron for a year while Tyrese is out is just menacing work.
Right? It's just incredible. But San Antonio probably no longer wants maybe De'Aaron Fox because they got Dylan Harper. And so everything is different depending on, when you decide to make that move. And I just thought that the impatience level was the reason that the deal came back as one-sided as it felt, right? And I think if you do this deal now in the summer, and I know that hindsight is 2020, there's a lot of places that maybe that's Orlando. You look at Desmond Bane and like what they gave you for him, and I think maybe that's not the same player that they want because he's a little bit undersized and he's not the same type of player. But there's a lot of options that would be interested in him more than just, I'm going to San Antonio. That's the only place I'm going. And screw you if you want to send me anywhere else. Maybe that's Miami. There's a lot of different situations that would have been open now.
Maybe.
I hear you. It would be different because Scott Perry would be in control, and Scott Perry could execute his vision as he sees fit, rather than allowing, whether it was Monty or Vivek, executing the vision for him last February. Here's what I think would happen if De'Aaron Fox was still on the team and Scott Perry was in charge of facilitating this trade. De'Aaron and this fan base would see the lack of a market that he had. That's what I think would happen. You have a player earning $40 million who is acquiring De'Aaron Fox going, that's what we need. That $40 million player right there, that's the guy we need to be a championship contender, because acquiring De'Aaron is a championship move. That is a move that's the Siakam move. That's the move you're doing to take you to who's doing that. I'm not saying there's no teams out there. I'm saying the idea that there's this big, robust open market for De'Aaron Fox if he's still a Sacramento King during the summer, I think is just completely false.
I do too.
I think it is terribly unrealistic.
I also
the Blair Witch Project is happening at Trysta's house right now. For those that aren't watching,
I also think it's more aligned with not exactly this deal. I don't want to say it's exactly this deal, but it's a more aligned that Jordan Poole, CJ McCollum deal. Like maybe it's a little greater than that. Maybe, you're able. I'll just say the Kings would get back CJ McCollum, and you get that contract, that expiring one player, run rotationary player, maybe first rounder, maybe, and a couple second rounders. Be cool too, but yeah, I don't think he was gonna net you, especially with his disposition and his representation position.
Yeah.
I don't think people were gonna like. We've always said this, Trysta. I don't think they were gonna treat him like Toronto treated Kawhi. Like, yeah, I don't care. You're De'Aaron Fox. We're gonna get you here and try and win a champion. Like, oh
No, I don't think that, but I don't think it would have been Zach LaVine. I think there would have been more options than that. And I think it would have been more like, we don't really care if you want to go to San Antonio. There's plenty of other places that we can send you. So
real quick.
Oh,
Let's
go
stay
ahead.
there. I want to ask both of you guys this real quick. I know how people feel about the player and all this other stuff, not to sound like Bill Parcells or whatever. But talent-wise, do you think you could have got a better player than Zach LaVine?
Talent-wise?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
that doesn't tell the whole story because he's got.
Doesn't tell the whole story at all. That's.
I'm just asking. Do you think you get a guy that can score 25 points a night for De'Aaron Fox?
I think I could get Jordan Poole for De'Aaron Fox.
I like Jordan Poole.
Mm-hmm.
So do I. And I think that's like right there. Jordan Poole makes a lot less than Zach LaVine.
Like
no, but they make Jordan Poole makes $15 million less a year than Zach LaVine.
Okay, but doesn't he have an extra year on the contract?
Yeah, but I think you can finesse more people into Jordan Poole than you can Zach LaVine.
Understood. All right.
It's tough. Also, really quickly to stay on Clutch, because I wanted to get you guys' thoughts about this. It went totally under the radar, and my alarm bells were raised by this.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see Rich Paul in the car talking to Phoenix?
Yes.
About come on Malawach?
Yeah.
My jaw was dropped, and I have so many questions now. Like, wait. So for everybody who didn't see it, come on Malawach, Duke Big, who may not even be able to come to the United States, like with all these ICE things. Like, I think South Sudan is on the terror watch list right now. Not even joking. That's true.
If they're throwing out Elon Musk, I'm not sure if he can get over here.
No, I don't know. He better not leave, and he better not have like stable place to get mail, and just change up his movements on a day-to-day basis. And he's in Arizona. This man's gonna go to the Joe Arpaio tent city where they put people. Come on. Anyway, stay on track, Trysta. So come on, Malawach goes 10th to the Phoenix Suns. A lot of people excited about him. He was somewhat mocked in the somewhere between 6 and 12 range. Okay. So the video is Rich Paul talking to Phoenix. I thought this might be AI. And he is like, hey, are you guys planning to draft him if he's there at 10? And they're like, yes, he is our number one option on the board. And he goes, great, because this is Malawach's number one option as well. Hang tight, no promises, but I'm going to see if I can get him there to you. What does that mean? What does that mean? If I want come on Malawach at 7, what are you going to say? Is he not showing up to camp? What are you giving me in return? I'm so confused.
So Trysta, one of the things, and you really know the inside of all this stuff, right? Of all the basketball world. One of the things that I've learned as I got this job, at the show, talk to more people, and understand more about this, that I try to convey to people who aren't in the know. Like, I was a radio listener just like everybody else, right? And I didn't understand this. Is I think agents run these leagues more than people realize. Like, you want to get mad at Scott Perry and Monty McNair and all this other stuff. The Bill Duffys, the Rich Pauls, the Worldwide Wests, those are the decision makers. It sounds crazy, and I'm not saying they have 100% power, but they have a lot of power to like move these players where they want to. Would you say the same thing?
Yeah, I would. And I just wonder, I know that he did it and I know that it happens. I'm just wondering the details. What are these details? What are these phone conversations like? What is the tit for tat? Is it like, oh, the next player that is a Clutch client that goes here, like we're just going to, in free agency, go somewhere else? Like, is that what that looks like? Is it the carrot? Is it the stick? Is it a blend? They're just a cartel, and I'm getting really uncomfortable with the Clutch cartel.
But it's not just Clutch.
No,
though.
it's everybody, man. It's all these agents.
But I don't think, and I'm going to be a Bill Duffy
Bill
apologist.
Duffy
here, 'cause
just
that's my
doesn't
guy.
air it on social media.
Bill Duffy, if you ask around, doesn't strong arm that way.
Okay.
He's strong arms.
He strong arms
That-
differently.
I don't think he strong arms. Period. I don't think he strong arms.
All right.
Who was it?
I think he's
Trysta keeping her invite to the summer league party.
Who was
We've been
Listen,
accused of
don't
being in
do
the
that.
back pocket for the last 24 hours, so clearly
Listen.
we know where TK's allegiance are lying.
Listen, the filet mignon sticks are good.
Who was the agent that sent the Marvin Bagley letter on opening night?
That was
Wasn't that
Bill
Bill
Duffy.
What was
Yeah.
the letter? What was the
Oh,
letter?
he famously sent a
randomly
letter
sent a letter
when the Kings said, I guess the Kings announced maybe that Marvin wasn't going to start, and or maybe they said Marvin wasn't going to play.
Well, yeah, because wasn't the whole we don't know if this was what was going on, but we thought they were going to trade Marvin in the offseason. And we were probably hearing things that had us thinking like, yeah, the Kings are going to work with other teams and Bill Duffy to get
See,
Marvin
Malik
a new
fans,
team.
there's still hope.
To get Marvin a new team. We get to opening night, he's still on the Kings, and Bill Duffy out of nowhere publishes this letter just laying into the Kings for their treatment of Marvin Bagley.
Wow. Okay, well that's
I'm
bad.
trying to find it.
I'm gonna go on record and say that's not great. But also, if he moved like that, then Luka would not have been traded to the Mavs from the Mavs to the Lakers behind his back because they would have been terrified to do that to him.
Mm-hmm.
They just did it and just didn't ask him or talk to him. That's one of the most earth-shaking trades that we've seen in league history, and he didn't have any inkling about it. That shows.
Well, Tristan, neither did LeBron and Rich Paul either. You
Yes.
know? Anthony Davis, they didn't know. They didn't know.
That
Just
may be
robbing
an
Nico. Just
It
robbing
might be an
Nico.
outlier. Yeah, just robbing Nico. Just going to the coffee shop.
Somebody, I think it might have been like Gil's Arena or somebody on there was like, yeah, LeBron absolutely knew. What are we talking
Of course he knew. Of course LeBron knew. Just robbing Nico. I bet you it was. But here's the thing that's interesting is the shockwaves that sent for LeBron and all this, like the Clutch letter, the Clutch. Hey, you know, we understand they're building for the future, but LeBron
Jeff
wants
Schwartz,
to play.
by the way. It wasn't Bill. It wasn't Bill Duffy. It was Jeff
Don't be
Schwartz.
slandering my guy, Bill Duffy.
It was
okay?
Jeff Schwartz. Sacramento has informed Marvin Bagley he is not in the opening night rotation, which is completely baffling.
Thankfully.
Clear they have no plans for him in the future, and yet passed on potential deals at last year's deadline and this summer based on value. Instead, they chose to bring him back and not play him, a move completely contradictory to their value argument.
See? Wasn't
Sorry,
Bill Duffy.
This is Jeff.
Yeah, stop slandering my man Bill Duffy.
It wasn't slander. It was question.
Well, it was an accusation that was rooted in incorrectness. I think he's. What I'll say is before this, before we move on, I think he's the like a velvet hammer. I think he's just been around the league so long, had so many connections. But what I will say is everybody has good things to say about him. So and everybody has bad things internally and externally to say about Clutch, except for the people who are in Clutch's pocket. But outside of them, people are like, That's Kenny.
Kenny's in the
There's
pocket of Clutch and Vivek Ranadive.
That's right.
And apparently so am I. All
That's how
because
you
I
get
don't
all that
care if
Louis
they trade
Vuitton.
Malik. I'm in the.
That's all because that's all the Louis Vuitton you get.
Oh no, it's because
That's-
I tweeted for the first time in a year, and all of a sudden it's because Uncle V handed me a bag to get his agenda across.
Thanks, Uncle V. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the chain, Uncle V. Thanks for the chain.
Gonna need another Louis bag, dog. Gonna need another one.
Come on. I like Malik. He's just not good enough to be risking your career for.
Yeah, I'm with that. CNN has the headline that says deliberations to resume tomorrow morning after Barry reaches partial verdict in Sean Diddy Combs' trial. I thought we were getting a verdict tonight.
I could see.
Your boy, someone's at your house.
It's just my mom walking out in the back looking at tomato plants.
What happens with Dame now?
He finally can get to Miami now, can't he?
That's certainly.
I don't like the way you said that either.
What it appears.
That was I don't like the way you said that, Trysta.
No, let me be honest. Let me be serious for a second. That is honestly one of the most disgusting ways to treat a franchise player that I've seen in a long time. To do it, and I know he had an injury, and that injury is for a whole entire year, and you're trying to your very best to keep Giannis happy, and you want financial flexibility. That's fine. But the way it went down, for them not to even discuss it with them or work with them on it, and for him to find out on social media when he's a top 75 player of all time, and honestly risked his career to come back from deep vein thrombosis early to try to compete, because that's the kind of guy he is. When he had been dealing with a calf pretty much on and off for the last year and change, maybe from the playoffs before, it really is showing where these organizations' heads are at right now with the new collective bargaining agreement. That money now is, and financial flexibility, and not wanting to lose draft picks or lose the ability to make specific kinds of trades, is leading you to completely take the human out. And as much as I've made fun of Dame for leaving Portland and have somewhat reveled in him not winning a championship or even coming close, this is really wrong. And it was actually horrifying to see, because at this point you're rehabbing from an injury, which is already so hard on its own. And now you are a man without a team. I was shocked.
Let me ask both of you guys this. Help me out here. If Dame wanted to stay in Milwaukee, like really wanted to, not I'm gonna stand 10 toes down because that's the type of man I am. You know what I mean? But like I don't want to be here, but I'm not gonna leave. If he really wanted to be there, that is messed up. But if he was like, I don't really care if I'm here or not, like ask me in a perfect world, could I still get my money and leave? Yeah, I would do it. What's the problem? If that's how he felt.
The process, how it's done, right? Like, I think regardless if you want to be at a job or not, if they buy you out and you've got some years left on your contract and it happens in a way that blindsides you, that just feels very unethical. I think there's just a way to go about things. And yeah, like the end result's the same, and he's still getting $120 million to literally do just nothing, to just chill. If he wanted to retire right now, he's getting that $120 million. If he wants to play on a veteran minimum, he's still getting that money. So that end result is still the same. I just feel like with a new ownership group, Milwaukee is sort of moving different. New ownership group, the Celtics are moving different, right? They're just clip, 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 clip. And I bet you the Lakers, when they get their new ownership in place, even with Jeannie Buss there, they will move different as well. And it's just a little bit disappointing in how they're moving.
Speaking of the Lakers, is there a market for LeBron James? Like, is there a realistic destination for LeBron James to go to this year?
Any place LeBron would sign off to go to would significantly hamper that team so badly that why would he even want to go there? Why would he want to be there? If you traded him to the Cavs, what are you going to trade him for?
It's probably Darius and someone else.
Darius, Jared Allen, some picks. That team stinks now.
I'm probably not including picks, but I do think you can trade. Kenny's been on this one. If he wanted to, you could trade LeBron James for Karl Anthony Towns, and he's on the New York Knicks.
Yeah,
That works. I think Karl Anthony Towns makes more money than LeBron James does.
If I'm the Lakers, why do I want to do that? Just because he's going to leave next year, and I've got a center now. I guess. Like,
I mean, clearly, like
if
the relationship is over, like execute the trade. Like this is what's facing the Bucks. Just do it. Just rip the goddamn Band-Aid off and do it. Like this whole the Chris Haynes stuff. Giannis was not happy with how this went down. The Shams Charania stuff. Giannis helped recruit Myles Turner. It's like, yo, the writing is on the wall here. Like everyone sees it. Giannis has not said anything publicly. That's the difference. But I feel like Giannis's moves are being made public, and I think that's strategic. He is this close to turning into Dwight Howard. If you remember Orlando and the Dwightmare that was that summer, from I want to be traded to I'm opting in to the contract extent to trade me, it was an absolute disaster that made that man look like an idiot. It made him look ridiculous. Giannis doesn't look like an idiot. But this dance is lame, and everyone knows it. And it feels like the more and more, again, this stuff isn't getting out by accident. It's not Giannis doing it, but Giannis having a meeting with the Milwaukee Bucks wasn't put out by the Milwaukee Bucks.
Facts.
Just
and
do it.
On top of that, I would say, to your point, anybody who's a real NBA fan and is in the weeds on it, we're pretty tired of Giannis and his nonsense. We've been watching Giannis go and do interviews with GQ and like autocollector.com and like being like, yeah, they don't surround me with winners and I'm just going to leave. It's like, well, why are you doing this in this platform, in this setting, in the summer, over and over and over again? Why are you so petty and going back and forth and being like, I'm not an underachiever. Here's all my championship trophies, yada, yada, yada. Like, Giannis is the most fake. And I have enjoyed every moment that I've spent around Giannis. This is not like a personal thing. And there hasn't been that many moments, but I think I've interviewed him twice or three times. He was nice in person, but his moves, he wants to be the nice guy, but he kind of operates like an a-hole. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just really is prodding and prying and like getting the news out. It's very sneaky. It's very, like, you're right, very close to being diva-esque, Dwight Howard-esque. And he's awesome. He's better than Dwight Howard. But his moves just are very alarming and very close to kind of being a bad saga for Milwaukee. And I think you're right, Damian. Just get the haul for him. Get the haul now before it's been too long that everybody knows they can fleece you because you're forced to do it.
This is the same thing I said 2 years before they traded Dame. Not to say that Portland got fleeced or anything, but like, we already knew where this was going to go. Like, should have traded him then. But it all worked out because they got Scoot and all this other stuff. Knicks trade that works. LeBron to the Knicks for Michael, Josh Howard, and Mitchell Robinson.
Josh Howard.
It's too much. It's too much.
That is too much.
Too much.
Guys on
You're not winning a title. I just trade Karl Anthony Towns.
I wouldn't trade Karl Anthony Towns because I need that third guy.
I do it.
Who's going to play center? Mitchell Robinson.
Sure.
Yes. Now he's going to be on the Lakers again. Like, if I'm LeBron, I'm vetoing it. No, why would I do that and just be on the New York Lakers with no center, no nothing? No.
Well, that's because you hate Mikal. What if you get more out of Mikal?
Mikal, the Lakers playing Jackson. We signed Jackson Hayes to the Knicks.
Mikal isn't Jackson Hayes.
No, I'm telling you, sign Jackson Hayes to the Knicks because they don't have no center. It's to say not to say that
and Drew Eubanks is off the table.
He's off the table, bro. You ain't got Drew Root. You ain't gonna make it happen.
Where's Rashawn Holmes when you need him?
The Knicks lose Cat, they'd be the same situation as the Lakers. So if I was LeBron, I wouldn't go.
You do need, and Mitchell Robinson to that
It would
point.
be funny going from Luka to Jalen, though. I didn't even think about that. It'd be funny going from Luka to
Another
Jalen.
ball dominant guard.
Yeah.
He's got to play with.
Yeah, I think, and Mitchell Robinson is so injury prone that you were very close to Jackson Hayes. Like that's how close that is. Yeah, I don't think there's anywhere for him to go. I think that's just a bunch of nonsense, all that tweeting and social media.
I know exactly what they can do. Get your boy.
Get who?
DeAndre Ayton ain't signed with nobody.
They could.
Get
That's
your
where everybody
boy.
thought he was going to go at first.
Huh?
That's where everybody thought he was going to go as soon as he got bought out. The
To
Lakers.
LA? Oh, well, go to New York.
They got some bad clips of DeAndre floating around. Basketball clips.
Oh, my goodness.
Just like Jokic, KD, Booker, all fighting for a rebound. And DeAndre Ayton's just
watching.
Just standing there watching.
Jason Quick put out a piece about all the things that DeAndre Ayton wasn't doing and all the bad things. He was showing up late, not coming to PT, not getting on the plane. And that article came out, I think, yesterday. And I was like, well, probably a lot of teams either knew about that already or if they didn't. And I like DeAndre again. I like him. He's a nice kid.
I haven't seen him linked to anyone.
No.
Like Drew Eubanks has to clear waivers, and it's like, oh, he's already signing with Sacramento.
Well,
no.
People are saying Indiana.
No.
Indiana would be a great pickup.
Yeah, with Myles gone. Sure.
You don't need that much out of him. Why would Myles want to go to Milwaukee? That's disgusting.
I don't know. That's a tough look.
That's crazy for him.
Ray Allen,
man, to lose. Even though Miles Turner was spotty in the finals, but like to lose Turner and Halliburton.
Yeah, Siakam and Tyrese are going to be talking about this betrayal for years, decades, even, just like Paul George.
Probably not even going to speak to him.
Pearson. Yeah, not going to speak to him. Yeah, they're going to do these like specials, these reuniting specials for the team that almost won the finals and just exclude them.
And to be honest with you, they'd be well within their right. I mean, why would you go to Milwaukee? You see how, we had battles with them, and why would you come play for us?
What do you think happens with Jonathan Kuminga?
Well, we see
our Dubs
down bad. Losing Kevon Looney shocked me. They have no center, basically. What are they going to get, Al Horford? I think his value to the market is much lower than he believes. I think we're starting to see that. Is he a clutch client?
Is he?
Is he a clutch client?
I don't know. Stand by.
He seems clutchy to me.
Well,
doesn't he?
Let's see. Jonathan Kuminga, agent, Risk Paul.
Yep, clutch client. Yeah, I mean he'll get probably.
Right. Let me triple check that. Continue. Sorry.
Triple check it. I think he'll probably do it. I think it'll be a Golden State sign and trade. Where he could go? Maybe Pistons.
Well, they got what's his name? I mean, you can I guess use another big man, but they got my boy Duran.
Yeah, but that Jonathan Kuminga is like a 4.
I'm still thinking of Ayton. My bad.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about Jonathan Kuminga.
That'd be a good look. That'd be.
I
Yeah.
mean, they've got Osser. He's kind of like an Osser sort of a vibe, but he can.
Aaron Turner is Jonathan Kuminga's agent.
Okay, Aaron Turner. Why did they say he was Rich Paul?
Aaron Turner.
Neither am I. Where is he?
Does it say Versus?
Oh man, Jonathan Kuminga. It's not even with he's with the mom and pop shop
management team. Yeah.
Come on. Let
come
the
on.
mom and pops live.
Come on, he's with the mom and pop shop. Well, he's probably
better
I don't
than
know.
Ace Bailey.
Yeah, that's bad. The Omar Cooper, that was a bad move. If Ace Bailey was a clutch client, he would not be in Utah right now.
Yeah, that video taught us that.
That video taught us that. They'd be like, let me get you to Washington. I don't know when the Wizards became a destination, but that's where Ace Bailey apparently wanted to go. That's wild.
That's crazy.
Isn't it? That's where he wanted to go. He wanted to fall to 6.
Maybe he's a big history guy. He just wanted to go to the wanted to walk the National Mall every day.
Just a big time
go to the National
Smithsonian
Archives.
fan.
Yeah.
Portrait gallery.
Just sit out here and meditate by this Lincoln Monument.
I wanted to go to. Oh no, I think that's only Maryland. I was about to say go to eat at Royal Farms every day, but that's only. Is that only Baltimore? I don't know.
I think that's a Baltimore. I think that's both Baltimore. Just watch the reflecting pool. Go into the reflecting pool.
They're like Kevin Costner and JFK.
Just sit there. Just sit there. Hey, don't hate. I've done it before, but yeah, no, I think it's
You
funnier.
have. Are you
I think-
kidding me? Damian's the kind of guy that would go to the African American Museum for like 4 days because he just wants to like take all the trauma in.
Bro, you should be ashamed of yourself. That's not exactly what happened. It wasn't
What
4
happened?
days.
It was 3.
That no,
It was more than 1.
it was 1.5. That first floor though, yeah, that first floor is tough.
Woo. You gotta
That
almost
first
get
floor
your
is
check.
tough.
You almost need like a little like fresh air after the first floor. They almost need like a patio for the second floor just to go
What's crazy about like because the first floor, like it literally takes you through it's the history. Like it starts the bottom
Isn't it
floor,
like the last
middle
thing people
passage,
see?
the slaves, like all of that. You walk through that, you see the shackles, you see the kids' shackles that they have. Like it is brutal. No, there is no, as you're walking in, hey guys, this could be, sensitive for some. Nope, you just walk through that, and as Trysta says, you just take in the trauma. I don't know. I believe this is a regular part of the museum. I take it you've been the Emmett Till room.
Yes.
There is a very clear warning before you walk into that room. Understand what is in this room and do not walk through it if you're not comfortable seeing it. Like we were there with my niece and nephew when they were younger, and it was like, you can't come in here. Like you can't come in here. I wish I hadn't gone in there. But yeah,
No, it's awful.
clear warning out there. Meanwhile, you go through that middle passage and you need to put a warning there as to what you're going to see.
You almost need to pop up to the 4th floor to take in the Oprah and be like,
right,
"Ooh, let me just
right. Can you show me the Michael Jackson outfits just for like 10 minutes, please? Show me
Like,
the Eddie
just give
Murphy
me the-
delirious costume and
the Oprah on the little the black and white TV on repeat just to show me her best moments." I can't. Yeah,
just a palate cleanser.
it really is. It's almost like you need the excellence in between those floors,
Right.
just to kind of like, okay, we made it out. Like it's
You don't
rough,
get to. I mean, think about it. You don't get much happiness till you get past the 60s. When you talk
You've
about
never
the
been,
African
Kenny?
American History Museum, like you're walking through the water hoses and the lunch counters, and it is intense, man. It is.
They don't
intense.
spare any details either. It's like being inside the diorama.
Yeah, my one of my finance people, like they were a big contributor to that, and man, the work that they put into that place is just extraordinary. Go now before someone tries to like shut it down. We appreciate you. Thanks for jumping on with us. This free agency sucks.
It's a lot. It's a lot going on.
It's a lot, but it ain't what I want.
It's a water hose. What did you want?
I don't know. Trades? I don't know. Something else.
I think
Russell Westbrook is what I wanted.
I think we still got two. KD did get traded, and I think we got at least one move coming. Still to come.
LeBron or Giannis?
I think LeBron getting traded, Tristan. I think it's gonna happen. I don't think it's smoke. I think it's really gonna happen.
I hope so. I hope it does happen.
They want the airplane story so bad.
Yeah, they do.
They want the airplane story so bad.
Okay, can we give it to him? Can I give it to him?
We have to break. Like
All right,
you can.
We'll give it to, okay, I'll come back.
All right. Trista's not going anywhere unless major news breaks. She'll give you the full airplane story as to why she missed last Tuesday here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I'm getting up for a second, TK. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
TK, you're in Portland, right? When's the last time you went to the East Coast?
I was in Miami 2 weekends ago.
Going to Miami?
I had a thing with CBS. They flew me out.
Okay, a little thing with CBS. All right.
And then I met up with Meadowlark, the little thing with Meadowlark, Dan Lebitard's company. Met with the head of content there.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so it was dope. It was super dope.
That's what's up. You got anything you can tell us about like football, like around the corner?
No, I mean there was an opportunity that would have required me to move, and that was like on the table if I wanted it, but I can't move, and I'm not gonna move, and I don't really want to move, so I said no, and we'll see if anything comes of it in terms of like, more remote type stuff.
We have like grown past the original reason why we met you, but like Trysta be talking that football talk, that gambling talk. Trysta be talking that baseball gambling. She showed me some things before too. I gotta get a refresher because
That pitching matchup, looking at fantasy pros, that's the
there's
way
so many
right
things
there.
that you and I love our basketball talk, so I don't want it to change. But there's so many different ways that you can go that I love talking to you about. I love talking. I love college football, so I love talking about college football. So
My Ducks, man, it's an interesting time to be a college football fan. I'm really, really excited about this year.
they trying to keep us out, but we're gonna sue the pants off the NCAA. Sac
Yeah,
State,
we are.
we're gonna sue the pants off them boys. Die trying. Are they gonna treat us like SMU? It just
That is how they're
just
going to treat
destroy
you.
the football team.
What's Damian doing? He's just walking in and out, just scurrying.
I think he's going to refill his. Probably
Oh,
refill his
in
water.
standby? What's that say?
Where?
Behind you on the door.
Oh, yeah, in standby. I don't know what it's always been
stand-
there. I have no idea. You know what's pretty cool? I mean, it's been going on forever. I don't know why this is just like I'm just really sitting down and watching it. But today is Canada Day, and obviously the Blue Jays are playing. They're playing the Yankees. The whole stadium filled, sold out in Toronto, all wearing red today.
Oh, wow, that's wild.
Yeah.
Little Canada Day. Nothing wrong with that.
You ever been to the Sky Dome?
No. Mm-mm. Have you?
No, it looks like an underrated place, man. Sky Dome looks
I love baseball stadiums.
Me too.
Baseball stadiums are just like little cities. I loved Fenway. Fenway's was incredible. Like a little, almost feels like Disney World, but for baseball. Loved Camden Yards. That's the Orioles. Loved the one AT&T in San Francisco. That one's beautiful.
The best.
That one's the best.
The underrated thing that's always been there at the Sky Dome that one of these days maybe I'll try is the hotel attached.
There's
to
a hotel in there?
Yeah,
Wow.
in center field.
Wow.
They got the windows. Those are hotel rooms.
Wow, that's crazy. Could you imagine? Just kicking it, watching the game right out from there, or even just like the game's not going on, and you wake up and you look out and there's the ballpark. I think that's a low key fun thing to do.
I want to stay there one day.
You get some water, D'Lo?
Got some water, got my green juice, man. I'm ready to roll for another 3 hours.
Shout out AC. I think is it Rogers Center still, or maybe it's something else even now. Or Rogers Center. So it's
Toronto?
gonna be the Sky Dome. Yeah.
Same Rogers that kicked out Masai Ujiri?
Oh man, we ain't even talked about that. That's crazy.
Where does he go? He would have been a good Sacramento Kings GM. He likes power. He would have stood up to Vivek. We know he's
What's
capable
my
of
man's
that.
name? George Springer, grand slam. Now 9-4 Blue Jays over the Yankees.
I'm coming back,
George,
TK.
go ahead.
All right, we started this conversation almost an hour ago. Trysta Krick discussing all things Sacramento Kings, free agency, Dame Lillard being waived, Drew Eubanks, who is the newest member of your Sacramento Kings, and LeBron James. However, there are many people who would like to know why Trysta wasn't here with us last Tuesday. And I made a little mention of what happened to the Chatty House. Radio audience didn't get this, I don't think. I think this was just during a commercial break. But they have been clamoring for the story of what happened last Tuesday when you were flying home.
First of all, I wasn't even supposed to fly Tuesday. I was supposed to fly Monday. And Miami airport is the worst airport I've ever been to. I think they just
Awful.
really want to be the least helpful that they can possibly be. So I'm taking Ollie with me because he's 5 months old and he can't live without me. So I'm flying with him. I got all of his paperwork. I did all the due diligence. Everything's set. I get to the desk hour ahead of time, more. And the woman is like just befuddled. Can't figure out how to get them processed. Can't figure out the paperwork. And then by the time you know it, she says, "Oh, well, we don't have time now to process your bags. So you just missed this flight."
Wait. All right.
You just missed it. You just missed the flight. And I'm like, "What? You could have told me that. You could have just checked me in. I would have figured it out after the Oh, nope, can't do that. Got to process the dog before we process anything else. Get you your boarding pass. They won't even give you your boarding pass until you process the dog. It's just a mess. Won't book me on a new flight, so I have to call a travel agency who did it. And they're like, you're done. Like, there's no more flights tonight. You have to fly out tomorrow. And also tomorrow's flights are pretty much all sold out. So I'm like, oh my God. So I get a flight the next day, stay at the hotel in the airport, call Delta again. This is Delta's fault, all of it. Delta, I've already sent a letter. And so, hey, making sure that all these paperwork is set. I missed my flight. I need to make sure it's done. Yep. Get to the desk. First and foremost, I know that this is going to take a long time and there needs to be some excellence and competency here to just process him for some reason. So I go to the Sky Priority desk. There's nobody behind me in Sky Priority. Yes, I know I don't have enough MQDs. Yes, I know I'm not a Sky Priority member. I get to the desk. They look at my passport. They say, "Oh, sorry, ma'am. We can't help you. You're not Sky Priority." I look behind me. There's no one there. There's 3 people at their Sky Priority desk. There's 1 person at the general boarding desk. There's over 150 people in line for the general. No people in line for the Sky Priority. I'm like, oh my God. And they are reveling. There's other little ones that are chirping. Yep, can't help you. Nope, Delta policy. Nope. I'm trying to get in line. I'm trying to cut in line. Hey, can you? Nope, can't. Somehow I finagle my way to the desk. Get to the desk. Woman clearly lost. She starts working on processing Ollie. And then she's like, "Hey, Linda, I got this woman's bags over here, and she's military, and I couldn't blah, blah, blah. Can you help me with that?" I'm like, "Well, I'm not military, so I don't know who you're talking about because you're supposed to be working on me right now. What?" So that's taken 20 minutes. I'm starting to get freaked out because of the whole bag thing the night before. I'm like, I'm going to miss this flight again. 2 minutes, literally. We've got 120 seconds until I miss the deadline again. She's like, "Oh, it looks like you have 6 pets in cabin. You've got an oxygen tank." No, I don't have any of those things. I have to pay for the pet in cabin. I'm like, I'll get my money back later. We just got to get this. I got to get on this flight. Got to get on this flight. I'll save you the long story short. We get on the plane. We have a
This is the
layover.
short version of the story.
This is the short version. This is a short version. I get on the plane. I'm in Minneapolis. We have a layover in Minneapolis. Barely make that. Again, more problems with the dog. Get on my aisle seat, and we've got two husband and wife duo, over 300 pounds each, spilling into my seat. I am like, oh my God, this is just nightmare city. By the way, you're supposed to buy an extra seat if you spill into somebody else's seat, but hey, whatever, I guess. There's no other seats. So I see this couple, and the flight attendants don't want to deal with me because they've got this old couple that they're dealing with. And the wife wants to sit next to her husband, which is totally normal. But I'm looking at the husband and I say, he doesn't look good, this guy. He's the one with the oxygen tank, not me. And they finally get them to sit together. When they move him over to his new seat, he doesn't just get up and move on his own. They've got a Weekend at Bernie's him. They've got to slide him over like he's full weight, and they've got to move him. So I'm like, okay, this is not good. But they do it, and it's not my life. And he's literally I'm in 21, he's in 19. So he's 2 rows in front of me. So I'm watching my Love Island. We take off. Everything seems to be fine as much as it can be. I look down somehow. I don't know why. And there is a crowd of people surrounding my seat. 8 people I counted. Bunch of nurses, doctors, and flight attendants. All homie with the oxygen is now laid down on the aisle. I watched them rip his shirt off, just like ER, and they start compressions on him. And you've got the machine, beep, 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 stop compressions, administer shock. They've got to shock him with the paddles 5 times. They're working on this man for almost an hour. And he is, I'm talking about like inches away from my shoes. Inches. I can't even go. You would think that maybe because you can't do anything about it, you would go back to what you were. No, you can't do that. You were just locked in on like, hopefully this guy lives. This kid, 15 years old, in the aisle next to me and him are looking at each other, just ghost. What do we do here? I've never experienced anything like this. They cannot find a pulse. I do not see him breathe ever. Never. His wife is totally sanguine, like this was just expected. And they're like, all right, 20 minutes till we land. They never stop doing compressions. They never stop doing the paddles until we have an emergency landing in Montana, in Billings, Montana, where the paramedics come. They also do compressions. They put a tarp underneath him. They slide him when they stop compressions in between. With the tarp, they just pull him on the carpet off the jetway. Continued compressions, I guess. We stay on the jetway or on the like landing area strip for 2.5 hours. Because why? Because we've used all of our oxygen on him. They put oxygen in him. They gave him an EpiPen, 2 EpiPens. They put an IV in him. All of this is happening like less than 6 inches from me. And we are all shaken up. And we don't know when we're going to leave. TSA won't let us leave because we've used all of our stuff that you would normally need for like an emergency landing or if you crash or whatever. So they've got to like allow us to leave without that stuff. We landed with a full tank. So I think it took me, I don't think he lived, by the way. It was horrible. And I talked to the nurse and I'm like, hey, do you think that guy could have made it? And she just shook her head no. So I texted Damian. I go, sorry, I can't make the hit. The guy died on my flight in midair. So that's the story.
Good reason why. That's crazy. You were in the air. I thought you were on the runway and this happened.
They literally were continuing to do compressions as we landed. They were like kneeling over him, just and I'm thinking, and I'm, I don't know anything about the medical field, but I'm thinking to myself, he's dead. He's dead. He went gray in front of me. Why continue this ruse? I guess you have to. There's no way he was coming back. I think he might have had a heart attack on the plane. He had a pacemaker. He was pretty old. It was awful. I've never heard of anything like this. We went and got my bags, me and Ollie, and people were talking about it. And they didn't have any idea because they were way in front. And I'm like, oh, you didn't know what happened? Oh, yeah, the guy was just collapsed right there in the aisle.
Gracious.
I know, very sad story, but also very dramatic.
Not one single Shams tweet during that story, just for those that were wondering.
Good.
Shams cleared the floor.
Thank you,
the floor. And
I texted him ahead of time.
Oh, that was good.
I texted him. I said, hey,
did you text him yesterday at 3:00 when he didn't tweet anything for like 30 minutes?
Nope.
Nah, bro, that was somebody got to do better because they announced 3:00 is when everything starts. They were clearly waiting for the start of this ESPN free agent show. That started.
Yeah, they were.
So why not just start everything at 4? Or ESPN have the show at 3?
Yes, because they were airing, what is this, Wimbledon coverage? They was just airing Wimbledon. They're like, nothing happening at 3:00. We know that.
Get Federer off of there. I'm trying to see what Scott Perry's doing.
How I don't understand how TSA won't, let me bring a straight edge to cut my beard or won't let me bring edibles on the plane. But a guy with an oxygen tank and a pacemaker and you could just get on a flight. Like at some point, someone's got to go, hey, brother, I don't know what you're going to Miami for, but maybe don't.
Don't.
Yeah, let's not.
And what's crazy?
So we can't in good conscience let you go.
What's crazy is one of the women at the baggage claim was like, oh, I said to myself when he got on the plane, he shouldn't be flying. And I said, oh my God, me too. And I've never thought that to myself. That's how immobile he was getting on. It was like Final Destination.
Miss P says you can get on a plane with gummies. LOL. Miss P ride different planes than I do.
She's not flying
She's on-
commercial.
yeah, I'm flying commercial.
She's
Miss P,
flying
I
a
can't.
private jet.
I can't get on.
Also, what a photo for Miss P. Put that photo back up.
That's the people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
Shout out to DMV's finest.
I think Miss P's birthday coming up.
Yeah,
I think it's the 4th of July.
Yeah. Shout out Miss P.
Really? Well,
Mhm.
shout out. Happy birthday, Miss P.
What island she's gonna be on for her birthday that she flew the private jet to?
Well, you said in your tweet that this was going to take longer than an hour, and you were on point. I think we covered everything. I'm not
think we
really
did.
sure. I'm not really
Oh,
sure. I just now Shams is on. Now you know nothing's well. He's got his phone in his hand, so hopefully
He always has his phone.
Hopefully he'll
Can you
do better than our brother Chris did yesterday when he
Can
had
you,
it.
I know it was rough for Chris.
had-
That
our
was
bro- our
rough for
brother
Jake
Chris had
Laravia.
he had a tough day yesterday. He had the D'Angelo Russell Photoshop mishap in the Jake Laravia Lakers signing.
Rough. That is so rough. I felt so bad for him. Can you imagine dating you? Obviously not you two, but could you imagine someone dating Shams and like trying to get if your love language is quality time, you're never getting it.
You're not getting it.
You're
Yeah.
never getting quality time.
That's why old girl was mad. Well, Kay Adams. That's why.
Kay Adams. He got her a pair of John
Quality
Geigers and said,
time.
"Keep it pushing."
Can you put your phone down for 5 minutes? No, actually, I can't.
No.
No,
Can you
I'm
imagine
sorry.
him dating someone who didn't know anything about the NBA? Like
Oh,
Katie. Like he's
Oh.
dating like someone like Katie, and she's like, Why do you keep playing on your phone? Why do you keep tweeting all day? It's like I have 3.1 million people I have to get this news out to.
Didn't we? I mean, this isn't a secret, just rehashing, but we saw Shams game 1
Yeah.
against Warriors, and didn't he stop and say hi to
The only
Trysta?
one he cared about was Trysta.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Vivek literally drooling from across the court that Shams Charania was there. Never have ever seen Vivek react like that to
Never.
anything.
He was thirsty for him.
And Shams rolls by. It's Kenny, Trysta, me. He zeroes in on one person and one person only, and it wasn't the two of us.
Yeah. Shams. Friend of the pod.
Shams story.
Shams.
That's my one time seeing Shams.
Shams dating a regular person, though, would be amazing.
Incredible. He would probably just crash out. I don't think he has the ability to like put his phone down.
Is that something like you have to like address that
Right
date
away.
one? Like, look, I have to put my phone on the table. Here's why. It's gonna light up a lot. My phone is gonna be very active. Like, you have to address that the very first time you go out with somebody.
Definitely. He probably should live on the West Coast because then you have later.
Sure.
If it's like
Yep.
9 p.m., 10 p.m., you can get a little personal time and you won't worry as much about the phone lighting up. You got to move to like LA.
I wonder when he's gonna stop.
Who told the story? There were two. I can't remember if one was Sean. I feel like one was Schefter, where they was in a romantic situation.
Oh no, that was my story that I was talking to Jay Glazer and he said
Glazer,
Deflategate.
that's what it was. Yeah.
It was Deflategate mid pump.
Oh well.
Mid pump. And he goes, "Isn't that ironic? Deflategate."
Well,
The phone ain't by me like that. Well,
real quick. I don't think any Sacramento Detroit trade is happening. Duncan Robinson has agreed to a 3-year, $48 million deal with the Detroit Pistons.
Wow, Duncan
I think
Robinson.
Shams is tweeting that right
Yeah,
now.
he
I
just-
just
they
looked up
just
at
put it
screen.
on
I think he's tweeting it right now. Duncan Robinson, 3-year, $48 million deal to the Detroit Pistons. I have to believe any conversation between the Sacramento Kings and the Detroit Pistons regarding Malik Monk is dead.
Where do you think Malik goes?
Sacramento.
Now
This
that's
is-
just where he is now.
I
This
don't
may
think
be-
he has a market, man.
This may be an Allen Iverson 2001 situation. I've talked about this before. Remember, Allen Iverson was gone. He was traded. The Sixers traded him, and Matt Geiger did not waive his no trade clause, so they had to bring everything back, and they went to the NBA Finals.
That's what's happening.
Could be.
I think
Well, you heard it here first. Kenny said he's in Vivek's pocket. We're going to the NBA Finals.
I think the time to come to Sacramento is in August. Just putting that out there. For me.
Oh, for you. Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Just was thinking about. Well, I was my segue was if you guys go to the finals, I'm definitely up in there. But also, I think coming to Sacramento when the NBA season has died down is the best time.
Well,
And
like,
obviously
are we
games.
starting next month or are we starting next year?
Next month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yo, let's do it. We need to plan a show then if you're gonna come.
Yes. Yeah. Let the Sky
Well, we were talking
Sky
about-
Rizzy go. Let the Sky Rizzy know.
Okay, we got that. We also have something that is very close to being complete.
No
You know our 5-year anniversary is coming up too.
Woo!
Yeah.
What's the date on that?
August 17th, I think is our.
I always want to say August 20th, but it's
August.
not.
It's August. Our 5-year anniversary on ESPN is August 17th. Our 2-year anniversary on KSFM is August 14th or 15th.
Well, let me know what kind of things are popping. We'll
figure
move some
something out
things around for it.
yeah, and I think we're both like taking time off in August too. So if we can finesse this to where we hit the live show and I have some time off and we're just like hanging out.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking as well.
Okay. All right, we'll get that done. We'll get that done. All right, TK, we'll let you go, man. We appreciate you so much.
Love y'all. Talk to you
Love
soon.
you
Bye.
back. That's a girl, Trysta Krick, right there.
Yeah.
Well, Miss P wants to come to the live show. We ain't even got a live show planned. Come on, Miss P.
Come on,
Charge her
Miss
up
P,
the
pull
chat.
up.
You know what to
Stop
do.
playing with us, man.
You know
Stop
what to
playing with
do.
us. Hey, can I read something I got from the Louis Vuitton Don?
Okay.
He's listening.
Privately. You got it privately?
Yeah, but he said it's good.
Okay.
He
All
said
right.
it's good.
All right.
He's watching. He
Okay.
might still be watching,
So-
but he's you know how
He don't text me.
Look.
Hey, Mark is me. I know it's me.
But look, this is how I did it. This, that's how I do. He said, I'm watching y'all 35,000 feet in the air.
Ah, my man.
Oh, man, the Louis Vuitton Don make a move. But he said he was talking to a Pistons assistant. And this is what they said about Dennis Schroder.
Mhm.
They said, yeah, we're going to miss DS. He's such a savvy vet, a student of the game with a high basketball IQ, would always have a basketball game playing on his iPad. He's really good at attacking off pick and rolls. He's one of the best at drawing fouls when his team is in the bonus. He's a feisty defender who knows how to raise his defensive level when it's winning time. You guys got a really good pickup. Again, we're going to miss him over here in the D.
Shout out to our brother Mark Jones for that, man. We
Shout out to
appreciate
the Louis
you.
Vuitton Don, man.
Thank you for listening.
When he lands somewhere, we got to holler at him, man.
Oh, he's probably landing where there's, beaches and water and, palm trees and, look, put me on the payroll. Like, I like Dennis Schroder, like I always have.
Yeah.
Like, you could dig through the archives of this show. I like Dennis Schroder. I don't have a problem with this pickup whatsoever. It's the Kings need to move someone. I feel like for multiple reasons, it's Malik. I felt like if this could have been executed with a sign and trade, you would have had the ability to do more in free agency. Based on this Duncan Robinson signing to Detroit, which is actually a sign and trade with Miami, it's not happening. At least I can't imagine it happening now. Yeah. So, all of you guys who love Malik, you're in a great spot for Malik to be back next year.
And we're one of them. We're two of them.
I just don't know how. I think the thing that killed I don't know. You can't go sign Russell Westbrook now. And sure, that was my own personal want, but the hell with all of you. Why can't I want something?
Sorry, I'm not ready to give up my favorite player for yours yet.
Right. I guess not. I don't know.
But I still think there's too much of a problem in that backcourt. And how do you solve it? I don't know. I don't know. You've got, and then you got, I'm not saying you base everything off of him, but Nick Clifford, he's not 6'8". He's like 6'6". Like he's borderline, like James said yesterday, borderline 2-3. So now you're talking about
versus a 3-4.
Yeah. Now you're talking about Schroder, Devin Carter, Malik Monk, Keon Ellis. All of these guys trying to fit into the rotation, all trying to get meaningful minutes. If Malik is here opening night, that's going to be a job for Coach Christie. He's going to have to figure that out. And maybe it's also one of those things where you got 4 guys there that none of them are 40-minute a night guys or 35-minute a night guys. Maybe it works out perfectly because you got 4 guys that 25 minutes, 20. That's where they should be around. Some would say if you got 4 guys like that, you don't have a starting point guard, but maybe that's where it works out a little bit.
Run with Fox on X says, change your Twitter name. Word YouTube name. What are the odds we can get DeRozan off the bench? And is the idea here, Run with Fox, you're starting Malik?
I don't know why you would do that.
I don't either. Like, someone explain to me, because this is another popular thing in King's world. Explain to me. Wrong with X says Keon. Okay. Keon with Dennis?
Keon, Dennis, and Zach. 3-guard lineup. Maybe you're having Zach at the 3. So Rumble Fox and others, where I stand on this. A lot of you guys focus on starting the game. I'm not saying that don't matter, but I look at who finishes the game. And I think a lot of the times DeRozan's going to finish. So it don't matter. Like, I don't think you should bring him off the bench, but if you do, cool. But last 5 minutes of the game, you're going to be out there. Who's going to be on the bench? Keon, Dennis, Zach, Malik.
Can I ask, who is a better player on Sacramento than DeMar DeRozan? Is Domas?
No.
I don't think Zach is. I'm doing this. I'm doing this stupidly. Let me ask this question because it'd be easier to answer this way. Is DeMar DeRozan the best player on Sacramento?
I think it's Domas.
I was about to say
Domas is still all NBA caliber.
I want to go with Domas because that's, like Jesse said, it's all NBA caliber. He's got the accolades. I'm gonna go with Domas, but I do think those 3 players are on the same tier, on the same level,
including Levine.
I mean, DeMar in his probably at his best was one that really good as well. But yeah, I think at this point, just Domas is better.
We'll come back, man.
And if Domas is your best player,
Jason,
that's a problem.
One of your top 2 best players.
That's pushing it.
Jason Jones joins us, man. We'll continue this conversation next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Most important person in Alabama sports history.
Yeah, why is that a question?
Chill out, Kyle. You're being a little too loud. Being a little too loud there.
DeRozan not better than Levine. What? Are you saying DeRozan's not better than Levine? I feel like DeMar is better than Zach Levine. Maybe he's not better. Maybe he's just more consistent. Oh, what did I just see? That's brutal. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know what, Aldrin J? Oh, Greece, man, that's fire. The next trip, the next like major trip I gotta line up, man, is the overseas one. I gotta do something overseas. I don't have a trip in August. I'm gonna take some time off in a couple weeks, and in August, but I don't have anything planned. I went that Vegas trip kind of beat my ass, so I might just chill at the house. Between the pool and that damn trip, I'd sit my ass down and just be at home. Casey question: where's all the stars? Pat Riley's was ready to play. He got nobody this offseason. I don't know that there's any stars out there to sign. Like some of the big names stay put. Yeah, I guess I understand that. I don't agree, but I know a lot of people feel the way that you do. I just don't agree. I think DeMar is good. I know, but I understand, man. I know people don't like his game. I understand. One night off has done some undoable damage to Domas. I definitely think Levine did a lot of deferring last year. I agree with that completely. Russ, haven't watched wrestling in months, man. Sorry. Have not watched it in months. Trying to keep up, but not doing a very good job. Dr. David, you're not wrong. I am not going to Paris for WWE, but you know where I want to go? I want to go to Venice. That's where I want to go. I want to go to Venice. Yeah, I should have done this on the air with Fox, but isn't there a greater problem with the roster? Like well, maybe you're in a situation now where you are running back the same roster, but I just feel like the roster is as big of a problem as anything else.
One of the things Run with Fox does and others seem to do is they blame DeMar for the roster.
Well, he was saying, I mean, I
don't understand.
He's saying he doesn't fit with the roster, which I guess I understand. But my problem is I don't like the roster. That's my thing.
Shout out James Ham keeping the snacks going. I always take a glance at the fridge we got in the kitchen and just shake my head every time.
I gotta drop a 20 twin in there for the boy.
Just a bunch of emptiness, Abo.
All right, Jason Jones going to join us coming up here in just a little bit as NBA free agency continues. Sacramento Kings fans just kind of scratching their head. Jonas Valanciunas is out. Drew Eubanks is in. Dennis Schroder is in to the tune of 3 years, $45 million. But the questions seem to be more centered on will any trades occur? Will those trades include the likes of Malik Monk, perhaps Devin Carter? Is Russell Westbrook still an option for the Sacramento Kings? Is anybody still an option for the Sacramento Kings? They do have that trade exception. We thought maybe they were still attempting to work a deal with the Detroit Pistons, given the Duncan Robinson signing just a few minutes ago. I don't think that would be the case, but I don't know, man. I'm in Vivek's pocket. I'm just here doing my job.
trying to figure out what a deal would look like for any one of those guys, Keon, Monk, or Devin, moving on.
Keon deal's kind of tough, no?
Yeah, well, I think maybe not Malik because of the money situation, but I feel like all those guys feel like they would be involved in a trade, right? Be part of a trade, not just them, how we thought maybe Malik and Dennis was. So yeah, I'm not sure what you do with that. I think the next
Oh, Dario Saric. I didn't mention him. Kings acquired him too in the Valanciunas move.
The next situation would be somebody just not playing, I don't think. Somebody not being part of the rotation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless, like I said, unless I'm missing something.
There's also the Keegan Murray extension too. I don't know. The Jabari Smith Jr. contract was 4 and 122. Where does Keegan fit with that? About the same, a little more, a little less. I'm not really sure. That's a conversation that is a debate amongst the Kings fans. I don't know what the conversation happening within the walls of the Sacramento Kings front offices are. I actually like Dario Saric. I really like Jonas Valanciunas. I didn't necessarily want to lose him. I guess they felt Dario Saric was comparable and it saved them a couple of bucks. I really like Dennis Schroder. I just wanted to see some other things done with this roster because right now I feel like Doug Christie has a whole host of problems to figure out.
Yeah, he's still got.
And I don't want. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I don't want front office directives either. Like, hey, so and so's not in our future DC. Like Doug's, if he's got guys on wearing uniform, he's got to put out the best team possible. And I hate when you get into that. Hey, this guy isn't in our future thing, so maybe, drop him over there on the bench. And we've seen that far too many times in the history of this organization. Let's welcome in our man, Jason Jones of the New York Times, a.k.a. The Athletic. Jason, what's happening, man?
Man, look at your stupid hat.
That's fine. It goes with the outfit.
You look great.
Mine goes with my shirt, so.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yes. Cooking over there.
But there was no need to insult me. You're the one tweeting about they can't lose 5 or 6 when they clearly can't.
Oh, that was embarrassing.
That was what I expected since y'all were screenshotting 2 weeks ago because you won a game against the Dodgers.
This is just awful. And then
y'all was in first place for 12 hours.
What they have? Oh no, they play Kansas City, but 6 of their last 9 games are going to be against AA teams.
Whoop y'all.
The Rockies for 3, and now they're playing the damn White Sox for 3. When do they play the Braves and all these other teams?
Played them earlier in the year, beat them.
I love that every Tuesday with Jason starts the exact same way.
I was chilling. He the one who called my hat stupid.
No, it's always instigated by Kenny. I understand.
Yeah, I'm just saying, focus on beating the Marlins. Don't worry about the first.
Okay, what do you think about basketball?
What?
I think I want to go down to El Segundo and fight the front office.
So that's what I was going to ask you. What's going on in Los Angeles right now?
I want to fight somebody. I mean, cap space for 2027. That what we're doing? That's what we're doing. I'm like, can the new ownership please fire people? Can they please get that sale finalized so we can stop enduring dumb stuff like we're preparing for like free agency in 3 years? That has got to be the worst leaked thing, at least for me yesterday. Oh, don't worry. They need to have flexibility for 2027. Okay. Yeah. What for Bronny's prime? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we doing here?
See, Kings fans, it's not just you.
What are we doing here?
The damn Lakers got an issue too.
That is the most asinine thing I've heard. You've got prime Luka and LeBron coming off an all NBA season, and your response is we need cap space 2 years from now. Do we want to go through another embarrassing LaMarcus Aldridge? Everyone tells us no summer. Like, my only saving grace that is in 2027, the people making these decisions won't be making them anymore.
So I'm of the belief, I think I'm a one-man wolf pack with it, but I'm of the belief there's smoke to this or there's fire to this LeBron James smoke. I think he might get traded this summer. What are you hearing? What are you thinking about LeBron possibly not being a Laker after the summer?
I don't think he gets traded. I have I haven't talked to him. I don't think he gets traded. I mean,
what do you think happens?
I think LeBron's is applying pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I think we see what happens, but I think trading LeBron is not nearly as easy as it sounds.
Sure.
Just because if you're Cleveland, do you really want to give up, say, Jared Allen and a couple of other young guys for possibly 1 year of LeBron? I mean, because if you don't win a championship, what did you do it for? I'm like, and because he makes $52 million, you're going to have to send something significant back to the Lakers. And that would be any team, unless you're going to go star for star. And if you're trading a star, LeBron has a no trade clause. So I peruse the internet and see Laker fans saying, see, we can just go get Giannis now. No, you can't. LeBron's not going to Milwaukee, first off. And he's definitely not going to Milwaukee without Giannis there. So, I mean, you're really limited in what you can do. I just think, hey, you see what happens the rest of this week. I think that, it's only day 2. So, of course, every fan base is going crazy. If you didn't do anything yesterday, everyone thinks, oh, my God, it's over. Julius Randle got traded before training camp last year. So there's a lot of time before you even play any basketball games. So, I jokingly overreact and lose my mind, but we'll see how it all plays out. I don't think anything happens anytime soon, though, which, of course, means the opposite will happen.
Are you surprised by what happened in Milwaukee today with Dame?
Well, if you think about it from a business perspective, no. I mean, I think it's kind of shocking. You don't see that type of player get amnesty, waived like that, and and all that. You don't see that. I mean, I think because it's Dame, and plus Dame just got injured in April.
Yeah,
it just seems like that's cold-blooded. But some of the stuff you read, I never got the sense that Dame was in love with Milwaukee anyway. And I can imagine that a guy from Oakland would rather be rehab. He probably would have been rehabbing in California anyway. And I'm pretty sure he wouldn't want to spend, a winter in Milwaukee where he can't, where he can't do anything. And if the odds are when he came back, they probably might have tried to move him anyway on the last year of a deal. I think you remove kind of the feelings, emotions, like, dang, that's cold. It makes sense. It's just, it took a lot of guts to make that happen, though. It'd be like, you know what? We're going to waive a when he was healthy, Dame could still play. But I just think they were like, we're not going to have him for a year. Let's go ahead and move on. I'm just wondering what's up with Indiana. I guess they said, okay, there's our window. Bye.
Real quick on that Dame situation, do you think that happens without his blessing?
I think it could happen without his blessing. But I think you definitely go to him and present it to him. That's why I think when you read that he's pleased with how it turned out, they definitely talk to him. Which is, but all the reports right now are so crazy. On one hand, you read that Dame is elated. On the other hand, you read Giannis didn't like it, but you also read that Giannis helped recruit Myles Turner. Mm-hmm. So, everyone's lying at this point. But I think of all those scenarios, Dame being happy that he still gets his money, and then say hypothetically in a year and he's healthy, could still sign, say, a 2-year, $40 million deal or whatever. I think Dame, I could see Dame being happy with it. He wasn't going to play this coming season anyway. So then the idea that when he's healthy, he can pick his spot. I can see Dame being happy with that.
How big of an impact do you think these aprons are having on this current free agency period? We're not seeing the shocking dollars that we used to see, over the last several seasons. We saw the cap didn't go up the full 10%. It went up about 7%. And every tweet is accompanying with how close to that particular team is to the first or second apron.
Oh, it's having a major impact. I mean, I'm not convinced that if without the apron that Boston doesn't keep, Drew and Porzingis for one more year. Because I mean, that's still a good team.
Yeah.
If you keep those guys, even without Tatum, I'm not convinced. I mean, I think a lot of these decisions are not basketball. They are strictly financial decisions. Let's, get under this apron, let's shed salary. Let's not be committed to guys long term. I'm convinced it's definitely having a major impact because people are already projecting out what OKC's going to do, when Chet's eligible for his extension, and it's definitely affecting teams. And I think what it does is it gives a bunch of teams and a bunch of ownerships groups or owners a reason and excuse not to compete. I hate it. I think it punishes. I know we're talking about big market, small market, or whatever, who could spend the most money. But I think it gives teams who, between that and the whole playing thing, you're giving teams a reason. It's okay to be mediocre because of the apron now. Like we can't, unless we can be like Oklahoma City and win when the guys are young. Why even try?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I don't like about it. I just think I hate seeing a bunch of decisions being made based off of that, as opposed to, this guy would really help us, because I mean, they say that one of the reasons why Indiana let Myles Turner go was because they were like, without Halliburton, why be under that apron or whatever, because you're not going to compete. So it was like, you say you did it for parity, but the fact now is it's going to be, if teams feel like they can't win a championship, they're going to be getting rid of salary.
Yeah, and I had the same thought about just there's been a lot of talk about value of, like, we're talking Malik Monk, but just different players and stuff like that. And you mentioned these aprons, and the first apron is obviously something nobody wants to be around if they don't feel like they compete. And the second apron is like death. Even if you're a championship team, you don't want to be there.
Yeah.
So I always try to say, or lately I've been trying to say, Malik Monk, for instance, it's not that he's a bad player or people look at him as a bad player or anything else like that. I just think these teams are like super cautious with any type of money that they bring on and the type of player, because they don't want to make the wrong decision being one of those aprons and now be kind of in no man's land. So we're talking about Malik Monk, but I don't think it's an indictment on Malik, more of it being something that the league is going through with these aprons.
Yeah, Malik's contract is not a bad contract. I mean, that's not what you would put in, top 10 worst deals in the NBA. But the thing is when you're close, you ask yourself, does Malik put me over to a championship team? If you don't think Malik makes you a championship team, maybe you don't want that contract. And a lot of these contracts you see getting signed, you see a lot of guys in that, $15, $16 million range.
Mm-hmm.
Teams are I think you try to keep your salary smaller, they're easier to move. And if you're a team like the Kings, you've got, DeMar's deal isn't crazy, but trying to move a guy like LaVine, that's not an easy deal to move. Someone's got to believe Zach LaVine makes them a championship team to take that on. And so and I hate some of the discourse I've had to see about Malik, because Malik is not the problem. The problem is the roster and the finance. It's not a Malik problem.
But it doesn't, like, there's too many guys who do the same thing, and
exactly, it's a roster issue. It's not Malik's fault, that they drafted Devin Carter last year.
No, it isn't.
It's not Malik's fault that they took on, LaVine and signed DeRozan within a matter of months. It's not his fault.
But because of what you just said with the 15, 16, 17, $18 million, he has a contract that is really easy. Well, we thought his contract would be really easy to move.
Yeah, and I think maybe it'll be easy if you're going to, I think as you get past free agency, teams strike out on guys. You start kind of seeing, like when I started seeing, and the thing is, I'm not that I'm trying to run Malik out of town, but some of the teams you look at where he would have fit well, you would think in a trade, don't either, or have a lot of salary already or hard to move. or hard to fit him in. Like when I watch the Knicks in the playoffs, I said they need another guy who can score and handle the ball and initiate. A guy like Malik would have been perfect in New York. But if you're New York's financial situation, it's easier to get Jordan Clarkson off waivers and sign him to a minimum deal. I just think this, it's hard for teams to kind of go in. And like I said, Malik does not have a bad deal. It's not like he's on a 4-year, $120 million deal. But it's just the way it is. And in a lot of ways, if you look at the way the Kings are, if you're going to move, if there's a guy who's tradable, you would think it would be Malik. But I think some teams are going to say, for a guy who we probably bring off the bench, do we want to pay him that much? I mean, it's really weird because now you're seeing guys who maybe 5 years ago, you'd be clamoring, I'll make that move in a heartbeat. Now you're going, you know what? Maybe we sacrifice a little depth here and maybe some talent to avoid these aprons and all the other stuff.
Sucks.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, the guy that is coming to Sacramento, Dennis Schroder. You got to see him up close and personal a few years ago when he was with the Lakers. He was on the title team or the year after? I think he's the year after.
I want to say the year after or the year after, yeah.
What you think about him, man? I like Dennis Schroder as a ball player. I'm not saying he's the savior or anything like that, but I think he's a good ball player, man. What you think about him?
I think he's a good player. He's competitive. He'll get in, he's a competitor. Defensively, he'll try to get in you. He can make the three. I think he's a solid option at point guard. I don't have any issue with the Kings signing Dennis. I don't think signing Dennis Schroder is an issue at all. I just think the Kings' greater issue is what do you do with this collection of guys over here who were all variations of the same guy? Like, of all those guards you name, who would you say? I guess you say outside of Keon, who are your defenders? Who's it's kind of just they just have a bunch of guys, bunch of backcourt guys. Yeah, and I think at least Dennis has a defined role. Mm-hmm. Outside of, I don't know what the defined role is. Like I said, as of today, with the rest of the guys would necessarily be. This is why I'm curious to see in 4 or 5 days what moves get made, what things happen to shake stuff up. Because the way they're built right now, it's like, okay,
don't work.
I'm like, I don't know what you're gonna do with this except have a bunch of guys mad. And it's also a weird thing too because your rookie from last year is not who your current GM drafted. And is there a team that would want to take a flyer on him?
So far, no.
Yeah. So I mean, you're just kind of in this weird and this kind of collection of players got you what 9th in the West. And I don't think you see they're because it's still early, but they're not in a better position right now. And it's to the point where you lose a guy to the Lakers mainly because the Lakers had a little bit more money to offer.
Yeah, very little bit.
Yeah, it wasn't like the Lakers came in and offered him $10 million a year.
Yeah,
but it was still more than what the Kings could do.
It was as simple as that. It was very literally the Kings could only offer so much. Like it wasn't something the Kings did. It was just a collective bargaining agreement. Mm-hmm. They can only offer so much. The Lakers said, okay, I see you. I can up that by about a total of $1.5 million in total. And salute to Jake LaRavia. He took it. I take every single penny someone was willing to offer me.
Yeah, can't be mad at that. It's a victim of the CBA. And I know it's not happening soon. I can't wait to see the next labor negotiations because at some point, you got to assume that the players have to stop giving the owners ways to save themselves. I mean, everything that every concession they've made is basically because the owners can't make good decisions.
Mm-hmm.
They want to throw money away for years. Now look what you've got.
I don't know, man. Like you're watching these teams, you're watching these different moves. The Dame Lillard one, even though like I guess you can look at it and go, it makes sense. You noted this a second ago, Jason. It's weird to see that with a player the caliber of Dame Lillard. Then you got like the LeBron James thing going on where LeBron James is now a prime candidate. You can't tell. a prime trade candidate. You can't tell if Rich Paul kind of put out a very vague trade request or trade threat in his statement. And then you start having the conversation about, it's a $53 million trade. And in the era of the collective bargaining agreement in 2025, it's almost impossible to pull off and remain a contender unless you have a total anomaly of a contract. We might have one if you want to work on this Zach LaVine trade. But
the anomaly you saw was Luka and AD. That's the anomaly where you have two high-level players get traded for each other. But generally, you're trading a guy like that, you're not getting that guy back. Like, the Lakers aren't going to trade LeBron to Cleveland and get Donovan Mitchell back.
Right.
It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just been fascinating, weird, everything just to kind of watch all this stuff unfold. It's like, it's weird, between that, the draft, it's just, the NBA is just weird right now. I don't know what's going on half the time anymore.
Haven't mentioned one time. It's news, but it's whatever. We haven't touched on Shai's extension, his monster contract extension that he signed.
$71 million a year.
$285 million in total, a 4-year max. Goodness gracious.
You're going to have to keep Applebee's open late for him in OKC.
62.5, 68.6, 73.7, and 78.7. We are getting closer and closer to that $100 million man. How old is Shai? 26?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, is he older than that? 26.
Right.
So this contract will take him, because he's got 2 years left. This contract will take him till his 32, 28, 27. Yeah, he could get to. Woo! He's gonna get close.
Somebody already projected Cooper Flagg could make $500 million.
Okay.
They already projected. I mean, I think. Yeah, I mean. When's Wemby's his extension gonna be?
We I felt like at least we do this every time you bring up a contract. But who's next? Who's the next one after Shai?
Who's the next one after Shai? Well, I don't know that there is one because
is it Steph.
Well, yeah, but it probably won't be for 4 years.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of guys who's due up next, I mean, the trade, Luka getting traded.
It's not the same, but Trey's 2-year extension that he can sign is like $75 million a year.
Good.
We're not that far from the $100 million player.
Yeah, there's a really important component to this. You have to either be on the team that drafted you, or have been traded on your rookie deal, which Shai was. So even though the Clippers didn't, even though the Thunder didn't draft him, he still reeks the benefits of that one team thing. And so, Luka, I think we were projecting it was going to be Luka. Luka's out.
Yeah, he's
out.
It
would have been Luka. Luka would have been there. It would have been Luka.
Chatty House is saying and Edwards.
And Edward, what? Yeah, is an All NBA player. Yeah.
Yeah, Ant's going to be in the running for that. Yeah.
Book's rumored extension was, I think, around 75 per.
If the Timberwolves can stop paying big men, there'll be some money for Ant.
Rudy Gobert? How much money we get Rudy Gobert?
Stop, please. I still have flashbacks of that.
Rudy Gobert getting $81 million.
The only man with Rudy Gobert flashbacks. Played the game of him and his children's lives.
That's why they got to have money for 2027. They got to be able to combat that in 2 years. We got to be ready.
That man couldn't keep his hands on the ball in the Western Conference Finals, but he grabbed 27 rebounds against the Lakers.
Well, it helps when you're getting boxed out by Austin Reeves. But still, yeah. But yeah, he won't. It won't. Rudy won't get $100 million. I think. You put in all the parameters. Ant, Wemby, one of those guys is going to get $100 million. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Phoenix. I wouldn't put it past Phoenix to do that with Book. I mean, they got to try to.
He never wants to get rid of Booker.
It's
and
out
he
there.
Don't ever want
It's out there.
I mean, they don't care about the cap and the aprons. Clearly, they just
they Book and the Suns love each other.
Yeah. So I mean, it might end up being Book, because a lot of times that first person to crack that barrier is not like the guy who you would assume it's going to be like. Remember back in the day when the first $100 million contract was it Juwan Howard?
Yeah, Juwan Howard, then Alonzo Mourning, I think. Yeah, I think.
Yeah. And that's when Shaq was like, if they're getting that, I know what I'm getting. So I think, you just need one team to do it, and Devin Booker would be an ideal candidate.
Is that when contracts were kind of just a free for all?
Yeah,
like there weren't set numbers, like there aren't like set.
Yeah,
years.
You just kind of came up with every number you thought worked. So
well, yeah, that's right. Magic did sign like a 20-year, $20 million deal one time.
Yeah, so there was a time. Yeah, kids. There was a time where you just go up there and say, "This is what I want." There was a time kids were rookies signed 7-year deals off the rip.
That's what I'm saying. That's what baseball is now. What Trout and Harper on like 13-year deals.
Yeah, in baseball ends up because you get like it happened with the Angels with Pujols. You get to like year 9, you're like, why did we do this? They're like, what's going on here? Like, it's year 8, year 9 of a deal. Except in the case of the Dodgers, we'll take our 10-year guy.
Not pay him for 14 years.
Don't worry about what we do. Focus on the Marlins.
All right, that's the second time. Relax.
They stretched Shohei Ohtani's contract,
and I'm fine with it. I'm in favor of deferred money. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day.
Deferred money.
I'm in favor of deferred money. Happy, like I said, today's Bobby. He's the forefather of it. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day.
Shout out to everybody who lived through the amnesty era. You used that word a second ago when we were talking about Dame, and it was like, oh my God, what a time that was, where a team could just go, my bad.
Oops.
My bad. I'm out.
Did I have this right? Was the first one Allen Houston?
The first guy to get amnestied?
Yeah.
Ooh, good one. I don't
remember. I just remember every fan base had at least one guy. They were like, could you please amnesty?
Yes.
They were trying.
And there was like a window in which you could use it.
And everyone was like, yeah, let's get
They should bring it back.
Yeah, bruh. You know how happy Kings fans would be if you could use an amnesty clause right now?
Bring it back.
I mean, that was, and then when the first you could waive a player, then break the contract up.
This is AI, but I got Gilbert Arenas as the first player to be waived under the amnesty clause.
Gil was making, Gil was making a lot of money. I can't remember exactly, but Gil was getting paid.
This AI mode is wild, dude. Artificial intelligence is crazy.
Yeah. Gil was cashing checks.
I'm trying to see what the dollar figure was, and come on, artificial intelligence, be better.
So
the amnesty provision was known
as the Allen Houston rule. That's why I think about it.
Okay, now wait a minute. The first player waived under the rule was Jerome Williams by the New York Knicks.
Jerome, they said we made a mistake with Jerome Williams. Shout out to
the Nets used it on Travis Outlaw.
The Knicks said, oh man, we messed up bad.
This is crazy. The NBA agreed to a new the agreement included an amnesty clause provision allowing teams to release one player without his contract counting against the cap. Because the Knicks were expected to use the amnesty clause to waive Houston due to his expensive contract and injury woes, the amnesty clause was dubbed the Allen Houston rule. After Houston assured the team that he would retire if his knee injuries reoccurred in training camp that fall, the Knicks chose to not use the amnesty clause to release him. Instead, they released Jerome Williams.
Poor. I'm looking at some of the names they said. Luol Deng was amnestied.
Luau Dang was amnestied?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got the list right here. We got some names, boy.
Is Gilbert even on the list?
It was used on Chris Bosh, but he had a health thing.
Okay.
Oh, man, it was alive that long?
I'm looking just at 2005. My bad.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking I found the whole thing with Monte Ellis.
Oh, what you know about Clarence Witherspoon?
Joakim Noah.
Howard Isley. Oh, look who got amnestied. Doug Christie.
Oh, DC
from Orlando.
So I got Gilbert getting amnestied by Orlando also in 2011.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these. I remember when Travis Outlaw did, because they were like, he's going to Sacramento now because Brooklyn let him go.
These numbers are crazy. They amnestied Doug Christie for $7.5 million.
Man.
Yeah, and then
it's not like he was making 80.
Yeah.
7.5.
Yeah, back then that was a significant amount, I guess. I'm looking at some of these other ones from back in the day who was used on. I don't know how accurate this is. The names they said it was used on was Tyrus Thomas, Carlos Boozer, Baron Davis, Brendan Haywood.
What's the most famous amnesty story you guys can think of?
The most famous amnesty story.
How about amnesty that?
Oh, Kobe, who was that again?
Yeah, that was when Mark Cuban.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
The Lakers should amnesty Kobe.
Yeah.
Out there and beat him. But look at some of these names. Who remembers Linus Kleza?
Oh man.
Andre Blatch.
Shout out Andre Blatch, man.
Josh Childress.
Oh, shout out Josh Stanford. Stand up.
Drew Gooden.
Shout out Kansas and the Oakland Soldiers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, man, this some of
Travis Outlaw got amnestied by the New Jersey Nets. His next team,
Sacramento.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, some of these names I haven't seen in a while. Guys like Robinson Ryan Gomes used name in a while.
What y'all know about Eddie Robinson?
Oh, Eddie Robinson. Who'd he get amnestied by?
Chicago for $5 million.
Yeah.
Reggie Miller got amnesty.
I see that. I'm looking at that. I'm trying to figure that out, but I can't.
I mean, these were wild. These were wild times. I mean, if they brought it back, yeah, the market would get flooded with players.
They should bring it back.
They couldn't amnesty players quick enough in today's era.
They should bring it back every 5 years or so.
You know what the play-in tournament should be for? An amnesty contract. Treat it like the Money in the Bank contract. You don't think teams will play hard for that?
If you win, you can amnesty a player.
Would make Dame pay 48 minutes.
They'd be like, come on.
Teams wouldn't play. The league would just have to spring it on them. Hey, you won. Players, you get $5 million to split amongst yourselves. Ownership, you get to amnesty one of them. Goodbye.
Imagine an owner or a GM going to a player saying, hey, man, I know you don't want to be here anymore, but we win this one. We got you.
Get you out. We're going to get you out.
Go out there and get a game of his life. It'd be the opposite of the Malik Beasley accusation. That man gonna go all out.
Adam with the Kia in-season amnesty tournament.
Team sign. You got to compete to qualify. LeBron's playing 48 minutes. They can free up some
What if the All-Star game was for an amnesty clause? The winning team could amnesty a player on the other team. We got
in-season amnesty.
Just treat the amnesty clause like the Money in the Bank briefcase, and I think we could work this all out.
Yeah, everything could be for an amnesty. You could have like 4 or 5 of them available All-Star weekend. Winner of the 3-point contest, get some amnesty. Warriors are like,
Zach
Steph,
McClung will get signed just
you gotta play. Steph, you got to do
signed
it.
by the Celtics just so he can win.
And guys are fighting. They're like, no, Steph is in this. You know, we got to get.
Do you think that we got to go? But seriously, do you think the Celtics would amnesty Jaylen Brown if they could?
That's a good question.
I don't think so.
I think
he has trade
so.
value.
All right.
I think he has value.
Question. We'll answer it tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess just think about it for a while.
Amnesty
Jay, we
from
appreciate
LA.
you, brother.
All right, yeah, take
Thank
care,
you
y'all.
as always. It's our man Jason Jones.
Tomorrow
right
we're gonna
there.
find an amnesty
We bring-
candidate on every team.
We bringing amnesty back.
That's what we're gonna do tomorrow.
We're just gonna start amnestying players tomorrow. We appreciate y'all for being with us. We tried to fix everything today. I'm sorry, I don't think we did. Is Michael Wilbon say we'll do better tomorrow. We'll see you at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Dennis Schroder.
Oh man, is the Giants game over? Are they playing?
No, they don't play till like 6
Oh.
o'clock.
My bad.
They didn't even get a Vamos today. Poor guys, they hitting with that wet Sunday paper.
No.
Can't hit anything nowadays.
All right, y'all. We're gonna get out. If anything of note happens, we'll try to bring it to you. We'll jump online or something. If not, man, we'll just see you guys tomorrow. Ooh. That brother's having a bad week.